man.
You're the best, Hank. When we were having that Nogfest the other day, and that stupid pedo Illumitami ruined the whole thing. But I straight up said, "I'm well, Hank's the one that I could actually hang out with, dude. Just go fishing or something. He seems like a good guy."
He seems like a good guy, but I think that he likes to stir the pot. You should see how, man, every time that people are fighting on panels, this dude is so happy. He just sits there cheesing.
Correct.
And then if somebody starts coming at Hank, you better let Hank handle it and not step in front of him, because Hank smacked me down on my own panel before.
Hank's got a verbal Aikido maneuver. I've seen it.
I do different ones.
And
we're talking about your dildos.
Yeah, we were talking about your verbal Aikido, not your sexual satisfaction, bro.
Michael, what?
I have two different ones of those too.
No.
So what's up with the Satanic Princess?
She drinks baby blood.
She changed her name. I'm proud of her.
Is she the one that turned Jeff gay?
Hey now.
Yeah, no, she just likes getting Tommy fired up, as if he wasn't already fired up.
That's why I have the hellscape thing going on behind me. Stupid.
In fact, me mentioning Paul my headlines probably pissing him off too. I mean, we're all doing it. Rage Monday. I mean,
you know what? It strikes me that you're probably part Asian.
Hey now, half my name's Asian.
Well, I think he's got that same thing where Asians can't pronounce L's and R's right.
Probably. Oh, I'm in Pittsburgh. I'm in Pittsburgh, so it's modified Pittsburghese as well. I mean,
you motherfucker.
I put on my satanic avatar. Just
Hank's one of the guys that hasn't commented on the diversity hire tag.
He covers all of them.
Everyone else has brought it up directly to my face. Why are you the diversity hire? Nobody's hiring white guys nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my company is the one I'm working for. But that's because we need the volume.
And I agree with this. There's no reason to think Tommy's a pedo. I don't know why I keep taking up for him when all he does is run around trying to send me to hell.
Because it's wrong.
Oh, you mean pedo Tommy?
Right. I mean,
you know what I need? I need to get I-Fi on with Tommy. I mean, that'd be hilarious telling each other they're going to hell.
I forgot. He did make that comment yesterday. So, yeah, I guess.
He made his splash on the internet by going, "Hey, guys, I had some special paperwork that allowed me to bang a 17-year-old when I was 29. Call me a pedo and I'll just hassle you." You're like, what? That's a weird way to come on to, like, everyone's thing.
Yeah, he's got some sort of a victim complex where he gives people ammo and then cries when they get shot.
Yeah. But he also shows up at Wet Blankets every channel like he can get on.
Yeah. And Wet Blanket Meta, I destroyed it. I just destroyed it all by myself. So just don't bother with it.
Yeah, there you go.
I just think PDF accusations are pretty serious and heavy, and I don't throw stuff like that around lightly. I don't think that people should be throwing it at Tommy like that. Just my opinion.
I got all my
because it's dangerous, dude. There's all kinds of psychos watching. You never know. Somebody might be like, "I'm a pedo hunter. I'm gonna go find them and fuck with them." And just
those guys never do anything anyway, dude. They
are you fucking kidding? There's people. There's documented cases of people just looking up the sex offender registry and murdering pedos.
Well, that's why I don't take him seriously, because I'm like, well, if you really want to kill a pedo, just like go on Megan's Law map and go kill one. Like,
well, yeah, and that too. If he really was a pedo, he'd be on the list already. So I just, accusations on the internet are silly.
Well,
it's silly. It's potentially,
So your bro dudes with the Tommy.
You only get on the list if you got caught.
Say that again.
Your bro dudes with Illumitami.
I'm what with Illumitami?
Bro dudes.
dudes. Are you bros?
I don't even know what that means, and I don't know
That
the
means
guy.
you-
I've
you-
watched the
you
stream a
rub
few
each other's
times.
shoulders.
No, but he has a good point. Like his point is correct. Like I agree that you shouldn't call people that unless you've got a reason to believe it. And
Right. Thank you,
I
Flow
think
State. And
Tommy
welcome,
just
other
Tommy
Jeff.
The
just plays
fingers,
the-
look, it's Jeff.
Tommy just plays the.
There's more of us
attention
now.
card.
We're multiplying.
What is it? I'm surrounded by Satanists.
Satanists and Jeffs, Satanic Jeffs.
Yeah, I guess
I'm not satanic though, but
Yeah,
maybe
that's what
one
I
day.
thought too. That's what I thought, and then
Speaking of walking wool, we got Jeff here walking back and forth.
Yep, that's gonna happen. Sorry.
Yeah, my chair spins like this.
That's your stimming. Nobody
No.
comments on yours.
Fucking the mustard drum DMC in top right.
It's because I'm too they didn't call me stimming because I'm distracting with my complete offensiveness. I mean, I bounce all the hosts. I say I do what the hell I want. I mean, just today, I left Paul's panel to go on Jack's panel because that was Paul was saying to do people while he was stop the show to watch Jack's show. Then he tried to puppeteer me, but what he said was stupid. So I told him that I wasn't going to say it, and I think I triggered him. So
Paul tried to puppeteer you.
Well, he tried to feed me lines, but they weren't worth saying. So I told him I'm not going to say them because it's not worth saying.
Good for you. Yeah, I would pick Jack's over Paul's too.
for what?
But it was only one choice at a time. We're just doing Jack's show. So I did Jack's show on Jack's show instead of doing it on Paul's show. It just made sense.
Sasquatch still has the most satanic background of any of us.
You've got the Baphomet though.
Yes. Yeah, but
And he does look like a
second.
Corey Daniels
Hold on.
goat.
Let me do this right. I sold my soul to the devil. I'm sorry.
You are destroyed forever. And you will never be back.
Oh, that's what they think.
I feel like I'm on a tube full of demons.
I'll let them think that. That'd be hilarious. They'll be surprised.
so what y'all talking about?
We were talking
So-
about Flow State's avoiding incarceration and getting expunged.
How I'm trying to help somebody else avoid incarceration, even though he's determined to go there, and Jack is using this guy's bad decisions to float his own personal interests.
Talcott is?
Yeah, like selling spirituality instead of giving people good advice.
Oh.
Typical Jack Talcott.
I mean, the guy really wasn't receptive to any advice, anything that you really said to him. He just kind of yelled back at you, and aren't you a man? And so on and so forth. And it was silly.
Did
No,
that
I'm a
happen on the
monster.
show today?
Yes.
Oh,
They
I'm
have
not a
to
man, I'm a
check.
monster.
I believe what he was saying was that he's standing in honor.
and I didn't see any of it, but Jack's defense, I've never heard him actually try to sell spirit.
You can't arrest me. I'm
Seems to
standing
try
in
to give it
honor.
to me.
Right.
That's
Whoa.
pretty much it. He said,
Why did my
talk
chat
to them man
message-
to man instead of man to badge.
It went to 3 because there's being streamed 3 places. So if you're asking why you saw it 3 times, it's because
Oh, okay. Sorry about it. I'm new to this, man. Thank you for explaining that.
I did the link on purpose, hoping that it would go everywhere. Because for some strange reason, YouTube doesn't let me pin my own comments in YouTube. But I can pin it when I send it. I can pin your comment, and I can pin a comment I send from another device.
Oh, it's weird. I need to figure out how that works because I did a stream.
Shut up, nerd.
You got me there, bud. You got me there.
You're getting pretty good at that, dude. Your timing's getting way better with those.
I'm getting better at navigating and I've got too many back here, and so I can't always find them on time. But my
Yeah, I
timing's always
deserve
been
that
dope.
I'm not sure it is a YouTube
Nobody's messing with
glitch.
Jeff.
I got a notification that I was being removed from all of the experimental programs, and then poof, there was a lot of weird little things I couldn't do, like that.
Well, you can still block your ads.
Of course they can. Feel free. In fact, I advise it.
Grant, it was the dude from Jack's channel, Dr. Ake, who's probably watching now.
He said to call him Tony.
Tony, right. He's been here. I know that he's been here before. So, and I invited him over, but yeah, I'm the only one who is like staunchly trying to talk on the panel, who's staunchly trying to talk him out of turning himself in, which is absolutely the worst thing.
What was his crime? What's his charge?
He got raided a couple times for they took a bunch of weed plants. I don't know what he didn't say what his charges are, but
my speaker just went out. I might have to switch the headset.
When you say turn yourself in, you mean like there's a warrant out for him, and he's just trying to go.
he wants to go confess.
Yeah, there's no warrant.
no.
There's no
No,
warrant.
no.
They don't
What
know
do you
whose pot plants they were, and he was just going to go tell them that they were his pot plants and to arrest
Yeah,
them.
that's the dumbest. You know what this is? This is that daddy thing where people actually feel bad, like, oh, I did something that's illegal, therefore it's immoral. You're like, no, what's immoral is for guys with guns to show up with their like gay little badges and point guns at you and go, now you have to stay in my cage because you did something that some other people wrote down and said was wrong. That's dumb. Like you owe them.
Yeah, that's
no
how
debt
laws
of
work.
honesty. You have no debt of
Laws are-
honesty.
yeah,
You have the right and the duty to avoid their punishment at all costs because it's corrupt.
that's what I told him. I said, you have the obligation, you owe it to anybody who cares about you to try to not go to jail. And I don't even think he feels guilty personally. I think he's just, I've like I said, I've been in his situation, different continent, different substance, but I think he's just caving to the pressure. It's the pressure of being in sort of that limbo, the suspense of not knowing what's coming next. And I think that he's
all of his
bitching out.
people are probably throwing him to the wolves too. Like, oh, you know what you did, and then you start like internalizing it or something. It's like, no. Have some gusto. Stand up against it. You know, like what? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. That should be his answer. I want to talk to an attorney. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, Blake, it's dumb unless it's stuff I scribbled down. Then it's smart.
I scribble down.
Yeah, if I scribbled it down, then it's good. But if someone else did,
What are you talking about,
yeah.
Hank?
oh, laws.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if I wrote them down, then it's good. Otherwise, they're bad unless I agree with
There's also
99% certain that the suspect is black.
Okay.
them.
there's also a difference between civil disobedience and trying to evade justice.
Yeah, but see,
well,
when you say
have to understand
justice,
what
what does
justice
that
is.
mean?
Balls, yeah, that is how law works.
The law, exactly. But who gets to say what the law is and who
Well,
says
the
what
people of
justice
society,
is?
we do. Legislators.
No,
You
no,
really
we
think
don't.
that,
That's
man?
what
You
I'm
don't
saying.
think the people have any
You've
say?
You've never
as
voted
much
for a
of a
single
fantasy
law in your life. Not
utopia
one
as
single
y'all
law have you ever
criticize
gotten a
Jack
say in.
for.
You actually think the people have any say in the justice, quote unquote? Like, what are you talking about? You're not that gay, dude.
We have a say in our legislators, who we elect as legislators
What
to
are you
make our laws,
talking
local,
about?
state, and federal level.
Okay, so which laws have you helped enact?
I haven't
Don't
helped
say
act
all of
any.
them.
I don't have a problem with the existing laws. I've voted on laws.
Really?
You voted on laws?
course
Which
Yeah,
one?
here in Washington
But
State,
you're
they have
also a
referendum system.
homosexual, and this is,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean, but this
I
is
have
like
no idea what his
very
sexuality
similar.
has to do with any of this. A
It's
conversation
because
about how
if you'll
laws
fall
are
for
made.
that, you'll fall for anything like Jew tricks, like the justice
Okay,
system.
all
All
right,
right,
law.
all right, dude. Well,
Hey, let's just dial it back. This is YouTube.
let's just get
Oh, yeah.
started.
Like we don't need to like. I know you.
No,
I know
just-
Jeff. I know
I-
that you
I'm
believe
trying
all
to-
the
I'm out here
all the
trying to make you
ridiculous
some
things.
money. I'm just-
I mean, like the
They'll never
Trinity
kill
Jews.
rock and roll.
I mean, the biblical Jews.
All right, it doesn't matter. We can
laws
just
in
not worry
Washington
about this
State,
thing.
you certainly do vote on laws. People can get referendums on ballots that are then enacted into law. Some states have that
So why
system.
haven't you helped legalize heroin and cocaine?
Because I don't want heroin and cocaine legal. I help legalize weed.
Yeah, I know, but see, doesn't that seem a little bit odd that you would be like, oh, I deserve some weed, but like other adults,
I
they
didn't
can't
say
have
I
heroin and
deserve
cocaine? Like, it's
Say what I
arbitrary,
This guy-
dude. How
no,
is that a
here-
moral thing?
Here's the thing about Jeff is he likes paying taxes. He's happy to pay
I
taxes.
know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Taxation is
That's all I meant by he takes it in the gut. That's all I meant. Is it's the same kind of thing.
I mean, it's not that I don't see your logic. It's just terms and services and shit.
Oh shit! You're right.
Um,
I'm gonna mute myself. I apologize.
Jeff, where does law the source of morality?
No.
No.
What is the source of morality?
Human subjectivity and intersubjectivity. And that
So-
sometimes gets codified into law, but they're not the same thing. Law isn't always codified morality, and morality isn't always codified into law. So some things can be legal but not moral, etc. And some things can be moral but not necessarily legal.
Motherfucker. And just like that.
Hello,
you're gonna
ladies.
stop.
That's right. What's up, ladies? I heard y'all were talking about narcotics.
Balls unshaved. Code is a collection of laws. Laws get codified. Functionally, they're talking about the same thing. I don't know what the fuck it is with these soft citizens that they can't just look things up.
Well, it's not like you can just they have a computer and can just type something in to a search engine. It's not like they can just do that.
No.
Or ask an AI.
Yeah.
Or
Google it.
Read a book.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they
Well,
have to come and tell you to do it for them because they're
That's
literate.
an ought, not an is. YouTube. Yeah, maybe some people think they ought to, but everyone's gonna have a different sense of morality. So whose morality should it reflect? Yours?
Yes,
I'm
mine.
I'm going to assume balls unshaved that Black's Law is going to work for you, right? Because I'm going to read you what the fuck a code is. I did this last night. A systematic collection, compendium, or revision of laws.
Or a listing of laws.
I hear people saying this shit all the time. So, and I retract balls and shaved. I retract my fingers. You don't deserve it, but I'm in a bit of a sassy mood because people are fucking retarded.
Yep.
What's
Yes.
next? Who's next? Chuck, don't fuck with me,
sir.
Chuck.
Give me
Hey,
some.
Chuck.
I was
Chuck is
I was-
like
I was
one of
pulling a jack on you.
Chuck
Oh.
is as chill as they come.
Yeah, you set me up good yesterday, you dog.
Hey, which edition do you want, dog?
Number 44.
Like it's like these people just like it doesn't matter what you show them; they're gonna insist that they. I don't know how.
Yeah.
Well, that's just like, what is it? The UCC. They try to take something out of the UCC. And if you go to that section, it says these definitions only apply to this section. But yet they want to use it universally.
Well, they already written it, so just using it as a library. It's like it's just efficient.
I think that this is the point. There's no such thing as laws. Balls unshaved, you don't have to acknowledge the law. You don't have to acknowledge something for it to be true.
Can I play peekaboo with it? Like, is it just cover my eyes, then it's gone? Peekaboo.
This is why I'm a big fan of cages and guns, right? Like, this is how you deal with animals. When people behave like animals, you throw them in cages.
In a cage.
Yeah, would you look at that?
But you was asking about morality earlier, Flo. Society as a whole sets what's moral.
Not necessarily.
I'm
Like
talking
it's,
about-
look at sexuality. It's sexual. A lot of people have opinions on sexuality, porn, sexual expression. None of that's necessarily illegal, but people have strong moral opinions about it.
Yeah, that's
Joshua wants to
true.
throw 2/3 of the population into the volcano behind it.
I mean, I just go by what Carl and Sling Blade said, you know?
What'd they say?
Two men ought not lay together.
Oh.
Well, I think they should. Just tell Carlos to my house.
It's
Was
okay
that
to
Billy
sit
Bob
there
Thornton?
instead. If they use a chair, it must be fine.
Man's okay. Just take him, put him in his closet, feed him some mustard and biscuits. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, Sass?
Yeah, you got a real pretty mouth too.
Sweet. Make him squeal like a pig. break him down like a shotgun, and make him squeal like a pig.
I'm gonna make you squeal like a pig, boy. Sorry, Hank. That might have caused some flashbacks or something. My bad.
Oh, not for me.
I remember I was about, what was that, 17, 18. And I was in Georgia going to school, and a buddy of mine lived in Huntsville, Alabama. And every weekend we take off to his mom and dad's house there in Huntsville. And the second time maybe, he said, "Oh man, I got this club. This club is kicking, man." We show up there, and I get out and I look at the sign, and the sign says Yum Yum Tree. I'm like, what the hell is it? You know, being deep south, I didn't know. So we go in, and it took me about 30 seconds to figure out what kind of club it was.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Yum Yum Tree comes with twigs and berries.
And the funny thing was, the guys that just looked like normal rednecks in there. This drunk dude come in there to get a beer. Apparently, he didn't know what kind of place it was. He looked around. He got his beer, and he looked around, and he hollered out, "This place ain't nothing but full of blank, blank F words."
Homosexuals.
And
Yeah. Then he
you could have heard
took his shirt off.
they
right?
unplugged the jukebox, and you could have heard a pin drop. And he shouted it out again, and they all started getting up. Well, he ran out the door, and I said, "We better get out of here." My buddy says, "No, sit tight. You don't want any of this." We wait for him to come back in. He says, "Now we go." Walk out. This dude's in his car, turned upside down in a big ditch.
They did not push him to that pit.
I don't know.
Grown men picked that car up, walked it over there, and tossed it in. I guarantee you.
I got no idea. I think it was magic.
I've seen it happen
Gay
before.
magic.
Oh, these weren't no little gay men. Trust me.
Dude, in Georgia, you don't have little homosexuals. Usually, they are little. They play the game and appear to be perfectly normal, but they're the coolest.
Normal
people.
rednecks.
On the other hand, you have really big bull guys who will straight up go flaming because you can't do anything about it. They out. Those guys are fun too if you can catch them on the right day, not in the wrong day. If you get my drift. I mean,
well, they all get prettier at closing time.
I got grinders.
Last time I checked, it didn't matter whether it was male or female in a bus station bathroom at 4 a.m.
Warm, wet mouth. The warm, wet mouth.
Is that why Flo State's wearing those big old girly earrings?
I don't know. You had to ask him.
That was the some prison challenge he did.
Yeah, I bet. Goes right along with his picture when he was molesting that refrigerator.
Yeah, I don't think Flo understands the charges he should have brought against him for that. First of all,
you seen it, didn't you, Sasquatch? Yeah.
I straight stole it.
Oh, did you?
That's what on OnlyFans. The very first thing you see when you pop up is him in the refrigerator. Hey, our revenue's picked up 15%. I'm not complaining. All I do is walk on cakes.
Yeah, I thought he was posing prison pics there, you know.
What, Jeff? Why did you turn the conversation so gay in here?
I didn't. That was Sasquatch.
I know.
Chuck of all people.
You screenshotted my booty picture.
Yeah. I did more than that. I use it for my intro screen.
I'm okay with that.
And it's increased my revenue by 15%. Because I'm pretty sure everyone that watches my OnlyFans is a gay guy in the first place.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, all they see is me walking on cakes. I don't see what the big draw is, but they do it. I mean, whatever.
Wait, you seriously walk on cakes?
What?
Can neither confirm nor deny this.
look it up.
What is happening?
Well, you know,
Jack,
Greg,
welcome.
Mark-
Did you hear the smoke I gave you?
I missed that. I ended up having some. We talked more. Our friend from Australia.
Did you give him awful advice?
Yes, absolutely. He's surely on his way to prison now, even before he turns himself in.
You say it jokingly, like I wasn't actually throwing smoke at you because
God
you're
damn, that's up in your
exploiting his
Oh, God
situation.
I bring my own smoke.
I did hear you describe that, but I don't see. I'm not exploiting. The guy's free to do what he's gonna do.
I know, and you're enabling him by feeding into his bullshit. He's making a decision out of fear, and you're enabling it.
How
Maybe
do you
it's out
know
of
he's not making?
conscience.
Yeah, out of a conscience. His conscience is bothering him. Maybe.
Why would you? Because there's no logical basis for you. If which he does agree that that these are unjust laws, and he's even further than me. He thinks that they don't have any right to have authority over him. That he only answers to God. So why the fuck are you going in to answer to it then?
Yeah,
No, it's a privilege, and they earned it via their overwhelming force.
It means he has
Maybe he-
conflicting beliefs. He's in conflict.
Maybe
with
he
himself.
don't believe in secrets.
I mean,
Well,
he's
secret
just like
you, bud.
volunteering himself. Like, just fuck me up, bro.
Yep.
Those are my plants. I did it. Come get me.
Well, the
I
way
mean,
he
he's not
talked
even
is-
making them get them. He's going to them. It's just silly, man. Like, if they wanted to get you, they would get you.
I mean,
it sounded like he
and
was going to court already.
it does. I mean, he's going to confess, so it doesn't matter what was. He's going to confess.
He
That's
needs-
just there's nothing you could do more that confirms that they have authority over you, that gives them exactly what they want, that helps empower the system. They get money for locking you up. It's just every single thing about what his solution is antithetical to what he claims to want.
Spoken like a true anarch.
Well,
Yeah.
none of us live over there, so
Not
we
all of
really
us like the
don't
taste
know.
of boots.
Wait, let me understand this. He was making his claims based off of biblical stances.
Not necessarily biblical, but he referenced God a few times.
And he didn't like the
Oh.
idea of telling lies.
I think that's a cop out.
Romans 13's pretty damn clear about it. Shit, like you're supposed to do what the government tells you to do. There's a few exceptions.
I'm not Christian. I don't give a fuck what that book says.
Well, I was just his
The
claim.
phrasing of it, though. The phrasing
That's
is
why
excellent.
you're in the trouble that you
Caesar
got
that which is
into.
Caesar's.
No, it's not. I'd have gotten in more trouble if I followed that.
I mean, that seems like something the government would add in somewhere along the thousands of years of history.
Doesn't it? Oh yeah, by the way.
Just sneak that in there. Yeah, every religion's actually supposed to follow the government while you're at it. Yep.
Yeah, I'm Josh. I'm glad I have you up here because on the Machine Lies the other day, I said Christian nationalism was sophistry used to control Christians. It's a mind control operation to control Christians by non-Christians.
The fuck is Christian
Control
sovereignty?
Christians by non-Christians.
Yeah, Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism. Yeah.
And how's that supposed to
So
work?
that's a hard stretch with the mind control concept.
Yeah. So take advantage of Christianity to get people who are religious people just do what they want. It's
I disagree, Hank, because the government been fighting too hard against the religions in order to make it a mainstream problem.
How
That's
does
why-
this Christian do anything other than Christian things? Is my question.
I
How do
couldn't hear
what?
you over.
How does a psyop by the government about Christian nationalism get Christians to do anything? I don't understand.
Oh, it's not the government. It's by politicians that happen to be in the government or not be in the government at the time.
No, I can answer
You're
that.
talking shadow
I-
government.
I've never heard this, but it makes sense because Christian nationalism subverts the individual to government authority, more government authority, and so you just leverage Christianity so that you get that group of people to demand their subservience. It makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
Or there are people that can sincerely believe in Christian nationalism. Like not everything doesn't have to be a psyop.
It does. Everything's not a psyop, but
No,
just
but something. I mean, not everything is a total psyop, but most things are strategic.
How, based on what?
Based
That's
on
quite an assumption.
Oh, okay. Let
you
me
think
finish
that
on this.
people who are in
100%.
positions of power aren't playing chess? You think that they just play checkers because
I don't know what they're doing.
Okay, I'll tell you what to do.
I don't assume that they are. I don't assume that every
Well,
person in
that's
power
why
sits
you're
around all
a
day
youthful
playing
idiot,
chess.
Jeff.
That seems so cartoonish to me.
Hey, Jeff, literally on this panel, our friend Joshua Jones is an atheist Christian nationalist. There you go.
Yeah, I'm aware. What does
So
that
that's my point. They exist.
You think he's a psyop? I never said they didn't exist. I
Well,
know
why
plenty of
would
them.
why
I
else
never
would
said that.
atheists
I don't know.
promote
I think you're off track. That's not what.
Why wouldn't
Here's-
atheists promote Christianity if it wasn't for the leverage power? Of
I don't think that Josh or most of the people who adhere to it are psyops. I think that powers that be see useful angles and can push them that way.
Yeah, maybe they could. Maybe, who knows?
And so I think that the Christian nationalism push is probably not organic. The reason it went from you never heard anything about it 2 years ago to
right.
now it's
But
a
it could
prominent
also
thing.
be viral and mimetic. That's another possibility. Like how do you measure when something is organic and when it's
I mean, ultimately, it doesn't necessarily matter so much.
especially in the age of social media where everything's mimetic and can go viral and
Yeah,
everybody's in control of that.
I suppose it doesn't really matter to me, and I guess I'm not really even making that claim. I don't think
Christian
Well, just
Christian
remember Ruby
nationalism
Ridge.
it's mostly reactionary.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think it's been purposefully used. It's been purposefully rolled out, this idea of Christian nationalism. You can see it especially in the way some of the presidents came out. I watched an interesting presentation, not specifically on this, but recently about how when Carter came in, he was like the useful idiot that wasn't inside the system. And he was sold to the American public as a new start, something fresh. And I understood with the idea of Christian values. And then you got Reagan coming in, claiming the Christian values. And that's really what pushed the right, I think, formed the right into that Christian nationalism. But nationalism on itself, it creates a separation. And the only way you're going to have separation is if you recognize the state authority above ourselves. So this Christian nationalism, I think it's
a Trojan horse.
There you go. Thank you.
And the Hegelian dialectic, I mean, it's the Hegelian dialectic. These things are out there. It's I don't know why you would think that they're not using them when we can see it at play.
I don't know why you would assume that they are.
I'm not assuming. I'm just.
You have to make.
Well, we have examples of it with the ATF selling sawed-off shotguns to Randy Weaver at a Christian nationalist gathering in Idaho.
Even if that's true, you're extrapolating.
You have to extrapolate something.
Yeah, but there's intelligent ways to do it, and there's like just conspiratorial ways.
No, it's not a conspiracy. Just literally an atheist Christian nationalist on panel right now. You can ask them.
Hank, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't know why you
doesn't.
keep bringing that up.
Thank you.
Because you're splitting.
Hank, stop.
I just
stop
think you're confused.
railing. I don't know what you're doing either.
You're confused.
Well, just to say, I haven't seen the thing. It's right here.
I never said I haven't seen you're not tracking what we're talking about.
No.
You're
Hank,
way
just
out of the
shut
weeds.
your mouth and just listen for a second so you can get back into the groove of the conversation and figure out what the fuck we're talking about.
Now I'm gonna go get some pizza instead. See you later.
Thanks for joining, Hank.
Oh my
Hank's the man.
Hank
I
is
was
the man.
y'all
But sometimes he just gets locked onto something.
It's the
and he
autism.
won't-
He gets fixated on irrelevant detail. And he follows a track that only he is on, and he can't connect it to the larger conversation. That happens all the time.
Fuck,
Me and him
maybe I'm
fight
autistic.
constantly
Now
over
you
that.
got me thinking I'm autistic.
I don't think you are. I think you're ADHD. I mean, you're neurodivergent, but who knows how much of it is autism? Your social perception is too keen, I think, to be autism.
But I don't even remember what I was saying now.
We were talking about how the government utilizes Christian nationalism as a Trojan horse to infiltrate groups, and I kind of I felt like I blurted out, but I was thinking about Ruby Ridge and what they did to Randy Weaver.
Oh, well, and just
killed his dog, killed his wife, killed his son, and then dropped the charges.
I've talked before, yeah, right, about how I went. I was a Proud Boy, but I did not go to January 6th. But how it was the guy who drove most of the people there for my chapter was a Fed, and like they're just. I mean, we just got example after example of them playing both sides. So
Absolutely,
I don't know how
man.
I don't know how anybody could
everybody
think
here could be a
there's
Fed.
not conspiracies. Go ahead. Somebody respond because I'm about to start slurping down food.
Oh, sorry.
I just think it's faulty reasoning to us, like because you have a few instances to assume everything is an instance of that.
But you have to make I mean, if you have to,
you don't
make
have to.
reasoning at all,
You could suspend. You could be skeptical until you have reason to adopt a conclusion, which is the.
I have reason to assume
a track record,
any tool
a
they
pattern.
have available to oppress anyone they can get their little wormy fingers into, so that they can derive as much value from you. That is to say, cash, labor from you as they can. They use every law, every tactic, every method, take all your rights, and completely ignore the fact that you're a human being.
They didn't take mine.
No one's doing this to me, so I don't have.
And you could look up J-Trig, which is I mean, there's you just have to look for it. There's so much evidence out there in favor of what I'm saying and against what you're saying, which is suspension of judgment. At some point, suspending judgment is a judgment.
But how do you know it's not confirmation bias or motivated reasoning? That because you're looking for it, you're seeing it in places that it's not actually.
Because I was looking because I didn't get confirmation bias when I was looking at the Sov Sit stuff. I think the Sov Sit stuff is bullshit, even though I wanted to find it. I don't know. I think I'm a pretty good investigator, but at some point, if you refuse to make a judgment, even though you have evidence one direction, at that point you're.
But what you're calling evidence is just like circumstantial.
It's a pattern,
like a broad, yeah, but maybe not. Maybe it's poor pattern matching and knowing when a pattern applies to something.
No,
because everything can look like a pattern after a while.
Okay, if the federal government,
I don't know about this. There's too many groups. So here's the issue. So it doesn't really matter whether it's Proud Boys, Christian nationalism. Just go down the list of any group that you can think of. Right? There's always going to be some concept where a group is either going to oppose the government or try to subvert it in some format, right? It is the job of the government to infiltrate those and enforce laws. It just so happens that usually groups are that's their goal, is to make changes within society, aka also, resulting in changes in the government. It's just two sides pitted against each other based off of ideology or whatever it is, and then the government's going to respond to that. Flo's claim isn't really, it's more of a truism. It's always been that way.
They have the resource to infiltrate every single group on the planet. I mean, in the U.S.
I don't know about the resources. Not every group. I mean, obviously, there are going to be some that are going to get ignored or lower prioritized than others.
My life, and I don't ever walk in assuming that a federal agent has infiltrated them. Like, I have no reason to assume.
Satanic churches had two feds inside.
That would not have even crossed my mind. I don't know why they would waste their time infiltrating the Satanic Temple.
Because it's got political. Well, because it's got political stances that oppose some type of regulation within the federal government.
Actually, their political stance is aligned way more with Biden's agenda right now than probably.
Noted.
It doesn't particularly matter which two opposing parties, right? Both equally have their hands within executive branches, that they can and often do fight each other. Sometimes the middleman.
Naive, and I think y'all are paranoid. So where?
I disagree that they're opposing branches. I think that it takes two wings to make the bird fly. They both answer to the Federal Reserve to continue funding the country.
Well, that's your crackpot theory.
I mean, that's not a theory. That's literally the way that government is funded, is through the Federal Reserve. Both of them have the same master.
So your response to him explaining what he believes is to say that it's a crackpot theory because you disagree.
Well, yes, I'm glad you said what he believes, because he's trying to pass it off as reality. He's trying to pass a belief
his
off
reality.
as fact.
No, it is the reality. The federal government
If
has
he
to
had
borrow
said
money.
this is my opinion of what I believed.
No, but it's not an opinion. I'm telling you the way that it works. Literally, no, it's not, dude. Where does money come from in the U.S.?
The Federal Reserve.
Jeff, I was asking Jeff, where does money come from?
Like taxes and stuff.
Well, that the tax goes to repay interest, but how does money get into the economy? The dollars get into the
I don't
economy.
know that. You would know better than me.
That's what I'm telling you. This is not my crackpot theory. This is the way that it works. The federal government borrows money from the Federal Reserve, which is a privately owned bank. Government does not fund anything unless the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a private entity, says it can. They all answer the same master.
It's deceiving. The name.
Who's the master? Because my research on the Federal Reserve said the opposite.
It's neither federal nor reserve.
What does your research in the Federal Reserve say?
Well, I'm going to start with the Wikipedia article.
I mean,
in fact, they have an entire article on criticism of the Federal Reserve, where they take each one of these talking points.
I don't know. I don't think Flo's claim is all that outrageous. To be fair, that's kind of how stuff works.
To be honest, I'm not sure what his exact claim is, because he's made several. Like
the government prints money. Is basically what he's saying. I believe the government prints money. Every time it prints money, it has to pay interest on the money that it printed before. So we just have to keep printing more money.
My claim is that
how is that a conspiracy or
both parties really work for the same master, which is the Federal Reserve. So they're not actually opposed.
I don't believe the Federal Reserve is not at the top of our governmental pyramid. We have three co-equal branches of government, and y'all are putting something called the Federal Reserve above all of that.
Do you know why?
Borrow the money from them.
Can you understand why it seems the Federal Reserve is above the three main branches of government?
I'm glad you said seems. So help me understand why people think it might be.
It's because the three branches of government have given money the power, and the entire government, the state, exists to protect the investments, the creation of the Federal Reserve. It's and it has gotten into the point where the left and right, all the parties, that's all they're there to do, is protect the economic interests.
I think that's one of the things that politicians are going to do, but that doesn't necessarily mean. Is it because you think everything is centralized through the Federal Reserve?
You have no idea this is all a giant scam, bro?
That's what we're talking about.
That people use government violence and force to extract
I
wealth
take it back.
out of
That's
us
not what we're
guns?
talking about. Go ahead with your tangent.
It's not a tangent. This is what the whole
That's nothing.
system is.
None of us were talking about using. We were talking about the Federal Reserve.
Real quick to freak the Fed. It does. The federal government is not funded by It's not
funded by taxes. No,
interest payment. Interest. Basically, all federal income taxes go to interest payments on existing debt. To have current financing, we take out more debt.
But why do they use taxation to pay part of the interest on the balance?
Well,
to give the illusion that our money still has value, because if we just printed it all and the people didn't have to slave away, people would realize this is just.
But, I mean, that is off topic though, because like I'm just trying to establish that there aren't two parties working opposite each other; they're working together. But
why do they have different platforms and pass different types of laws?
Their only differences are in trivial wedge
matter
issues.
which party is in power.
Think about abortion. None of them really care about abortion.
How
They
do you know what individual legislators care about?
Here, maybe I can break this down a little bit easier. It's take it down to the small man, right? Just your average everyday Joe on the side of the road, right? He needs money to survive, to function, to do whatever the hell he wants to do, whatever that is, right? Requires money. It's the same concept with a business. A business is in the business of generating revenue. It can only function so long as revenue exists. It has to have its hands in it. As a larger organization, like a government, would have that same requirement. It can't function without the money. If the money ceases, the government ceases to go with it too. It just is the way that it is. That's why his claim is not really that outrageous.
Well,
it's
I
more of a
understand that
truism.
so far. It's the fact that
Right.
there's the conspiracy with the Federal Reserve at the top that I'm not connecting.
The way he words it.
I'm explaining the mechanics of it. Ultimately, if the Federal Reserve can cut off both parties equally.
Cut off how? Like, what do you mean? They could just
your loan is denied.
You don't know that central banks control the world, dude? You're not aware of this?
I think it's way more nuanced and complex
is-
than any of you
It
are
isn't.
simplifying.
Dude, if
This
you
is
have
what-
all the money,
It
if
is.
you have- if you have
You're
all the money
absolutely
in the
right.
world, you can do
This is
whatever
what-
you want. You
This
can
is what
make
the
whatever
phrase
you want.
debt-based economy is talking about. The fact that to have the dollar come into existence in the economy, they lent the first dollar, and the federal government owes them back $1.10. But that
It
10 cents
cannot be.
doesn't exist.
It's impossible to pay it back.
Right.
That's
So-
exactly
You're
the
a
point.
slave.
Right. It's a
Slavery.
constant
It's
growth
slavery.
model. Our fiat currency is not meant to last
Maybe
forever.
Flo, maybe if you can translate it into like something practical that impacts my daily life that I might be able to understand.
I don't know
Basically,
about your
your
daily
money,
So
your
if
money
you-
is always going to be worth less than it was the years before. That's what it
All
means.
right.
If
So
in
here's
order
how-
to buy
Every
a
year,
penis,
your
you
money's
have
going to be worth
buy
less and less.
1.6
So that's the ultimate
Mhm.
issue with the Federal Reserve.
I want to give the floor to Sasquatch.
Inflation.
Get in there, Sasquatch.
When you go to the club, sex club, to buy your butt plug, it's going
I
to
don't
cost
go to
you
that.
more.
That's
Okay, I'm just saying. You said
just
put
give
it
me an
on-
example I could relate to.
That's what I'm trying to do.
That's
It's
not
going
what
to
I can
cost you
relate
more because of the fiat currency used by taxation. The taxation on fiat currency used to pay back only the interest and
to.
not
But
all
is
of
that
it.
just inflation? Like things cost more over time?
The interest from the central banks was not initially established by the existence of the gold-backed currency. It wasn't until
None
the
of that
currency
seems like
the
this
silver
giant
standard.
shadow
Finish
conspiracy
my
to
sentence.
enslave
You're just gonna
humanity.
talk
Though.
with the
It
people
just
because
seems like
you
Jeff,
think
what
you're
is-
more, you agree more. What? I don't understand. It's a sentence. I start, middle, end. We say it. Usually, when we're having a conversation, the other person listens for a minute and then
All right, but
responds.
yeah.
go
Well, I
ahead,
don't know how
Jose.
many
Go.
panels you've been on. But
Are you
that's-
over talking me?
What I'm saying is, whenever when you tax the source of money, you reduce the value of the money made. That is a part of inflation that is artificially induced because we've left the gold and silver standard. It's now a petrodollar and it's liquid.
So
Right?
is the
So-
objection to inflation? Like, is
100%
that
of
the big
inflation is due to
I'm trying
printing
to
money.
understand the conspiracy.
You're stuck in conspiracy.
Y'all are
in the-
complaining because your money is not worth what you think it should be
Well,
worth.
it's based on the. It's based
It
on.
doesn't sound like
fuel.
enslavement
It's
of
not
humanity.
based on the actual assets available. It's based on debt. The debt is what gives it value.
But it
and the
still
debt can
works.
never
Like,
be
if you
repaid.
use money and buy things.
I mean, you just can't tell a guy. Yeah.
Look,
Can we
all-
take it?
100
Can we take it back?
100% of inflation is due to money being printed. When they print more money, when you have more of currency in circulation for the same amount of assets, the currency devalues.
Wait, Flo,
And-
go back to you borrow $1 and it cost you $1.10. Go back to that. I think you were off to the right start and we derailed you.
Well, I don't remember where I was going with that, except to say that, like,
That was just explaining the inflation.
But how the
Jeff,
inflation comes about. It comes out from
Yeah, but
original thing.
that's not what
Right,
that's
because-
not what Jeff was complaining about. Jeff was complaining about specifically about the
But Jeff
two-party
doesn't even
system
know what
working
he's complaining
together.
about.
look,
That's
I
what
just-
Jeff was talking about. Yeah,
I wasn't
the
complaining
working.
about anything. I was trying to understand what y'all were complaining about. I don't have a problem
Okay,
with the system.
So you have the RNC or the GOP. You got the DNC. They're basically to hear Flo explain it, he's basically talking about they work together, right? You can word this in a way where it sounds conspiratorial. Problem is it's also got some grounding in functionality. It has to be that way simply because the bottom line is if for any reason the currency goes away, the money just disappears, right? Then so do both parties. Their survival is based on the government having money.
But when
simple.
has that happened or been in danger of happening? Like, you think money's just going to disappear?
Just about several governments have collapsed that way.
Yeah, it happens
That's
all the
all right.
fucking time. You just have to look out. You just have to look globally and over
I guess
time.
it's not something I'm worried about.
It's
as a
literally the
realistic
history
thing.
of the world. It is all of history throughout like modern era.
I'm
mankind.
not paranoid enough to think that the United States currency is going to suddenly
You're not even
disappear.
paranoid
That
enough
seems
to
so
think
far
that.
This is braggadocious nonsense.
I mean, that's fine. You don't have to worry about it. It is happening. It is real, and it's why.
Okay, well, I don't see any effect of it in my life. So I
You
guess
don't
I'm not
know
gonna
what
worry
is
about it. We can
causing
talk about
what.
something
That's what I'm
else.
saying. You don't understand what's causing the effects in your life, and you don't care about it. Is what I'm hearing.
I'm not seeing money disappear. Like, I'm just.
Are
not
you seeing it get
happen.
devalued?
So unless Jeff sees it, it's not actually happening, everyone. So
And
that's
are you
cool.
seeing? Are you seeing any discussions about CBDC?
Nobody I know's money is disappearing. I don't.
Oh my
this is
God!
what I'm hearing
That's
about
what
the possibility
That's
of money
what
disappearing.
inflation is. That's what inflation is. It extracts the value from the money.
Inflation
Why
has
do you-
been happening.
So wait,
I've
wait.
seen
If there's
inflation my entire
100,
life. It
okay,
is
you have
not.
$100. Let me
Doesn't
try
look
this.
like a
Can I
conspiracy. It
give it a
doesn't look
try?
like a
Come on,
catastrophe.
Jeff.
It just looks like a normal.
Let me give it a try. So if we
economic
all have
reality.
$100, right?
I am
So
a
there's
saloon Eddie.
so that's $900 between us, right? And let's say Joe Asshole shows up and he prints $1,100, right? Let's say one other guy just shows up and he gets out his printer and he doubles the amount of currency in circulation. He has stolen 50% of our value out of that money that we had to begin with. And you're just okay with that? You don't understand.
First of
how
all, I don't
inflation
think
is?
that's what's happening. And second of all,
It doesn't matter if you think it. That's the whole thing. Is
well,
you're
just
okay.
because you say it's
It
happening
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
mean it's happening.
I
Like, there's
can
not
tell
this
you-
little man in a room printing money just to make people's dollars worth. Like,
It's a lot of. Yes,
Oh my
yeah.
God, you're
That,
Hold
that
on.
is
Shut
so
up. Don't ever
insanely
talk.
crazy to me.
I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna
Try
explain.
this.
It's no, you're not.
Okay.
No.
Are you over talking me?
Okay. Inflation happens when people print money to cover debts that they don't have.
It
That's the
happens for
government.
all kind of reasons.
No, it doesn't. There's one source of inflation, and it's printing more money into existence.
No, I don't see money. If you're talking about inflation and you're framing that as money disappearing,
Hold on. You don't know where I'm going. Don't try to
You don't
jump
even
ahead
know
of me
what
and figure it out.
the comic
Just
guy.
stay with me where I'm at.
Because that's like the eating the bugs thing. You're actually
You're
talking
trying to jump
about
too far
the
ahead. Stay
sustainability
with
of the
me.
meat industry, but it was framed as
Jeff,
eating the
we're going to
bug.
get there one step at a time together. Inflation is caused by printing money. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
What
You're
is a
stupid.
different
It's
source of
increasing the
inflation?
money supply. That's literally the definition of inflation. You don't
That's
even
your
get that.
definition that you're telling me.
No, it
What
is
is
the
it? No.
definition, dude.
Hey, I'm
Okay, I can
I'm
look
doing
up.
this.
Are you over talking me?
Increase in prices and goods and services in an economy over a period of time.
Why? I want you to give me a cause that's not printing.
Okay, let me ask the AI.
Look at this is wild.
Jeff, yeah, no, go ahead. Jeff, I put the restream button up there so that people can use it.
Oh, right on. I didn't really know how all that worked. but
Yeah.
I thought I'd just be nice and ask your permission first.
I-
Okay,
I
it's given me
appreciate
a whole list of reasons.
And they're all
Demand
bullshit.
pull
But let's go.
inflation, rising wages and incomes, inflation, supply chain disruptions, rising resource prices, government policies,
Okay, just
What
and
causes the
monetary
rise
factors.
in the prices?
Look, we can knock them down one at a time.
So what I
Ultimately-
had said is I believe I don't think that's the only thing that causes inflation. I believe there's several things that cause inflation, and that is exactly what
you have is you have AI giving you a PR answer. Ask AI all sorts of PR questions or not
Okay,
PR.
I'll ask Google or
Whatever.
Wikipedia.
Here's the thing. Do they muddy the water on these sort of topics? Absolutely. Psychology and economics are the two topics that
You're
people
trying to
aren't
make
thought
me
about.
think inflation is caused by one
It
thing.
is only cause the only reason that money would lose value How does this supply chain disruption?
Why
cause money to
do
lose-
all of these websites that seem credible give multiple reasons for inflation, and
Steve,
you're trying
all
to
of
get
them-
me to believe it's only
all
caused
of
by
them-
some little
lying to
man in
you.
a room with a printing press?
all of them dial back to one source? Think about it. Why would you said supply chain disruption? Why would that cause money to lose value?
Can I chime in?
Yes.
Please.
Okay, my answer that I got for what causes inflation is if the money supply grows too big relative to the size of the economy, in short form. Meaning
just
government
asked if
spending could affect it, but not necessarily.
I just
So-
asked it, is there a single cause for inflation? It says no, there is not a single cause for inflation. As
Yeah.
you mentioned, multiple factors can contribute
How
to
many
inflation,
times
and they
does Google
often
tell you
interact
the
with each
truth,
other
by
in
the way?
complex ways. This makes sense to me.
Jeff,
What you're
that
saying
doesn't
does not
say
make
That's
sense
because
anything.
to
you're a
me.
cuck, dude.
No.
So
I
to
need
get
you-
me
I
Okay.
from
need you to
this to
engage
what
your
you're
brain.
saying, you're gonna have to walk me
I
through
need
a
you to
lot of
engage
steps,
your brain with me,
collect
okay?
connect
We're
a lot
gonna
of
walk
dots,
through these
and give me
things.
some pretty convincing
All right, well, we
arguments
can
and
spend
evidence.
8 hours on the first semester.
That's
of
why I'm willing to
economics you
talk
never
about
got.
something else, because I
Yeah,
don't
let
think
me,
it's going to
can
get
I speak to,
accomplished.
No,
so
we're
we
not
should
going to
Can I
talk
try
start
about
for a
it.
now.
second,
I know
guys?
what I'm talking about here.
There's
I've
two
done.
I think,
boys
Jeff,
to
you
think
do
over.
acknowledge that prices are going up, right? You do acknowledge that.
Yeah, yes, I said inflation's been happening my
Okay.
whole life, and I
And
said it's not. It doesn't seem like a conspiracy or end of the world
Has it
catastrophe.
ever turned
what our
around?
concern, what most of our concern, at least mine, and I think the pattern that we've seen is that the increase has been an exponential one. So what
I have noticed since
Increase
COVID.
in production could cause inflation. Increase in production
No,
costs
it wouldn't.
or
It would
increase in
not.
demand for production and services. And there are
Increase
three
in-
different types of
No,
inflation.
hold on.
Flaw is
Allegedly.
smarter than all of these
Pause.
websites. So
I want you to recognize that all of these things only cause temporary disruptions in market prices. They would stabilize when the market finds a new equilibrium. It would not. Turn into a perfect decline in the value of the dollar over time in all areas. Anybody got anything for that? What these are, they're describing temporary price disruptions. That's not inflation. Inflation is a different thing, and it is only caused by printing money and devaluing the dollar. When they
Right.
print money
Well,
into
it's what you
existence,
say,
Right.
But
You
these
know,
sources are telling me otherwise.
we all
I've got a
go through
degree. I've
stimulus
got a
checks.
degree. You've got like the first line of a Google search.
Okay.
Oh my God,
What about
you
the
said
three
was
main
legitimate.
causes?
Fine.
Demand pull inflation, cost push inflation, and built-in inflation.
Sorry if I was an economics major. My
Hey,
bad.
Harvey,
Were you were too?
Yeah,
might be a little out of class
Okay,
here.
so that's you top feed.
yeah.
Okay, so now we've got two econ majors and Chat GPT or Wikipedia.
Okay, I know how to do research, so I can research this myself without
Oh.
relying on random panelists.
You want to
Alright.
research your vagina.
Informed
That's
information
one
there.
thing I am confident in, and I can think critically about.
Mine's
the
actually
research I'm
from
doing.
Well, that's the thinking critically part is exactly what you're refusing to do.
It's what you're
No.
not doing. You won't even accept.
Part of thinking
Look, what does
critically is
inflation
vetting
mean?
your
When
sources.
when you inflate a balloon, what are you doing to a balloon?
blowing it up.
Exactly. You're adding more to it. So if goods and services don't increase at a rate in equilibrium with the increase in the money supply, the money is thus worth less. It's mathematical. You can't even argue this. It's just a mathematical.
So far, what I
truth.
got out of this cover is inflation. People are concerned about inflation.
Dude.
Well,
I'm
because
not.
you refuse to even
No, God bless you, dude. You did good.
you refuse to
You
even
did good.
acknowledge where you don't have the understanding.
No, I have acknowledged that. I said I don't. I even said you would know more about this than me. You were the banker.
Okay, then I'll
So
then I'll just
there's been
then I'll
points
just, I'll
of
just
discussion
stop
where I
asking
have
you and I'll just
acknowledged
go
my
on.
limitations.
I'll just do a lecture here. Inflation is only caused by printing money over time, which
I
it's
disagree.
not. See, you don't get to disagree, Jeff. Yeah, I see you down there. I'll bring you back up after I get this out. Inflation is only caused by printing money. I'm not talking about market disruptions or price volatility. Those are different things. It's only caused by printing money. When somebody prints money into existence, what they're doing is they're devaluing the existing dollar. So everybody who already has dollars, theirs worth less. They're literally extracting the value from your pockets. That is, they know they're doing it. They do it. It's just you guys talking amongst yourself. I'll put some clips with Federal Reserve presidents talking about how they know what they do.
I just asked it if inflation is caused only by printing money, and it says while printing money, also known as increased money supply, can contribute to inflation, it's not the sole cause. You want me to believe you over this with all of his sources?
Over Google? Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Well,
they've changed. You can look up Milton Friedman. They've changed the definition of inflation over time just for dumb fucks like you right now. This is exactly why they changed definitions.
Okay, yeah. This is
literally
all,
exactly.
I'm starting to see it now. Yes, you're right.
All right, touche. That was a pretty good response.
I mean,
that was a good response.
It's not all that simple to understand for people who haven't been invested in it. I don't blame you for being resistant to the idea that there's some sort of a conspiracy, but there always has been.
And then Flo also made the state like they know what they're doing. You don't know what they know. Like, how do you know what people?
I do because they talk about
point
it.
Of skepticism
I do because I've learned about it. I've heard them talk about it.
Like
Jeff, I know this stuff because I've learned about it. I'm not.
You don't know what
it.
any individual knows or doesn't know.
That is true. You don't know what you don't know.
That's not something you can learn about.
But I do know what they say.
Exactly.
Inferences. We had this conversation the other day with Mark.
I'm not inferring about this. You're inferring that I'm inferring.
No, you're inferring what people know and why they're doing
things. If they don't know something, how the fuck could they say it?
Who is
that's not how you used they know. You said they know what they're doing.
They talk about it. That's what I'm doing. I'm finding you the clips right now.
All right.
I mean, it all leads to you'll own nothing and be happy and eat the bugs.
We've already had the eat the bugs conversation, which turned out to be a big dud.
Wait. Just wait.
Well, damn, this turned really weird. You got a claim of two parties working together, and now we're going to be discussing inflation. It's just hilarious.
Somebody should just put up a video of how sheep are herded, and that should sum that one up. About how two parties that are like not working with one another like would do that. You know, that's pretty much how that works. Just saying.
Well, that was the better conversation. We got off on this tangent.
Well, the reason Jeff is being stuck on an incidental point is because he refuses to go past it to consider further considerations. He wants to try to shuffle the blame off onto a dozen different topics and say that Flow State's being pigheaded about choosing one. But the largest contribution to inflation on long term, the main one, pretty much the only one long term, is printing additional money.
Okay, I just gave several sources that contradict that, so I don't know how you could say.
Are they Google?
Just said.
I just think we should be more specific with our Jeff references.
Point taken. We got two Jeffs.
Oh yeah.
The chat's doing it too, man. It drives me nuts.
Well, it must feel bad to be you over there, bud.
Oh no. I like Gen X Jeff, man. I came on his channel the other day, and you know, I feel like he is having he honestly wants to know, and I honestly want him to know. So, but yeah,
I listen to understand, but I also know how to follow logic and arguments, and when things don't line up or make sense, or there's a breakdown in that, I can't get past it. I'm too conscious and aware of it.
And it's easy to get fixated. It's, you know, this stuff, it's so grandiose, it's hard to believe sometimes, you know, that there are groups that work in the shadows to do what they do. But, you know, it's like the movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson. You know, it was a CIA op to begin with, to associate the word theory with conspiracy, to, you know, just to throw it off right from the start. Just some sort of Albert Bonet sort of promoted bacon and eggs for breakfast. Like that was an American staple that was made through propaganda. Not that that's not great. I still love bacon.
Simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. So to lend to a bank, we simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account that they have with the Fed. So it's much more akin although not exactly the same, but it's much more akin to printing money than it is to borrowing.
You've been printing money.
Well, effectively.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digital.
Flooding the system with money.
Yes, exactly.
And there's no end to your ability to do that.
There is no end to our ability to do that.
Yep.
Okay, I guess that settles it. That looked authoritative to me with all the jump cuts.
And
propagandist.
All right, well, you can go do your own research. I gave you jumping off.
I intend to. I've been doing it the whole time we've been talking. People
kind
in
of
the chat are
matters.
saying I'm a know-it-all and arrogant and all that, and all I'm doing is just reading off of what I'm researching. So it's not even coming from me.
So it kind of more matters who those people were that can interview.
Yeah, it's learning how to identify credible sources.
So the
You
only
don't
real
think the Fed chairman is a credible source?
I don't think you're a
Google's
credible
not.
source.
You think
Especially after the many
ChatGPT is a credible
conversations we've had
source?
when I've caught you in faulty logic and outright lying.
And I've
So
admitted every
forgive
time
me
that I've
if I
made
don't
it
just
up,
like swallow everything you tell me.
and I've admitted
said
every time I've made
swallow.
something up. But yeah, But the problem is that you don't engage your brain. You ask ChatGPT, which you trust. That's a bad thing to trust, anyways. But you trust
I'm not only
ChatGPT,
going off of ChatGPT.
and
I pulled
ChatGPT
up- I
told
pulled up
you.
an entire list of sources on the subject.
And then you don't engage your brain on it. You've got 2 econ degrees up here trying to tell you that everything dials back to printing money, and you're going, "No, I ChatGPT'd it." But you need to engage your brain to
Yeah, but
actually understand what we're telling you.
for somebody who's so anti-authority, you want me to just accept you as an authority?
No, I
Just
don't want you to
listen
accept
me because
No, I
know
don't
what
want you
I'm
to
talking
accept me
about.
as an authority. I want you to use your brain and
That's
think
what I'm
with me.
doing. That's
And
part
think
of
with
the
me.
using of the
No,
brain is
you're
to
not.
do-
You're using your brain to try to find other
conducting-
authorities.
Conducting the right
You're
amount
looking
of
for a
research.
different authority. That's the problem. You need to understand things
Than
because you
you,
understand.
yeah, exactly. I'm looking for a different authority than just
Right.
you. Yes.
That's the problem is you don't think for yourself. You're just looking to figure out who to think for you. I'm
No,
trying to get you to
that-
think
no,
with
you-
me. I can walk you through the thought, but you have to come with me. You can't just insist on finding somebody else to think for you.
You're mistaken if that's what you think I'm doing. You
That
don't
is what I
understand-
think you're
You don't
doing.
understand research then.
Asking ChatGPT is not research.
Okay, we're looping now. I've already addressed that.
I just established.
He said he
that.
doesn't
If that's what
rely
you
on
think
that.
I'm doing, then you haven't been paying attention.
That's what you said you would. I got a little bit outside of my skin there. I was just trying to. Yeah, I'm gonna sit over here and smoke me a joint.
It's okay. You're doing good. You're doing
I've
good.
said many times, like we could talk about something else. I'm more than willing to move on from this. I didn't even intend this to be the topic.
Well, we
Can
can't
I
go
can I
forward on
suggest
any
something that we can talk about? This
Yes.
is just kind of like completely random. Okay,
Alright.
so there was this kid that went missing Friday night, and he went missing in Alabama. He's 4 years old. He's nonverbal and he's autistic.
Hold
And
on,
they
hey,
found him-
Barbie, hold
What?
on. I got to cut you off because I got this super chat in and I want to address it so that we can get off the topic, but I want to get in there before and then let you take us somewhere else.
Okay.
Okay, Gen X is Ben Bernanke credible?
I don't know. I know he's some like federal guy. I don't know enough about him to know
All right.
that question.
All right, go ahead, Barbie. Now take us away.
Okay. And so they found him yesterday afternoon around 3 p.m. and he was in like remarkably good health and he had no shoes on. A lot of people think that it's possibly a hoax, that the parents have like kind of like fabricated the disappearance. I'm really undecided just because I looked up the weather temperatures over the last 48 hours and where the kid was when they found him, which was only like a mile away from the house. So I'm just wondering what you guys think. Do you think that that's even really possible? That he could have been out there this whole time? No shoes. The temperatures both nights were like 30 was the low, 30 degrees. He had a jacket on. He had pants. He had a T-shirt on under the jacket, but no shoes, no socks. He
Is
went
it
missing
po-
like.
are you asking? Are you
Yeah,
asking?
like-
Is it possible for a 4-year-old to survive without his
4.
parents for a couple days?
Yeah, in that weather, outdoors.
The
No
answer is
food,
yes.
no water.
Yeah, the answer is yes. can survive quite a good amount of time without food and water. Dealing with the cold, well, it's kind of, you got to imagine there's probably some shelters around, like sheds or whatever. The kid just randomly fumbling around throughout a neighborhood or, out in the woods or whatever.
It's in the woods, yeah. In the woods, like
usually
there's nothing around.
Yeah, there's always something around.
Well, I mean, it was like a mile away from the house, or where the camper, which is, from what I gather, is what they were staying in. And the story was that the mother, there's no bathroom in the camper, so the mother stepped away from the camper to go inside, I guess, a nearby house to use the bathroom, and that's when he got away from her.
If you're asking if it's possible for a 4-year-old to survive out in the wilderness for a while, the answer is yes.
Even in 30-degree weather, it would
yes,
be hypothermic.
Yes, it happens kind of often. But that doesn't address your concept of whether it could have been like a hoax, like the parents are like, I don't know.
I mean, he didn't even, honestly, when I saw him, he really didn't look, the bottom of his feet to have been out there for 2 days, unless he just wandered to that 1 mile out there, just stopped and just sat the fuck down. I don't know how his feet were that clean. They were clean.
Don't know.
It literally looks like he got dropped off in the middle of the woods, somebody took him and then brought him back.
When a search and rescuer finds a child in the woods, one of the very first things they do is wipe off their feet to see if there's any damage. Another thing they do is take a moist towelette to their face, to their neck, to under their arms, stuff like that, to see if anything's bitten, broken, scratched, anything like that.
Right. And again, we won't ever know he's nonverbal right now.
I don't know. It's weird to me that people think because a kid's nonverbal, they're incapable of doing something. Jesus, we treat everybody with fucking kid gloves and God.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying by that I mean he's not going to tell us anything. Obviously, he's not going to tell us.
Well, he did. The theory is that he wasn't actually lost.
Yeah, that's what some people think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I'm just curious because I think he really could have. Yeah, that he really could have been. I mean, it's happened before. It happened here. What was that? 2-3 years ago now? A little boy went missing. It was further on down towards the coast, but they found him in a couple of days. He said, this little boy, though, that happened here in North Carolina, he said that a bear kept him safe. He was staying with you remember? Yeah, he was staying with a bear, and then you never heard nothing else about him
because of bears. Just because bears, but
that's what he said. He said he went looking for the berries. He walked out of sight of his parents. He heard them calling, and went the wrong way. Now he wasn't terribly verbal about all this, but he explained that he was going there. And apparently went the wrong way, got lost. A bear showed up. He followed the bear around. Then he walked away from the bear, but the bear followed him until he started following the bear again.
Yeah.
And
anyways,
supposedly he slept with the bear. Was it a watch? It wasn't me. I didn't do this.
Yeah, but I do not think that it was a bear.
Anyways, if it was the case that parents were out seeking attention and they just basically pulled all those resources, they'll find out. It's not real difficult to figure that stuff out.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought. A lot of people, when they were raising that as a question, I was like, well, it seems to me that is not likely the case because she's going to be drawing attention to herself. And then there's going to be the question posed that several creators I heard bring up that the fact that this kid is in a camper, there's no bathroom. So then you're likely going to have CPS involved. So for her to risk that for a hoax seems highly unlikely. I feel like it's very probable that the kid really did walk off and was just missing. But a lot of people are like, no, because this, and this. And I'm just like, or he could have. I remember that.
Volunteers looking for
that.
Him.
So, yeah.
To me, they found him.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't go plant him out in the woods just when the volunteers showed up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was weird. But I mean, still, like it could. I mean, it's possible that he was like the boy that went missing here in North Carolina.
Wouldn't
He
you
was
be able
3.
to tell? But like, I think that if a 4-year-old was walking around in the woods for 3 days, you'd be able to tell.
You
That's
would.
what I thought. This kid. Well, I will say this: the kid that was in Alabama, because I saw how the other kid looked. The kid that they found in North Carolina, he was also found in the woods. He was also found in water in a brushy, like creeky area that had shrubs and water in it, and he definitely looked like he'd been out there for like 3 days. This kid, but he wasn't found in the water. He was found in a wooded area. It's hard to say. And also the pictures that I've seen, I don't know when they were taken. I know they were taken a short time after he was found. They may have already wiped him down. So who knows?
Yeah, I almost guarantee they did. And I think that I agree with Josh. I mean, I think that even kids, I think that kids are a lot more capable than we give them credit for, and that actually our society does a disservice to people by keeping us infantized for too long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Flo.
Thank God.
Wait.
Well, I mean,
I agree.
I just want to.
No,
I want to go on the record and say that most of us are. I just want to go on the record to say that most of us are capable. The rest of y'all idiots, y'all gonna die.
Well,
y'all
I mean,
just
that's-
gonna die.
that's natural selection. If we,
I'll see you in the fall.
I'm cool with letting Mother Nature sort out some of these motherfuckers.
No, because I would have been one of them. I am honestly shocked I survived childhood. I got myself in so much trouble.
Oh, me too. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I'm a badass.
I would have been one of those
I wasn't even
Darwinian casualties.
I wasn't even surprised. Like, what surprised me the most is when I turned 21, how many people congratulated me on having made it to 21. It's like, Jesus, my
The
life
liquor
was not that crazy. The liquor store. Nah, I had to keep pretending to be 26 when I turned 21.
Oh.
Bro, my pops was such an alcoholic when I was growing up that when I was 14, I could go and buy a gallon of Crown Royal, but I couldn't buy anything else because that's all my dad drank. So if you didn't have like the $52 or whatever it costs to get a gallon of Crown Royal, I wasn't getting liquor. How many 14, 15-year-olds you know with like enough money to just throw down on a gallon of Crown?
They thought you were buying it for your dad?
I mean, I got my fake ID at 15, and when you have the fake ID, you can come in a lot of money to buy all sorts of things.
Well,
Because
when
you
you're
do
a
have to buy
small
everybody's shit, right?
You just knew who I
had really
was.
cool parents.
Yeah, no, I could have gone to my pops and been like, hey, go get this. And he probably would have, 80% chance, you're going to stay home. Sure. Okay. Understand we have gallons of moonshine in the freaking freezer out there. It's not a big deal. What I'm saying is whenever somebody was like, hey, can you go buy me liquor? And I was like, well, yeah, but you can't afford it. I can only buy this one thing. No ID, no nothing. Just walk in, throw the money on the counter, walk out.
Now, Stu, you were at the stream last night where I went over John Taylor Gatto, right? John Taylor Gatto is the fucking man. I didn't even link that in the description box of that. But yeah, I went. John Taylor Gatto is the man. I went over. We watched a little video of him talking about the 6 purposes of school, and none of them are what Jeff thinks they are.
How do
Right,
you know
no,
what I think the purposes of school are?
Homie actually breaks it down in a legitimate fashion. I may not directly agree with the distinctions between the purposes, but at the same time, I can at least respect that he did define them.
What were the
I'll have
6?
to watch that.
What were the? I could tell you that the 3 purposes of university, but what were the 6? You talking about public school?
I don't even know.
Insinuation.
I covered it right at the beginning of last night's stream. You can go back and look at that.
All right.
I don't even know if I made it to your stream last night, like to even start watching it because I went to sleep so early, like at a ridiculous time.
I just woke up before I got on Jack's panel.
I think I got to the tail end of Jack's panel, and then just went to sleep. I was in a pissy mood. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get a fucking bed. So I went to bed.
Let's
hate
do
it
it.
when I
Let's
do
do a
that.
shill.
Huh?
Let's do a shill. We'll do a bit soundbite.
Okay. What do you?
Who do we want to do it? Which one?
I don't have any idea what you have in mind.
What do you mean?
Hit me.
Jack just opted out. All right. Hold on. I don't know what you have in mind, but I think it's probably you. But I'm gonna put the rest of us backstage real quick and see where this goes. Except for, I'm gonna leave you with Talcott for some reason.
No.
It's what my instinct is telling.
All right, you with me, bud? Let's do this.
This might be you. Might be all you.
Gentlemen, are you gonna go with me on this? Are you gonna play along or smile and just nod a lot? Or okay, anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Flow State channel, where $1, nay, less than $1, can grant you the insight, the inspiration, the downright motivation you've been looking for your entire life for the price of a cup of coffee. You too can be educated by the likes of Jack Talcott and Flow State himself. And without this bit of information, you may go through the rest of your life completely clueless as to what's going on in the world. So I beg of you, nay, I demand that you join us every night. Thank you. Let's raise an offering.
That's what I said. Dollar make you holler.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you.
Did she just say $1 makes you holler?
She showed
Of course, I did.
I hate to tell you this, but you're
Those are trailer park prices.
Have you seen any of the
You're-
Flow State streams? $1 will make you holler. You can do it for free, but it's better if you
Who's
pay
in it for the
$1.
money and
You-
who's in it for the conversation?
Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion dillion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck.
You know,
1 million trillion
You
billion.
gotta count
Base
for inflation.
capitalism.
Yeah, all those.
okay. Aside from $1 makes you holler and somebody's just overinflating prices on pussy, but the concept of like somebody basically making the claim that somebody's into it for the money must be a grifter. What the fuck?
Oh,
We're
I
a
know.
capitalist goddamn country.
Josh,
Everything we do
okay,
is
that
about
was
money.
snafu. If it helps you,
It was snafu.
contextualize it, Eddie.
Listen.
If I was in this for the money, I
Just
would be
don't-
the worst capitalist on earth because my return on time is garbage. I could be outside
You also have
shoveling
to-
driveways right now, making so much more money per hour.
Yeah, I would have
you
to pay
also
more in
have to-
therapy for enduring the people on this panel than I would make.
And besides, people expect me to be all white trashy and all like that. So it would have been really on poor taste to not say that.
Oh, I wasn't going to call you trailer trash. I was just comparing your prices to the Vietnamese spinner
My
prices here.
prices?
Like, yeah, you're
Please.
expensive one. You're overinflated pussy. I mean, here it's a
I'm
hell of a lot.
Sorry you'll
overinflated,
overspend
right.
though. Like besides buying a
Overinflated.
Flow State membership, second best dollar goes to Barbie's pussy.
Has she got a pole in that house?
Oh my God. This
Thank me for the refill.
And
is
also,
why I
new
don't
members
share
get
the
a
leaf with my
50%
kids.
discount too.
What?
I'm just trying to
He
pimp.
can argue pussy down
I know.
20
I can see that clearly.
Pimping ain't easy.
It is definitely not.
Let your pimp hand be strong.
I'm already banned from eBay for life for human trafficking.
That was you.
I
Did
was
you try
up.
to
wrong.
appeal?
Well, I didn't even know that eBay was on the lookout for people selling humans on eBay, but
Okay.
apparently they are. And yeah, I'm banned from eBay for life. So
Motherfucker said
Well-
appeal.
appeal.
Were you a top rated seller?
So what I did is I listed a friend for sale for like $10,000 just as a joke, so I could show it to her, and somebody bought it, right? But they didn't complete the payment, and so I was like, well, fuck it. So I pressed YouTube to push on them to complete the transaction, and
Holy shit.
and then that person reported me. I wasn't gonna actually send her out there to the buyer. Then the person reported me, and not YouTube, eBay closed my account permanently, but they also went ahead and tried to charge me the seller fee for the percentage of $10,000 of the transaction that they closed me for.
No shit.
Yeah.
So
They should be.
they're
They
the
should
human
be hit with human
traffickers.
trafficking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Trying to
Yeah,
get
that's
people
fucking
That was a pain in
bullshit,
the ass, but
eBay.
I got it removed, but I had to go through a lot of bullshit because they're like, well, you have to dispute things
eBay's
within
gonna send
your
their
account
pimps to you.
dashboard. And I'd be like, well, I can't get into my account dashboard. You ended it. And they're like, well, you can't dispute it here. You need to go to your dashboard. Like, motherfuckers, I'm banned off of this. How?
You are a bona fide human trafficker. You attempted to sell a person online, bro. That is some of the most base shit I've
I
ever heard.
guarantee.
The eBay gonna send their pimp squad after you, man.
I bet you're on a Fed list somewhere.
I'm on a few of them probably, but look, it's only trafficking if you sell the person. I was just trying to get the money.
Is it possible, like, it's not trafficking if you're selling service, right?
I didn't even have possession of the person I was trying to sell.
So it's
I'm just trying to think. Well, fuck you. I'm trying to like work on my.
Kidnapping.
You are a captain.
I got to
trying to sell.
I got to.
If somebody's actually trying to buy a human, I don't really feel bad trying to extort them for their $10,000. You know, like that's fine. You want to play that game, then I'll play that game.
You actually had a source. You had an individual. That's the problem.
I mean, shouldn't the guy who bought the listing be charged with human trafficking?
You just showed a crowd to like one person $10,000 you choose. I think you'd have got away with it. You is an individual.
So, anyways, you know, you learn, you live, you learn. You use Jack Talcott's account next time.
You're just a convict waiting to happen.
You know what I heard?
Without fear.
It's kind of dangerous to be a friend of Flo's. You might end up getting cold on fucking eBay or something.
I'm learning this.
What? I might. What? You wouldn't let me use your eBay account, man?
Only if we could.
They also put me on the list of. They have an internal list of. It's the list of suspected organized retail criminals. So somehow they also got suspected retail organized crime out of that. They hit me with the double whammy.
Well, yeah.
Do you have an Amazon account, Flo?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to check and make sure Flo don't have me for sale on Amazon because
Well, I'm
this motherfucker.
But Jack might.
I'm curious how the price rates. 10,000. Maybe that was a good deal on it.
What category did you select in the
Hey, do
listing?
you have any idea how much you can get for a white baby on the black market?
I have no idea about any of this stuff, but $10,000 sold in a hurry.
Did you start it as an auction or buy it now with best offer?
I don't even
Why are
remember.
you asking so many questions?
These are the questions that go through my head after I get off one of these panels. Asking these questions. Thank you, bro.
Yeah. See, what about the buyer?
The buyer? Yeah, we don't know about the buyer. Apparently, apparently it's easier to just crack down on the seller.
You should have made it a Wayfair cabinet, man.
That's what I was thinking. That's the reference I made with the small Asian kids. That was the Wayfair reference.
A stripper pole with the stripper.
Gen X Jeff, you don't know about Wayfair cabinets, do you?
Nope.
Okay.
I can ask the AI.
It's Flow State's channel. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that on
looking it
YouTube.
Yeah, I don't
Is it
care.
kind of like the damn
Be smart
Evergreen
about your
trailers?
words.
Yeah, it is.
I'm getting some actual like furniture. Like
I'll tell you what, Gen X Jeff.
I think
Google it.
I think that the Wayfair thing was a psyop, though. I don't think that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too outrageous to be true. And I know that was Gen X's position on the banking conspiracy, but come on, really?
We obviously run in different circles.
It's just absurd enough to be true. I mean, after all,
you might be right, but come on.
They did traffic guns directly to the cartels and then lose them as a operation to find out who the cartels were.
Right.
Isn't that amazing? Just unfucking believable. Could you imagine using that as a defense? Like, oh, well, I sold guns so that I could see who was buying guns.
It
But
won't
then I
work.
didn't do shit with it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dog? We'd be in prison. All of us would be in prison for life if we tried to pull that shit. But he was in office and it was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, they blew up your house, killed your dog, broke your ribs, put your wife in a freaking coma, but it's all protected by qualified immunity because they thought they were doing right.
They do it as employees. So as long as they're doing it as an employee, they're doing their job. And if they're doing their job, well, it's not on the individual, it's on the business. And then it's just
the state.
It's not a business, it's a government, and only Jeff thinks that way.
How does Jeff think?
That people who are just doing their jobs, and so when you're doing your job, you remove personal accountability for your actions.
No, I've never said that.
I inferred
I'm
it.
constantly talking about accountability mechanisms built into laws, jobs, processes.
Damn, I don't care about
Joshua Jones is one of
accountability.
the few people I know who can just run amok without any accountability at all.
And in
This is
a way,
true.
in a way, that's admirable. Like I think that's why
And
I
the fact
tolerate.
that he's such an exception shows, I think, the accountability that we do have.
Well, hold up. Now I got Well, I got held to some type of accountability when I put that bitch's face in the side of the airplane.
What
Like
happened?
Not enough of it.
they took me into the office and they slapped my hand and said, "No, bad boy."
There you
That
go.
was accountability.
Oh, okay.
Did you say an airplane?
Yeah, he bashed a chick's head into an airplane because he's
Is
a
there video?
douchebag.
Dear God, I want to watch the video.
There's a video.
There might be a video of that. That was back in, I think it was 13 or 14. It was Turkey. It was back when they were having all those LGBT protests and shit like that. This U.S. citizen comes over, joins the fucking crowd. I don't know, gets people all riled up,
Isn't
kind
that
of
a hate
bullshit.
crime too?
Yeah, it
What?
could be.
Then
Not
now it
in
would
that
be.
jurisdiction.
Anyways, I don't know what happened. The only reason that any of it all came to light, because most people don't give a shit, was because apparently there was a TV camera watching her ass get on the airplane, and I didn't know those things could zoom that in. I thought, yeah, well, anyways, I thought it'd be around the angle.
So
Nobody
you
had ever
did-
seen
like, you
anything.
knew that you weren't supposed to do it, or that there could be.
Oh, I had it planned out. She was running her fucking mouth for like 2.5 hours. She
Brings
just
up a good
would
point.
not shut up.
We cover this about every time you come on. So do the fast version.
Or show the video.
Yeah, she
I mean,
ran her
I'm-
mouth.
I'm
I got
curious
tired of it and said, "Fuck you."
Yeah, he's
Oh,
a
that's
cop.
not
He's
cool.
an international cop. He works for the State Department. He arrests Americans who are annoying other countries, and he arrested some chick out of Turkey and then bashed her face in the side of the plane because she was talking too much or
Quick
something.
question.
Thank you.
Why are we fucking with him?
Because I
That's
kind of
a
like
cop.
him, even though he's everything I stand against. Like, and he's State Department. He's not the local sheriffs.
I don't give a fucking fuck. A cop is a cop.
Luke
I mean,
29.
I
He's
don't
right.
have any response to that. Like, I really can't defend my own actions here. All I can
Yeah,
say,
Ninja.
all I can do is
That's for
refer you
sure.
to the price chart, please.
Shut the fuck up. You fucking grifter.
Hey, how much you talk directly determines how much we charge you, right?
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
There you go. That's how it works.
Now, is that covered
Oh.
in Black's Law?
Oh, I
I
got
get to decide that price, though. I'm just saying.
I got some work news that might pop up on your media. They had two U.S. citizens got nailed for sex offense charges here. Just a heads up, like if you're a U.S. citizen and you have sex with anybody under the age of 18 anywhere on the planet, that's illegal. They can nail your ass. But anyways, apparently these two guys were like banging these girls, and I think I can't swear to it. I never really saw any of the case stuff, but I think the girls were like 16 or 17. They were banging foreigners, obviously. That's a thing around here. But anyways, they were apparently trying to extort him, and they were like, you know, you're gonna give me money, or we're gonna call your embassy and report you, kind of bullshit. He didn't pay up. They made the phone call.
And he got arrested.
Yes. Yeah. Well, two of them did.
I guess I didn't realize it's illegal anywhere on Earth, on the world, but it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really my concern.
Usually it's the case that they'll just wait till you get back stateside, but these two fuckers got TRCs that you're like, I don't know. It's like a long-term residency. I think it's like 2 or 3 years. And they weren't going to wait that long.
Oh, to cancel their visas?
Well, see, it doesn't violate Vietnamese law because theirs is, I think their age of consent is 16, I think.
But because the dudes are
get my dick wet.
See, his topic is getting way better.
That was sick, Flo.
But for U.S. citizens, it doesn't.
I thought it was pretty good.
But for U.S. citizens, it doesn't matter whose soil you're on. Doesn't matter what country you're in. If she's under 18, you are fucked. If the government finds out.
Yeah.
So
only one solution to this.
So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what? You got to suck your own dick.
Wiggity dick. I mean, bro, let's be honest. You really need to find a wood chipper reference.
Yeah.
Man, I can only manage so many different clips over here.
I know. You need help. Stop it.
I do. I've only been saying that forever.
I just had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
Go ahead, Barbie. What do you need help with?
My green screen, my everything. What do you mean? What do I need help with? It's me.
Nachos.
What the fuck?
What are you trying to do?
Oh no, I only got it to work one time, and I can't remember which phone I had it working on.
Is it to put a background? You're trying to put a background?
Yeah. See, I got the green screen.
But like a video background?
Oh.
Or just any background for that matter.
Yeah, and actually, the freak's right. 16 is the age of consent in most states in the U.S. It's
but not
18
outside of the U.S.
for porn, I think. And Simple Jack has been on Gen X Jeff's panel like constantly for a week.
Has he? Who's Simple? Not under that name.
Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking Neurojack. Oh yeah, Simple Jack has been.
No, that's the other Simple Jack.
Are they different people?
Yeah, there's Simple Jack, Neurojack, and Jack Talcott, or Complicated Jack.
Yeah, somebody might want to do a welfare check on that cat.
On Talcott?
No.
Baby, look at him. He's obviously
Look at that Jack. He looks
schizophrenic.
so
He needs help.
aged.
Definitely get somebody over there stat. Wait, no, I don't know this guy. He might be.
Oh, I thought he left. He's sitting right there. So.
Right.
You hope he left. Don't lie.
No, I like Jack.
What are they talking about?
So far, he hasn't done anything to me yet.
I'm just being mean. I'm sorry. But it's funny sometimes.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat. I wasn't paying attention to you fuckers.
I'm actually curious about Jack Harlow. You guys, any of you remember Jack Harlow?
I know the name.
Jack
Sparrow. Harlow, never mind.
Who was that?
He was the Navy boy skateboard kid that was on Paul's stream.
Show.
JG?
No, not
before
JG.
JG.
I don't know if I knew him actually then.
He could talk all stream long. And Paul would have him muted, and you could watch him literally talking the whole stream.
Barbie's kind of like that.
Who?
I'm not gonna lie, I have muted her on panel before because her microphone was fucked up. I still
keep going.
haven't told her what it was.
I had a girlfriend in high school.
Oh, I know because I go back and watch.
Would call and she always wanted to talk on the phone, but I'd set the phone down and leave and go do things. And like I'd come back in the room and I'd hear her still talking on the phone. And sometimes she'd go, Taylor. And then if I didn't answer, she'd just go right back into her and keep talking again.
Like the old telephone salesman back in the day.
I don't fucking know. How would I know?
Oh.
I'm not old as fuck.
Telephone salesman.
I am. So listen.
Like they sold telephones? Are they?
Yeah.
Did they
No,
did sales by phone?
before cell phones, when there was just
Like
hardwired.
telemarketers?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember those. That was with caller ID.
Except they were salesmen, like door-to-door salesmen. They just did it on the telephone.
And I know you're thinking like the mass call center telemarketer, but no, that's not what we're talking about. We're
Nope.
talking about a dude named Dave who was motivated to get you to buy a vacuum cleaner before he showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Who got your number from someone,
Mm-hmm.
probably, and he just called you. And if you spent more than 2 seconds on the phone with him, you went on his list, and he would call you every Tuesday at 3 p.m. because that was your scheduled time.
Yep.
You get to know
exactly
these.
what I'm talking
weird
about.
Yeah, that must have been before caller ID and call screening,
Yes. Yes.
where the phone rang and you either answered it or you didn't.
No, you answered it because it might be important.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'll pick it up, dial star 69.
I never.
Take
It
your
was
call.
always for my sister, so I never answered the phone because it was never for me.
Yeah. We were lazy. For a while, we didn't have caller ID, so that's how you did it. Star 69 for all those young people out there is the code you would push to find out who called you last.
Yep. Star 69, that bitch.
Yep. And what was the one to block a motherfucker to make it private?
Unless they star 67 you.
Oh,
To make it private?
Immediate callback.
Yeah.
Well, no, you could star 6-7
to get the
before you
phone.
call, and it
Because you only had four
star 6-9.
tries sometimes.
We're old as fuck.
Bro, I used to be able to get free phone calls from any payphone because I would freak the electricity in it.
What?
Right? So back in the day, before they set up the digital switchboards, all of your switchboards were operated by basically an electromagnet connection, right? And if you could trick the electromagnet into thinking that it was off when it was on, it would open the connection and close it, which is the same as putting a quarter in. And so, or paying for the full call. And so if you could find somewhere on the frame and charge it to the actual handset, discharge it, you could get free calls from any payphone on the East Coast. I don't know how far west.
That's fucking ghetto.
But I wonder if today there's 2 payphone boxes that I'm aware of in the state of Georgia, and I wonder if they're on digital or analog relays because all the analog stuff's still sitting there. It didn't go away just because we're not using it as much.
No, it's still there. I wonder if it's a damn good question. There's still one here too. Just one.
No,
that I
every
know
phone
of.
in America has a complete call chain system that is attached to every single house that was registered as of like 99 or so. Hardwires. We're talking solid state technology here. When the bomb drops, it's going to cause hot spots in a few spots and you'll have to replace them. It'll still work.
That's crazy.
What happened? I'm never hearing the chat.
Me too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to have to memorize phone numbers. I was a walking telephone directory.
I bet you were, bro. I bet you remembered all the numbers.
All in your head.
That's why I'm so good at remembering phone numbers for the most part, except for mine. I do not know my own phone
And
number.
I don't even know mine. Yeah, I don't know mine either.
I don't ever call it. Like, why would I know my own fucking phone number?
I don't know anyone's phone number.
That is a weird contradiction of statements. But I guess if you trust Google for all your information, you would trust your phone to keep all your phone numbers. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, you just pull up the person's name and mash the button.
I got you. I don't answer numbers that aren't in my phone.
I don't either.
I don't either.
I barely answer people I know. I definitely don't answer unknown
I've had
numbers.
a certified mail show up at my house going, "We've tried to contact you before." Not legally, you haven't.
That's how my dad found out he had other daughters. That's how I learned about my sisters.
Like, Dad?
Oh God.
Damn, I think I'm gonna burn in hell. If work calls, I pick up the phone. if my wife calls, I just ignore it. That's
Yeah, you're
bad.
going to hell.
To me,
My wife.
She always calls me like. I just don't like being called and being told to do something, right? Like the work job never does this shit. The wife always does this shit.
well, that's because you.
So I just. Oh, them's fighting words there now.
No. Hold on. If my wife calls me, I'm going to answer because she would have texted me otherwise. If it wasn't important, she'd have sent me a text. It'd be fine.
Exactly.
But if the phone rings and I look down and it's her name, that's
It's
getting, or
important.
any of immediate family members. I'm answering.
It's
that.
important. Yeah.
Damn. You must have a nice family.
They're all Democrats. So they think they're nice.
Yeah, my family calls and harasses me just for the sheer fuckery of it.
Yeah, no, my dad, my brothers, I haven't talked to my brother since he called me to go get his COVID kits from the damn the dock in a box over there because he's sick, right?
If either one of my kids call, I'm answered. Yeah, for sure.
Last time I talked to my father was Christmas, and previous to that was a funeral of an uncle like a couple of years ago. Not because we don't like each other, but you know, it takes a little bit of effort to walk out the door and get in the truck, drive 12 miles, and then sit there and go, boy, I wish I had a computer.
If it's my mom's number after a certain time of night, especially, then I'm definitely answering the phone. If not, getting in the car and driving over there. Just because they don't call that late, so I would know something's wrong. Yeah. And I don't call them before like 11 a.m.
Oh, I don't give a shit what time it is. If I need to talk to somebody that if it's important, I'm just gonna call them. I'm gonna fucking
My dad takes the ringer off. My dad turns the ringer off, so I can't.
You remember Party Line Sasquatch?
Yes, sir. I remember when, let's see. Actually, I'm not really that old, but I live in a very small town, and we had very rudimentary communications when I was very young. Because of where I lived, it's mostly water. And so they basically had to float a line out there. Totally hook us up. And so it was like the mid 80s before anything resembling actual communication occurred at my house. We had electricity and like a TV with a VCR sitting on top and a handful of tapes. And that's all that played because we were so far down deep in the hole that we couldn't get any actual signals. So the antenna was useless.
Well, I know my wife's grandparent, well, her whole family came from Poplar Bluff, Missouri. And this is in the 80s. We went down there to visit, and their phone system was still Party Line. If you wanted to call them, it was Sue 349.
What?
Actually, when we first got a phone, you had to dial 0 on the directory.
Get an operator
and say you wanted a line U7 because we weren't actually attached to the town system. We were attached to the inner county system when we got set up like we were a firehouse or a lookout or something like that. We didn't have an actual phone number.
Well, I remember having to call the operator, and you had to tell them if it was local or long distance.
And now no one on earth will ever understand Sylvia's mother. That none of them will get it. Not a soul. Not one of these
that
people
song,
here.
Sylvia's
Yeah,
mother.
the song Sylvia's Mother, where the guy's sitting there with $500 worth of dimes, and the operator says 20 cents more for the next 10 minutes, and he's still talking to that woman's mama, long distance on the phone, just pumping dimes in. Come on, let me talk to her. Just 1 second. Somebody needs to count the dimes he uses in that song.
Are we gonna have the conversation about Lindsay sleeping with lesbians?
Well,
Yeah,
she
you
just
slept
said.
with, like
I
there
think
were
she
three
just
of
said
you
it
in
was
a
a
bunk.
lie.
What's that
But
about? If y'all weren't lesbians before,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know what? Here, I've got an idea. Here, why don't I just delete that comment? Where'd it go?
What is all this hubbub about Lindsay?
There, Lindsay slept with lesbians in jail.
Yeah.
awesome.
What's wrong with that?
Well, turns out real life lesbians aren't what Penthouse promised us they would be.
Right? Let me tell you, you come across one of them gentle beings in a bar that looks like my cousin Steve. And experience. I mean, like, I ain't got nothing negative to say about him, but I mean, I thought his name was Dave my entire life. I've known this gentle being for 20 years, and I've called you Dave the whole time.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
I don't know, man. I always want a woman that could chop wood with me.
Yes, sir. We'll do it. Found out when I was like 30 that her name, well, it's a woman. She's a lesbian. And there's really no debate on that point. But I did not know that because it never occurred to me to ask anyone, and they never volunteered the information. I just thought he was a cool dude. We drank beer occasionally. It was fine. No big deal. At no point in time did they ever correct me. Just let it happen. And then when I realized you must think I'm a total asshole. I'm like, yeah, pretty much. I was like, makes sense.
Hey, Flo, can you request Lindsay to explain what "gay for the stay" means? I mean, since she was involved and all.
Oh, she knows. Lindsay, what does that mean?
It's just she doesn't do it outside of jail.
Ah.
That's what that means.
I think that question's for you, although
That's what that
she's
means.
asking me about the discovery that real life lesbians were not what Penthouse had promised me they would be. It was disappointing, but on the bright side, if they were if hot chicks were full on straight up lesbians and not like bisexual, that would also have made me cry.
At least bi-curious. I mean,
the best chicks are bi, but not equally bi. They're like a little bit more straight than bi, but they're still kind of bi.
Should I get a red pill background for this?
Why? No. Am I starting to sound red pill? If I'm starting to sound red pill, then we got to change that because I don't want to.
A black pill background.
I don't know what pills correspond to what.
Did you say you don't know what pills correspond to what? Red pill, blue pill?
I find that hard to believe, brother. I feel like you might have enough experience to identify a pill.
I mean,
you got to be.
I could tell you what physical pills or what. I don't even need to Google it or look it up in the pharmaceutical manual I have up behind me somewhere.
You know what, man? I wish I didn't know because I wish that I had just taken that blue pill, man. I wish I could just be ignorant.
I opted for a pen instead of all the metaphorical pills.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trigger a response, bro.
It's okay. We're all just gonna calm down and go look for our point.
Yeah, everybody.
Did Lindsay just admit to prostituting herself in jail for a fucking honey cake
and salad?
Called honey buns.
There was a salad too.
No, she tossed the salad. Wait, did I read that?
Honey buns are oh god, that's not even.
She tossed the salad.
Hey, you know, I got to do what you got to do. I hope it was a good salad and cake.
It's right here. For some reason, it's showing that, and I cannot.
Sasquatch, you know about that, don't you?
Hold on,
I've tried. It won't come off.
I don't think I don't think she's talking to us, but I don't think she knows that she's not muted either.
She doesn't realize she's talking.
My bad.
Were you talking to the ghost?
No.
That creepy fucking doll?
No, but it's right there. The doll's right there.
Who was you?
Oh, fuck that doll.
That doll's not creepy.
It's it's fucking creepy. Don't play with me.
Cool.
It's disgusting. It's terrible. I wouldn't
One
let
day
you, I
I'm
wouldn't
gonna
let that
mail
dog
it
in
to
my house.
Katie,
You
and
think
then
I'm
he'll wake
joking?
up
That dog
beside
would
it.
not cross the threshold into my doorway. I promise you that. I had the same reaction when my who is it? Somebody tried to bring a Ouija board at my house because Katie and my daughter and even my ex-wife, like all these women around me, are all into the witchy shit.
You don't want that. You don't want it.
We used to play Ouija. We could never.
And
get
look
it.
at you now. I bet if you never played with a Ouija board, you wouldn't have a statue of Satan sitting behind you.
I bet you'd be wrong. The Ouija board came way later.
I'll be honest. I never really messed with Ouija boards. I've watched people do it.
They don't work. It's fake. You can't. They don't.
I'm
ever
not
really
afraid of
work.
ghosts. I have no fear of creepy crawlers in the deep night that aren't human. I believe monsters look like your neighbor Steve.
You're probably right, but here's the thing. If there are demons, and if they get us some, I can't do anything about it for you.
Exactly. I never said there weren't. I just said that I believe the ones you can deal with. That I don't really bother trying to figure out.
But I don't
rest
know
of
what
it.
I don't know, and I know that the little sliver of belief I have that this could turn into a problem, that little sliver is my desire to avoid demons is so much greater than my desire for my daughter to play with a fucking board game. That
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm with you though, Flo. If that dial showed up at my door, it'd be ringing an automatic reloading doorbell.
You win some and you dim some.
Mhm. It auto reloads.
Logical spot.
Yeah.
Josh just headed out to
so
lunch. It fucking
dumb.
trips me out, the time frame difference.
Well,
When
he's
people
what,
say shit like that.
Vietnam, isn't he?
Somewhere around there. Or Korea. I think he's in
No,
Korea.
Vietnam.
Vietnam. He's in Vietnam.
Oh, well, I got Jack here. I don't know if he's paying attention or not, but let's take a moment and appreciate Jack's ideal utopia.
All negative emotions will be relinquished. All feeling will neutralize. You will be able to live a fully functional, satisfactory experience in a completely safe utopia.
Is he sitting on a commode?
In the middle of a swimming pool.
That scene totally creeps me out because he's outside, inside, under, without a roof, but in the walls, on a peninsula, surrounded by water, pooping in a toilet, but not actually because his pants are on. It's so non-liminal. It's unreal.
Well, that's utopia.
Yeah. No, you're not right. You're not
I mean,
wrong.
yeah, that is sort of the nature of utopia. Is it's so terrible, or it's so perfect, it's terrible.
Have you ever seen the Mouse Utopia?
Yes, but you're more than welcome to recap it because I bet lots of people haven't.
Are you talking about that experiment with the mice?
There are a few, yeah. But there was one specific where a guy built a, 12-sided or 8-sided cage that had virtually unlimited food and limited breeding space, but it was set up so that a maximum number of absurd number of mice could live there relatively happily with their own little spaces. But what actually happened it's like Hollywood, right? Where you had 2 or 3 generations of absolute, population boom, unlimited food, unlimited water, playtime space, communication, communal spaces, all of this stuff. And then they overpopulated a single generation. After that generation passed, they started eating each other, where a small group of very beautiful mice with no blemishes and no inbreeding would sit around in the upper echelons eating massive amounts of food and becoming obese, and the rest would basically just reduce to a civil war factions between the different cage structures. They started eating each other in cannibalistic fits when there was absolutely no need to do it. There was unlimited food. It was social pressures that caused this to happen, and they ended up balancing around a 20% population density for the size of the cage structure they had available. It is an absolute nightmare scenario. How did I do?
Very nice. Now, did any of them begin chopping off their own penises?
Well, there was a lot of cannibalization, and the cannibalization generally started by removing the genitalia of other mice, but not self-mutilation that I'm aware of.
That actually sounds more sane. Jack, thoughts on Mouse Utopia?
It's pretty interesting. I can't remember. I do remember when I saw it and all the details. There's another perspective, and I can't remember what it was. There was a condition created by the way it was done that resulted in
probably capitalism.
Yeah, they were definitely selling things, I'm sure.
We're not rats, though. We're close.
We're also not ants.
We're close.
No, we are not queen-led species run by pheromones and neurologic triggers. We are complicated beings that make decisions not based on pheromones.
And form dominance hierarchies.
I'm sorry?
You said ants form dominant.
No, mammals. We're mammals and primates. So we status hierarchies are inevitable.
Sure, but it doesn't form from a queen, and so how can you use communal structure to imitate the communal structure of that type of a socialist colony if you're not dealing with ants in the first place?
Yeah. But we're not wired for Jack's Utopia.
Daniel Power, what are you doing dropping crew tags?
I just think we're wired to overcome challenges, and when those challenges are taken away, we become complacent.
Yeah.
Is my mic working okay?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
That was very well put. That is kind of what happened. Is the Mouse Utopia devolved into self-challenging state. The social equilibrium was set up specifically to deliver as much challenge as was needed to the population that was available, and it was achieved through cannibalistic institutions of social hierarchy.
You know, I was raising chickens, and there was I noticed the pecking order, man.
Yep.
And it's just we got that too.
Rest in peace to my chickens and the fucking raccoons that ate them.
Yeah, you know what, buddy? The same fucking thing happened to me. It was 3-4 years ago when I first started to try to raise chickens. Man, I got raided by a fucking pack of coyotes, man, and they were brutal. And there was nothing I could do about it. Like I pulled out my 22 and shot at them, and there was nothing I could do. The ones that they left, I had to put them down because they weren't going to survive.
Right.
But I got an invisible fence installed and my dog's out here now. And next year I'm going to try chickens. So we'll see how that goes. They got 134,000 square feet now. The dogs do to roam. And there's a pond that I wanted to install a chicken coop by, because I wanted to put ducks up there at some point too. But yeah, I'm hoping they keep the coyotes away.
Did you know
you got to watch it? Those chickens are stupid. They'll drown themselves.
They can. Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
If
chickens are so dumb. You told me that.
Some chickens are dumb. They'll stand in a rain. Like if there's a thunder and they hear it, they'll look up and it'll rain on their face. They'll get water up their nose. And since they don't have a valve in there to keep, be able to cough it up, it'll go down in their lungs. It causes like a pleurisy type of effect.
You put a regular 5-gallon bucket of water without a lid on it, and you're liable to end up with a drowned chicken.
Or a bucket of oil sitting next to the shed. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I raised them for a season before I had the tragedy happen.
They don't call them zombies for nothing.
They are weird creatures. I mean, it is like they are made for us. You know, it's a really strange. Chickens are weird because what came first? You know, that big question. The chicken or the egg, right? What's up, Cecil Drake?
Yo, the way the chickens mate too is like weird.
How's that?
Go ahead.
They have this thing called a cloacia, right? And I guess they just chickens don't actually fuck like in the conventional sense. They just like touch their organs, and then somehow the female gets pregnant or something. It's like magical. That's what was explained to me.
I mean, I've seen it happen.
Well, if you don't clip that, I will.
Or we both can have that. Yeah, we can both have that
Let's
one.
get first the chicken or the egg. Well, it's magical.
Yeah,
That's
I
great. I love it.
I
Dude.
kind of have the Tim Pool idea. I wanted to put like a live stream cam out there for my chickens in the pond.
Hey,
and
hey,
that,
hey,
but
listen, I got one for you. Here's what you do. Name all of your chickens after really big YouTube stars, and when they start dying, you'll have the best clickbait ever.
That is true. Oh, that's a great
awesome.
fucking idea. That's brilliant.
I've been
Man,
pitching for months, and no one is doing it. They
How
all
the
name
fuck you didn't tell me about that when I had chickens, asshole? I've got a whole playlist of my chicken adventures, and me battling raccoons and chickens and shit. And not once did you ever mention that to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Terrible.
had a relationship with the raccoons for a while. I used to leave eggs out for them, and they would literally just take the ones I left out for them and leave the rest alone.
Sounds like
Okay.
little gangsters, little mafioso.
Right?
I was
They
all
are.
right with it.
The eggs, boy.
Dude, I've got here. I'll drop the playlist in the chat if anybody's interested. I had an ordeal with these motherfuckers. They killed 2 batches of chickens. At first I started. So like I said, I'm a felon. I can't own a gun, so I can't shoot the little assholes. So I tried different things. I had a bow and arrow. Turns out I'm a shitty bow and arrow shot. I built.
Did you put a pin up?
Well,
For
I had the
chicken?
whole bat. I got sort of. It wasn't all the way enclosed.
No.
Basically, I made I
No.
put up a side yard fence. I didn't make an enclosed closure. I probably should have in hindsight, but I figured I could get these raccoons. So I shot bows and arrows at them. I'm not a good archer. I made a snare trap because at some point I was pissed off and I was looking forward to killing these motherfuckers. I did not want a live trap. I wanted a snare trap because if you get a live trap and you don't have a gun and you want them dead, then I got to figure out like, all right, this becomes a gruesome exercise, right? Like, do I try to stab it through the fucking, do I throw the whole cage in the so I decided to make a snare trap, a kill snare trap. Didn't work.
You can't get a bow?
Well, I did get a bow, but I wasn't having any success with it.
Oh.
And ultimately I got a live trap, and I was gonna just figure it out after, like, haha, whatever. But when I went up to the first one I caught in the live trap, well, the first time I caught them, the motherfuckers bent the live trap open. So I had to weld reinforcement onto it. Then when I caught them and they couldn't bend that motherfucker, then I was so excited. I was like going to kill that motherfucker. And then it looked at me and it was all sad and it knew it was fucked. And so I ended, instead of killing it, I ended up spending my whole night and half a tank of gas to drive it 15 fucking miles away. And then the next night when I caught the second one, I drove its homie out to the same spot so that maybe they could be together in exile. Is disgusting how much of a bitch I turned into.
Fellas can still own black powder though, can't they?
Oh, I don't know. I don't believe so. It's still a firearm. Yeah, I could own an air gun.
Them arrows work better if you put the pointed side out.
That's the problem. Cecil, your face is too close to the camera, bud.
Listen, here's why you can own a cannon. Let me explain why felons can own a cannon. A cannon is a black powder weapon. It is not determined to be a firearm as long as you keep your stuff separate. You can keep your cannon in your barn, your black powder in a cabinet, and your primers over there. Right.
I think that varies by state, though.
I think it's because a firearm is determined to a firearm is something that fires like a fully constructed bullet by definition of the law. And black powder, all the components are like separate, the bullet, the powder, and all that everything. So I think that it's like a loophole in the law or whatever, but felons can actually own black powder weapons.
Not in my state. I looked it up when I was on probation. I actually couldn't even figure out if I was allowed to own the crossbow that I had. But no, it's a projectile. At least in my state, it's a projectile fired by combustion. So the gun and black powder counts.
Okay.
That's how it was in Illinois too.
Okay, so what you're saying is we need to build you an air compressor cannon.
What I'm saying is that in about 5 months, I'm just going to apply to have it expunged. But yeah, an air compressor cannon would be badass anyways.
Okay.
I mean, yes. And I have looked at the nail guns. Like, I've got nail guns. I've tried to figure out if I think I could turn this into, because I had issues with the neighbor's dog. I no longer have those neighbors anymore. They found a new place to live.
Wait, did they find the bodies?
The dog.
Huh? No. They moved.
Are you sure?
They moved the very month after our falling out. Fuck yeah, they moved. Oh yeah. Anyways, I was trying to figure out how to modify my nail gun because I got a big air compressor in the garage, but I never got there. They just had to move.
Oh, I thought she was going to say they moved and left the dogs.
No, I'm not going to really talk anymore about it, but they did move.
Okay.
And the dogs moved with them.
So you mentioned record expungement. This is like becoming like a popular thing now that a lot of rental companies aren't really going on rental history as so much as they're going on like credit and criminal record more now. At least that's the way it is here on the West Coast.
I don't know about that. I mean, I rent, but I've always gotten in good with my landlords. I don't know. So like this house I'm in now, I was the same landlord also in the previous place we lived. I just said at our old place, I said, we need something bigger. So we're going to look around. And he said, well, I got this. So I don't know. Actually, I haven't gone through the application process from start in a while.
Do you mean for the expungement or to
to rent a place?
It used to be, because this is kind of like what my mom did for like 20, 30 years of her life when she was an apartment manager. It used to be, it was all about proving that you had like, you make like 3 times the rent and you've been at your job for like a certain amount of time and all this stuff. Well, it turns out that like a lot of times that's just too tough for like a lot of lower educated middle class people or poor people or whatever. So now they're more trying to go off of your credit rating and your criminal background. Because it just so happens I have some stuff that I kind of need to have expunged from like 20 years ago or
what
whatever.
Did you do?
Don't worry about it. So,
well, don't bring it up.
I'm not necessarily worried about it because it like really means nothing to me, but it was a perfectly reasonable question.
Whatever. That's open for whatever, dude. I don't want to tell you. Period. So,
yeah, but someone snapped all of a sudden.
That's fine, but don't try to scrap the basket with it. It's natural curiosity.
Real name.
You're gonna break your shit on the stream. People are gonna ask questions about it.
Okay. All right, bro. All right. So anyway, so now the whole like record expungement thing is becoming like a lot more popular. There's a lot of law firms that are offering like to do it for you. And I just happened to find out that in a lot of places you can just order the forms or get the forms online and send them in to the place as long as you have like your case numbers and all that. As long as a certain amount of time has passed, you can just, because the two major things that records nowadays are holding people back from is, like I said, getting a place to stay and firearm ownership is what you were talking about. I'm more concerned about getting an apartment or whatever. My credit's like gold.
Considered the Village in Florida.
Say what?
In Florida, there's a place called the Village. Go check it out.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a part of some like group home organization or whatever, but
there's a small community of people down there who have really shady pasts that are trying to create a community that is different.
That'd be perfect for you.
It sounds like the last thing I want to be involved with.
Because it sounds like there is a shady past.
Why? Because I don't want to answer your questions?
No, you just, the way you snapped instantly.
Well, no, he snapped at me the moment I mentioned I wanted to punch my record. He's like, what do you, what I'm like,
certainly is. It certainly is an inference of my own speculation. I don't know for certain, but I'm just saying if I had to guess.
well,
My
I'm just
impression is
saying,
that
man,
there's
I don't
something
need
you
to
don't want
like
to know about
discuss
your past.
my business with people I don't even know on the internet.
You're discussing your business on a live stream in front of the whole world.
Yeah,
Don't start
I
acting
was
all of a
talking
sudden
about
all
record
concerned about your
expungement.
privacy.
Yeah, I was talking about a record expungement with the owner of the
Right, even the
broadcaster.
fact that you have a record to expunge would lead someone
Oh
to
my
believe
goodness,
past
I
is
have
a
a
little bit
record.
sketchy.
Go figure, bro. I've been alive 40-something years. Yeah, I have a record.
Okay, well,
to
not
put it-
everybody does. That's why we call it a shady past.
what? That's your opinion.
Yes, I said it's my opinion. Yes, absolutely.
We all have a shady past.
I'm 63.
Some
I
of us
don't
got
have a
awesome, some of us
shady
didn't.
past.
Some
You're
people are shady,
63?
some are
You have
not.
a shady present.
I have
Oh,
a shady
Chuck is. I'm sorry. I
present.
thought it was Sasquatch.
Jack, yell at Chuck for me. What the hell?
I was ignoring him.
What's going on here?
I was asked to share and asked to let you know.
Who asked you to share that?
No, one of the viewers.
Oh, did he ever do his big Jack
who asked
Talcott
that?
reveal?
Don't judge me.
Okay.
So, I would tell Flo you're live, but he doesn't like when I do that. And then she asked me to let you know.
Okay. Well,
Tommy's
don't
alive?
judge me. I'm looking for you in the oh, she's over there.
She's over there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, come over here. Come over. Don't judge me, so I can block you.
Like that.
Tommy's all fired up about Axis rat blood today or something.
Oh, what is he mad about?
He's
I bet he is.
Oh,
and
what's
comment.
he not mad about?
Because Rap Blood put out his personal business on the YouTube streets, and Tommy ran with the ball.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's why Axis came up on Jax, full of piss and vinegar.
You know, they're both kind of wrong in that situation.
Are they going at it right now?
Yeah, Tommy's being a douche with the stuff that Axis made too public. So,
I agree.
I'd say I'm more on Rat Blood's side than Tommy's, but they both sort of participated in that shit show.
Put it out there, and it's going to come back to haunt you.
You have to know that.
I don't know if y'all have heard me say this before, but I leave Tommy's streams playing when I leave my house because I know anybody that breaks in is just gonna flip out and run away.
That's fucking hilarious. Are you serious?
I do, man.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And I come back home, he's still fucking going, and it's fucking wonderful.
Come in and there's some
The first time I watched
standing
Tommy,
with your
I was
computer.
eating a bunch of mushrooms and I lay in the woods. And then I rolled over and I found a silver spoon in the yard and I made a community post about it. It was fucked up.
Sounds like it.
But
Did
it
he
was an
ruin-
amazing experience watching Tommy on mushrooms. Like
Did he
I
ruin
was
your
just
trip?
blown away. No, it was great. I have no idea what he said. It was a wonderful time. I just love the filters and like the effort into the program. I felt like Tommy's an excellent entertainer. And you know, the thing about Tommy, in my perspective, is he's a man on his own path to redemption, and I wish him the best.
When does the redemption start?
I don't know, man. That's not for me to judge. I
I
just
don't
like
know.
the
but
streams, and I
This
like
guy's
being crazy
story
because
has
it's fun.
methamphetamines in it. That's so Florida. He should be an honorary citizen.
It ain't my problem. I mean, he'll deal with it on his own.
Is meth really a Florida thing?
It's
No, I'm just saying,
one of
accounting
the
as
states.
math is part of your hero arc.
It's the white
is
trash
just
thing.
rest
So
of
wherever there's
Florida.
the white
I was
trash.
just gonna say that it's like it's a southern white trash thing.
Oh,
But
they have it up here.
it's
Even
a
the white trash
southern
up
white
here
trash
have it.
thing. Nice.
I live in Oregon, and there's
Thank you.
still. So I guess not southern, but still white trash. If you get into Central
yeah.
Oregon.
Yeah. What is that street that I see? No, that was in Washington, I think.
The entire West Coast is like drug addict central.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's some YouTube channel that I'm subscribed to, and like they just drive up and down Aurora Avenue. I think
It's
in
yeah,
Seattle.
yeah. That's the whole stroll here. That's where all
Yeah.
the motels are.
Dude, it's
I used to work on Aurora Boulevard.
In
I lived in
Seattle.
Seattle for like 10 years.
At a was it a motel? A Roach motel?
No, it was DoorDash, bro. I would deliver food.
Oh, you would
There's a
deliver
local
up and down
restaurants. Yeah. Yeah, I had girls tell me that, yeah, the cops let them operate just so that they can bust people.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, man, how the feds use people.
Well, no, I'm just talking about local police, the local police department. I can probably say this for liberal society in general, but
they're not the
especially
feds?
here on the West
Oh,
Coast,
the same.
they just let people do whatever they want. Because Portland now, it's like they just decriminalize drugs, so they just let anybody use
How's
whatever
that
they
working
want.
out?
And the people dropping dead of fentanyl overdoses left and right.
It's an anarchist.
Don't get me started on fentanyl.
And it's like, okay, we're just gonna let you do whatever you want, but then we're gonna bust you and tell you need to go be in these programs, and so that we can hit your health care and make money off of you. Okay, I don't want anything else to do with these people anymore. I'm moving inland. I'm getting the fuck away from this shit.
You're in Portland right now?
Good for you, man.
No, I've driven through Portland a couple of times. I'm in Central Oregon, and there's a lot of people from Portland that are moving out here because they're trying to. There's a lot of people moving off the West Coast right now.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm one of them. I'm trying to move too.
Mm-hmm. Where you at, Jeff? Are you up in Seattle?
Yeah, I'm outside of Seattle.
Like I said, I lived there for 10 years, like the Renton area and shit like that.
I was on Capitol Hill for like 15 years.
Yeah.
I
I
watched
never
the
actually
grade.
worked up there. But I worked down in Belltown.
Yeah.
I worked for the UW. I worked over in Wallingford. And then my last year or so there, I was a DoorDash driver. And then anyway, yeah, I'm all done. I'm just all done with all of it.
Yeah, I get it. Me too. Yep. Same thing. Same reason.
I've literally had no desire ever to go to the West Coast. There's not a fucking thing out there that I'm.
San Diego's
No.
awesome.
You wouldn't do well here.
California, fuck that.
I was
Nope.
born down in San Diego.
What?
Yeah, I was born down in San Diego and lived there for almost 30 years.
Oh, I thought you said you were bored down there.
No, that's where I was born.
No, I love San Diego. I like surfing.
My mom was a
You can
surfer.
surf on the East Coast.
No, not the same.
It's not the same. I know.
Not that it matters to me. Like I'm from Kansas City. I'm obviously not a surfer. I did it for a week, and even just standing up on the board and just riding like a little tiny baby ass, like not even a wave, it's like a swill. Like that's fun as fuck.
Yeah, that shit is fun. But there's places that do indoor stuff like that.
It's not quite the same.
Well, I get that.
Indoor surfing, like
Simulation. Yeah.
a wave pool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Man,
My
we do
mom
all
was
kinds
one
of
of
shit on
these
the East
surfers.
Coast. We're fucking hype as fuck over here.
My mom was one of these surfers that it was like really cool and trendy at the time to have your dog go swimming with you and like have your dog out on the front of your surfboard. Everybody would take pictures of you like you were just like the shit if you could do that.
Till a shark eats your dog.
Uh,
That would suck. Like all of a sudden, it just there goes the dog. Like what the fuck? Oh my god, I'm afraid of sharks. Like so bad.
Sasquatch, turn your cam back on.
My belly itches.
sharks, from what I understand, are a little bit more.
Can't help myself. You'd be surprised how much I know about people, bro.
What? I don't understand.
San Francisco, Hawaii. I mean, I lived down there for a long time. I can't remember, maybe one or twice I heard about a shark sighting. I don't know. The Mexicans dump a lot of crap in the ocean, and it's a northerly current. So all the sharks are like, "Hell no, I'm not going anywhere near that shit."
Sharks on meth.
Yeah.
But then they probably wouldn't eat anything anymore. There'd be some fucked up looking sharks.
They found some fucked up shit inside of shark stomachs, man. Like, yeah.
I can't imagine.
License plates.
Hey, don't know if you saw, but you just received some membership contributions there, Flo.
Oh, I didn't. Thank you. Oh shit! Right on. Just to me. Thank you for 10 more memberships. Oh, I have a clip. I need to. I need to improve it, but it'll work for now.
Who's in it for the money and who's in it for the conversation?
Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion billion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck.
You grifting ass motherfucker.
Praise God.
Great contribution. Great support. And I like what Lindsay said. Hot Lady just paid for memberships. Come on, Flo. Pay attention, dude.
Sorry, I was on a different tab. I was dealing with other. I've got, and I'm doing good at not giving them. I've got a lot of trying to get the attention of probably my audience, not me. But I've got one sending me messages. I got one sneaking in shit through you. I got one dropping. It's like just straight up asking my chat if any ladies want to come over. It's like, what the fuck, Peniel?
Oh, that's right.
God.
God, that means I need to go check what's going on in my chat. Fuck. I'm like never paying attention.
Don't worry, there's nobody over there.
I didn't think so. I did not think so.
There's nobody.
Because they know, like, she does not have the ability to do both at the same time like I can. Because chat is probably going to try to trigger me and I'm going to fucking snap. And I'm not trying to do that.
I'm gonna avoid getting triggered and I'm going to make space because there's lots of people.
Who's going to trigger you?
See? Trigger happy motherfucker. Running off tap pots.
Is it Chuck?
Are they trying to get to your eBay store?
Yep, I'm trying to get the eBay store going.
Fuck. Flo, you can't be in that.
I can't be in it. I can't be part of that. But I do have a Teespring store. If people haven't seen it.
Just don't be trying to sell nobody through Teespring.
Well, keep your eye out. He ran over somebody else's chat panel. I said, keep your eye out. He'll show up at somebody else's panel.
Oh, Jack?
Yeah.
That's okay. He can go wherever he wants. Like I don't really do that sort of shit. Just trying to sneak in and get my attention or my audience attention. And not even all of them have streams going right now. Like the person who messaged me, is Paul. He's not even streaming right now.
How many people's in chat?
He just sent me a Facebook message, but I'm still blocked. He has me blocked on Facebook. It's the weirdest fucking thing.
He's jealous.
I guess.
It's the earrings, I'm telling you.
Is it the earrings? They glow in the dark too. Have I mentioned that they glow in the dark? It is the earrings, isn't it?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. And he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
Better than being an albino.
Is that dude gay?
There's been some question. Jeff doesn't think. Jeff, what was your thoughts on that?
Paul?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's gay.
I made a clip out of that. Did you see that? The short I made of you?
Oh, of Paul and who else?
I I'll just play it. Give me a second. I'll play it.
I think he's a switch hitter.
He just seems beta. It's like just what a normal
He
beta.
was doing like he was like doing a little dance there, like he was like prancing or whatever. I don't know. I kind of got
He
that.
goes and haunts everybody, like other people's streams. That he's like a what do you got? Like a bottom feeder.
The catfish.
I love the way he said that too.
I do too. It was nice.
I like Jeff's other name. He used to call him, what was that? Neanderthal?
Neanderthal. Yeah, he looks like he has
Neanderthal,
Neanderthal DNA. Like we all have Neanderthal, but he looks like he has a significant amount of it.
Anybody else? What about Talcott and Paul? I think that Talcott and Paul might have like
Neanderthal Paul.
Yeah, Paul and
No, I don't think. I think he's beta, but I don't think he's gay. I don't think Jack's gay. Jack's not gay. I think he's just an old hippie.
I love that.
But
I do
Jeff,
too.
you missed a show where Jack talked about maybe going gay.
What?
No, I didn't. I heard that one. And I also heard I've heard fucking Paul mention something similarly sus on one of Jack's streams. Shit show, what's up? And I passed along your message to Joe Cool. I got you. The links, I don't know why I've pinned the link to the top of the chat like 3 times. It's there. I don't know why people aren't seeing it today.
I actually found this place because I was searching Jack because I heard him mention the other day, or somebody mentioned that he streamed like every day. Maybe that's not accurate or whatever.
No, more or less he does. Yeah.
Jack?
Okay.
Jack streams every day.
Yeah, most days.
So I searched that, and then he wasn't live, but then it was like Flow State channel, and then like the picture had Jack, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember Jack talking about he couldn't find no women, so he's gonna start hitting on men.
Let's fucking shave your beard, then, hippie.
He got the daddy thing going on. It would work.
You know, like
A lot of like. He could find some little twinks that are looking for daddies.
Yeah.
A twink.
I ain't gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Flo, you didn't say that with enough conviction.
What about whoever just grunted? What about that conviction?
That was me trying to get up out of the chair.
Oh.
These joints don't move too good in 90-degree weather.
It's what Chuck just did, standing up.
Could be.
Either that or he took a shit in his pants, one or the other. But that's what I sound like getting up lately, because my back's still fucked up. My back, my hip, and my knee.
Andrew crack.
Yeah, I do. Just barely. I don't have a butt. So there's really no crack. It's just that seam.
Just the crease. There's just a fold. Fucked up.
Somebody I know got a GoFundMe to.
Chris, you're looking more and more like Scarface or something every day. Like you look like you run a small cartel empire.
A GoFundMe for a butt?
Yes, I say that all the time. Somebody this dude knows has a GoFundMe for their butt.
It's the weirdest fucking thing. He's got $5 on it.
He? Oh,
Yeah.
that's fucking bizarre.
The
That's
plot
weird.
thickens.
Why? So he could twerk?
I
have
don't
so many
know.
questions.
You know what? I had the same questions. I clicked on it and I was like, that's ridiculous. I'm not buying this guy, but it's not how capitalism works. I don't support that.
Oh my God.
What's going on? 60
You can call me Sasquatch.
79. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, I
Spoke
thought
to
you
you the other
talking.
day.
Hey, what's up? Who'd I speak to the other day?
Not me. I was
Steve.
actually talking to Chris.
Oh, right on.
Oh, hey, what's up?
What's up?
Just chilling, man. I just got back from being out in the freezing cold, so that's why I had the giant. That's why I had a giant coat on the just.
11 degrees here.
Yeah, it's somewhere around that right now. I think it's 15, but still, it snowed. It snowed last night, and I guess it's supposed to snow here again. So,
I'm excited for some snow. It was negative 22 the other day, and my furnace went out. Almost burnt my house down.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's terrible. God.
I'm staying warm with vodka.
Yeah.
Nice. I heard the big cough syrup too.
Yeah.
Drinking
What up,
blue.
Flo? I just want to jump on your panel. I'm at home alone. I got my family away at the in-laws so that they don't have to freeze in my house, but I can't let my pipes freeze, so I'm sitting home drinking, taking some time off from work.
That sucks about the cold weather. It's moving in here too.
I've always kind of dug cold weather, but I'm in the South, and so it's probably different for me.
It's not that cold there.
Same here.
When I get cold, it's like 32 degrees.
Well, I'm in Texas.
38.
Texas, and sometimes it can get down below freezing quite often. It hasn't last few years, but then again, like back in 2020, 21 or something like that, there was like that huge freeze where like they lost power and everything, and like it.
Dude,
You're leaving the most important part of that story out, where they were trying to push everybody towards this new clean, new green energy, and all those wind turbines failed because they don't work when it's too cold. Just like Teslas don't charge when it's too cold.
Right.
Because it's about going green, but it's really just about controlling people.
Yeah,
right.
They want to turn your truck or car on or off. They just want to be able to say you can't drive, but you can. You can't.
It's like all the chargers for the electric vehicles are where? In a city. They're not out there in the middle of nowhere. It's a ploy to try to keep people in cities.
They had like all the rental car places. They said people are not renting the electric cars. They're waiting hours and hours and hours for the gas cars
because no one wants them.
Yeah, nobody wants them. They said they're hard to charge.
The biggest
it's hard to find a
electric
charger.
The biggest
They're not
electric
convenient.
plant in the country is in Kentucky, and it is completely powered by diesel fuel because that's how you go green. You power batteries with diesel fuel. It's all just fossil fuel. The body heals itself, and so does the earth because they both were created by God.
Well, they're just not allowing the common man to have access to a level of technology
Y'all are so disempowered. I swear, I've never met more.
where it was
Jeff. No, elaborate with that then, Jeff, because no one on the panel agrees with you yet. You're disempowered by trusting the government. You're giving your power to the government and just saying, "I don't care. Do whatever you want."
Yeah,
trust
but I
you."
don't feel like I'm somebody's slave. I'm not complaining about
No, I
people
don't either.
mind controlling
I don't
me or
either.
running my
I
life or
just know
telling me
that
what.
the
Like you don't hear
faking
any
going
of
to
that from
space,
me. So
and
if you're in
that's
that
one of the-
situation,
Jeff, that's one of
take
the
some
biggest lies is that
responsibility
they're
for it.
faking going to space. Do you know how much money they get to fake going to space? Over $60 million per day. Per
Yeah,
day.
I mean, maybe it's just because you're
come
so ignorant to
on.
see it.
Wake
I
up,
mean,
bro.
Just
Who said that?
It's not fake.
Who said what? Look up NASA's budget. It's over
67.
over
Okay.
$25 billion. Now divide that by 365. It's over $60 million a day to fake going to space. I don't always trust Nazis, but when I do, they're rescued through Operation Paperclip and put into jobs at NASA.
That's just like that Indiana
And so then
Jones
you
movie.
believe them because you believe that. Okay, yeah, that's so
No,
logical.
I don't believe them because I actually.
I don't know about that, man. I'm not sure I can buy into that, but I'm interested in having the discussion about it.
Yeah, I'm interested in having any discussion.
Hell yeah. So
Jeff, have you ever read Brave New World?
I
All the
did.
concepts?
I did.
Okay.
I read it at the school I went to.
So
We did
you
a whole
understand
dance
it,
on
like they organize society into like various tiers.
alphas, the betas.
Yeah.
We did a
And
whole
those various
dance at school
tiers were
based on that.
privy to
They
different
divided us
levels
into
of
classes.
information.
Hey,
That's,
so
a, that's,
Cecil,
that's a fiction novel. You know that, right?
well, wait, so it seems like it's a true
What
story.
what
It didn't
he's
seem like it to
talking
me
about
when I
there
read
is
it in
not
high school.
fictional.
It didn't seem
Like
like
there
a
is
real
such
story
thing
at
as
all.
a tiered society is not fictional. Those actually exist, bro.
Yeah.
can we set a premises for the debate that it's
That
in our
Brave New
country
World
it's
society
innocent until
exists.
proven guilty, right? So we have to let's assume the mainstream story and all of the millions and thousands of space videos.
Well, I'm
and
confused because I
everything
thought
is
we were
true.
talking about Brave New World, which is a
Oh.
fictional novel. So
Just lies in
I was
general.
on this NASA thing about
Oh, okay,
taking
yeah, we can get
space.
back to that.
Lies
I'm
in general.
sorry.
But if
what-
we had a society of men, you know, like a Brave New World, then they would have realized that the day the writer of Brave New World died, so did JFK, and the magic bullet theory doesn't make sense. It's a bunch of
Okay.
chicken shits.
I don't
All right.
disagree. There
Yeah,
is something. There is a lot more to the assassination of JFK than we've been told.
concepts.
I
Oh
don't know
yeah, I
what
agree
it
with
is.
that. I agree with
That's
that.
how you tell a story. I mean, I don't really understand what you were touching on there by claiming that it's fictional. Like, yeah, and the concepts there are not fictional.
Yeah.
Well, then talk about the concept. What concept do you want to talk about?
The tiered society.
Do you think we have a tiered society here?
Do we not?
What's the tiers?
Oh, well, I saw a senator pull a fire alarm, which is a federal offense. Did he go to jail?
Okay.
No,
All right.
he didn't.
well,
He didn't, but that's okay.
I guess that's a tier. The tier that can pull fire alarms and the tier that can't.
Well, that was just a quick example. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, this we're all freaking equal in society. You think that's real?
I never said we were equal. We're
Okay,
equal.
okay.
It's equality under the law, and we're existentially equal. I don't think
Yeah.
we're.
I mean,
No,
on
it's
some
not.
level, the world is what you make it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the disempowerment. They're making it whatever. Like slave.
I get what
philosophy
you're
they're
saying,
making
Jeff.
it.
You know, it's more one thing to talk about the people who control us. It's another thing to, you know, think about
Completely
ways that
deny it.
we can be positive and overcome that bullshit.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
what I would recommend. If you feel
Right.
controlled, that's what I recommend. Like the
Yeah,
locus
let
of
me be
control is in you and
positive,
your
and then
agency.
I just won't pay taxes anymore. Oh no, wait! Somebody's gonna show up and take possession of my
That's
shit.
what I'm saying. Like you feel
Well,
like
then
paying
just
taxes is being
play
controlled.
by the rules as
No,
much as
That's
you
no,
your
I
can.
don't
version of
live
being
in this
controlled.
like
It's hard to
hippie
take
I
that
mean,
dream
it's not
world
impossible, man.
of oh my goodness, I'm so oppressed and yeah, dude, I don't live in like hippie dream worlds where I can just mind over matter, not being a slave or whatever.
I'm sorry you feel like a slave. I
That's
don't. I
weird.
think there are internal things you
Okay.
can do
Oh, you
about
don't? You're not a slave? Go ahead and don't pay your taxes then. See what happens.
I don't pay
I
taxes.
just paid him,
I
and then
can't
I still
remember
have
the last
plenty of
time I filed
money
taxes.
because.
that. Yeah, that's hard to take seriously.
Hey,
Don't
sorry,
pay your
AC. I
taxes
hope you
or
weren't back there too long. I stepped away for a minute and took a piss.
I mean, it works for some people, I guess. It's just
No, I'm good.
You got to follow the rules. You know the rules.
The rules are you're a slave.
Okay. Well,
Now, to some degree.
like I said, I'm sorry
Oh,
to believe
okay,
that.
so
I
at least
disagree.
we're in some level of agreements here. It's not.
Your
me pointing out
acknowledgement is
reality
anything
of
doesn't
some
really
dude that wants
apply
to be
to
try to
my
be.
course of actions in any given situation. So you can categorize me in whatever box you want to, bud.
Anybody
But
else
the
see
point
Flow
is,
State's community post the other day?
Which one?
Oh, it was saying something about something about agents in place, agent provocateurs.
Oh,
And
the
then
short?
somebody commented on it and said, I bet there's maybe more than we think they are. And that it's and I think you said that it's less complicated than people think. I
Here,
agree.
I can just
I
play
agree.
it.
I think they could just make random YouTube accounts and they could just show up and they can push the narrative.
It's that damn Kobe Bryant fella.
No, that had nothing to do with Kobe, Chuck. That just looked disingenuous and uninformed. Okay. But if
It
you
looks
don't
sarcastic.
understand, Kobe translates to Jacob, which translates to Israel. You look like
Which
an idiot when you're
There's a
not
lot
being
of suspicious people on here.
I think a lot of people assume that there's a lot more agent provocateurs than they are.
Yep.
Good
And
point.
other people assume that there are way fewer than they actually are.
Yeah. So how
Every
do you
major
know for
military
sure?
owner are involved in it, but it's not everybody.
It's mostly like government retards that want to act like little internet shrinks and mental health professionals trying to like talk people down from actually living in reality. They're trying
Well,
to
that's
convince them that they got something wrong with them mentally when in reality those people live in reality.
I think it's also just like social media influence type people. Now, do I think some of these people are going and punching in at CIA headquarters? No, obviously not. They're out there pushing the agenda.
No, they can train freaking retards and stuff like that to just go around and troll communities. It's not that hard to do.
Or how about they're just idiots that want attention?
Why do you think
Could be that
Flo's
too,
not in
but-
prison?
Just saying.
Cute. Because I forfeited a fuckload of legally owned guns. But damn it, Rosa. Oh, you wouldn't. I don't. And the reason I think it's fewer is because I don't think you would need that many. Because that's the thing about narratives is they get their own sort of momentum.
You don't even need real people. Nowadays, artificial intelligence or bots or whatever they call it.
What is this?
I mean, listed der Wissenschaftler,
Sasquatch?
listed der Wissenschaftler.
All right, so this is literally
Wissenschaftler.
part of the Operation Paperclip list of those bad people from the middle 20th century that we absconded with. So we took,
Where's Von Braun?
we took people, the Russians took equipment.
No, they took people too.
Raketen Technik.
We made a heavy effort into acquiring people and largely gave up the equipment for the ability to just be like, hey, everybody get on the boat.
Luftfahrt und Raketentechnik. So rocket technology. Electronic.
That's electronic.
Yeah, like I
That's-
said, I don't always trust Nazis, but when I
Right.
do, they work for NASA.
Right?
Totally believe everything they say. I don't even feel enslaved at all. I want to keep giving them $60 million per day because I like their CGI.
Yeah.
Know what I mean, Jeff? You got some discernment. You're a school teacher. You're real knowledgeable.
I don't. I'm not a school teacher.
How is there the vacuum of space when there's no barrier between space and Earth?
There is a barrier.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
It's the atmosphere.
Atmosphere.
Oh, okay. No, I mean a solid barrier, not the atmosphere. A solid barrier is necessary for a vacuum. You can't have combustion in a vacuum. So
It's
tell
not
me how
a
that
true
works.
vacuum. It's not a true vacuum.
Oh, okay. It's an imaginary vacuum. You got to use your imagination.
No, there's particles in it. It's not a total vacuum.
Oh, okay.
The only way a flat
Can you
earther
show me
would-
somewhere else that's demonstrated? Any other vacuum I know? You need a solid barrier for a vacuum.
Well, how does a Hoover work?
Yeah, how does my shop vac
Does a
work?
Hoover have an atmosphere or a solid canister tank? Bad example.
No, it's not.
Chuck the Cuck from Tennessee.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, come on. He already did that shit with the Kobe.
No,
Come on, dog.
You don't have to go with the attack.
Yeah, me and Chuck got some history. He doesn't like
All right. Well,
don't
the rest
follow
of us
games,
don't
man.
have the history, so we don't care about it.
Yeah,
Um,
like it's just off-putting to newcomers, man.
I do. Thank you for the super chat, Jack. I was in the bathroom, so I don't know when you sent this. Was it good we ate from the tree of knowledge? I don't know who that's to or why, or if it's just a general question.
I would say no.
I don't think that we understand the story.
I agree. I think
I
the
think we're
Bible is
capable.
Mandela affected. It's the most well-known, most well-sold
your
book of
favorite
all
word,
time,
Flo.
and it has the most Mandela effects. They're hiding the word of God. What is
So
that word?
I also
don't
don't
know.
believe in
I'm not saying
Mandela
I have
effect.
it.
Well,
What's
the
that?
Mandela effect is real. What he's talking, not
You think
necessarily-
so?
You believe in Mandela
What?
effects, but not any other
Whoa.
fucking
Yeah,
thing?
I've experienced
incredible.
Mandela effect.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is you did
Mandela
seem like you're from
effect is
another
just a
universe
way of
sometimes. That
describing-
makes sense.
I don't know what you mean by Mandela effect, but it's just a way of describing like this common misperception in memory.
No, it's
Like
not
the Monopoly
misperception,
Man
it's-
doesn't have
it's
a monocle.
things that
and I
have
always
been
thought
changed.
He did. And a lot of
No,
people
they
I know
they
thought
think
he did.
that reality has changed.
He's
No,
Okay,
Jeff
Flo,
136.
Flo,
That's
excuse
not
me,
what I'm
excuse me.
talking about when I say Mandela effect.
Flo, here's
What?
one that I am talking about. Here's one that's not religious that everyone knows. What was that guy from Publishers Clearinghouse?
There was the big checks.
Yes.
Ed McMahon?
No, it
he
wasn't
worked
him though.
for
Look it up.
Ameri-
It wasn't ever
if
him.
he
It was never
worked
him, and
for-
you cannot find a
Hey.
clip of him.
It was Ed
Gary,
McMahon.
Yes, it
But
was.
you
I
can't
remember
find
the
a clip of it.
commercials.
Is the point I'm making? They're altering reality. It's the Ministry of Truth
He-
in conjunction with
Dude,
the
you
Lord
are
of this
you are
world.
Hey,
you
hey.
are a borderline insane conspirator.
Isn't
He
that
worked-
me?
What was that? Okay,
Because
because
That's like your opinion, bro.
isn't that off-putting to the new viewers what he just did there? I'm borderline conspirator. dude, I'm not-
You're acting so negative. One less negative person on this earth.
Oh yeah, that would be me to Jeff.
No,
with
you're
my
not borderline
fist face to face.
conspirator. You're full-fledged
Ooh.
conspirator. You're borderline.
Somebody's a little triggered.
Jeff,
Cool story,
I would
bro.
appreciate if you would not lump all. First of all, you're a conspiracy or a coincidence theorist, so
I'm
that's
only
not any
talking to
better.
Yeah,
I'm only talking
exactly.
about Smith.
You're a
I know.
Gatenist.
Nobody else.
Fine, then carry on.
Gatenist.
Snopes even smokes.
Snopes.
Oh
Snopes
God!
even explains the whole Ed McMahon. He
Snopes.
was a spokesperson for
Snopes.
American Family
That's
Publishing.
where I get
Yeah,
my news.
People
yeah.
I
mistake
take it
that
from
for
Hillary
Publishers
Clinton and
Clearinghouse.
Snopes.
But we're
Smith,
not
what do
we're
you
not
think causes
we're
the
not
Mandela effect?
misremembering that Ed McMahon was on TV doing those commercials. They just
He
weren't
was.
Publishers Clearinghouse.
He was.
Oh, okay.
Those are the
Yeah.
people with the big checks, right?
He was.
Yeah,
but you
he
can't
comes.
find a
Yeah,
single
he comes
clip
to your
of it.
house. You could. It's those little stamps you get in the mail. You could buy magazines and enter into this sweepstakes.
Yeah, you got to be like at least 40 years old to know who Ed McMahon is. But everyone remembers
was
him in the
the,
Super Bowl delivering a big
assistant-
check.
he
Lifestyles
was
with
the
Rich and
co-host of
Famous?
the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
Yep.
Yeah,
Smith,
but now
I
you
did-
can't
I
find a
did
single
have-
clip of that.
Yes, I
So
just.
yes, there is
Mr.
Mandela
Smith,
effects.
uh,
They're altering reality.
What do you think is
Nobody's
the cause
altering
of the
fucking
Mandela
reality.
effect?
You
What
are.
I think it is-
You are Mandela your own self. You are altering the reality.
I think
of
the
your own brain,
Mandela
not through
effect is the
ignorance.
ministry. Oh, excuse me. Let's hear the Gateness
Jeff,
talk.
Jeff is
I
just
think the
here to call
Mandela effect
everybody
is the
crazy.
ministry of truth and the Lord of this world working together.
Okay.
I can't
All right.
control what you think.
I know you can't.
There's a whole
can't even
YouTube
influence
list
people.
of Ed McMahon
You
commercials.
can't even
I see
influence
for
people.
myself.
I go out.
Okay,
With
I'm
this-
not trying
I
to
go out with
influence.
a
I have
toxic
no
person
illusion that I'm
online
going to
drunk,
influence your
and I'm
brain
influencing
rot.
more people because I think they see the realness. There's no realness in what you say. You just sound like you're pushing a narrative.
Or
Right.
maybe they just like to hear a crazy person.
Yeah, everybody's
Who does?
crazy. Yeah, we get it, Jeff.
I disagree with that. That Joe's trying to push a narrative. I disagree with that.
You're entitled to
like
think
these
that.
little mental health narratives again, where
I mean-
everybody's a nut job, and yeah, we get it, bro.
Yeah.
I would, you know what, man? I haven't called anybody a nut job. I'm trying to be critical and have a debate about this.
I am too.
I've just
Yeah,
I've seen
yeah.
enough panels with Smith on it.
So I
Yeah.
mean, he's
Yeah,
right,
but
man. Name calling doesn't help.
Yeah.
So if we can,
But it
maybe we
feels
can talk
good.
about it more. I'm curious as to why. Like, okay,
So why
so
what?
to what ends are we being manipulated?
Why they're doing it? To hide the word of God, to push hopelessness in people, because what they're doing is they're overloading people with the news feed and with the tragedies. It's the Illuminati card game, combined disasters card. It's like there's so much going on. It's like, what do you do? What do you do?
It's
Yeah, I
information
get that sentiment, man. You know, I talk about that a lot. I was gonna put my camera on and show where I live, and I decided not to because it's kind of creepy. Because I have like 1,000
Wow.
computer screens around me and shit, with like the
I wanna
Matrix
see
going.
even more now.
But like, you know, we are inundated. But your belief is a preclusion that you can't believe that there's actually great achievements being accomplished by SpaceX and all of these
there's not.
people who work
There's
for
not.
these
They're faking it.
organizations who
They're
who
faking it,
go
and
through
this is
this
the narrative you're
colleges
pushing.
I'm not here to push a narrative, but I'm just trying to be
It's fake.
reasonable.
Is anybody who's seen their landings? That's bullshit.
I mean, I've worked with these people, man.
Yeah, I know. My brother stopped talking to me because his friend went to the Las Vegas shooting. My brother can still fuck off. He can still fuck off. That whole thing.
Well,
Was
see,
bullshit.
I haven't called you any names, and I haven't.
No,
told
I'm
you
just
to fuck
saying,
off.
SpaceX is bullshit. So let's debate if you want. Is that
Well,
weird that the grandfather?
I
of,
mean-
no, excuse me, real quick, and then you can rebut to this. The grandfather of NASA. Oh, are you going to let me talk? I said you can rebut.
I just had
afterwards.
sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
All right, Smith, this better be good since you think that you run the panel.
No, I didn't say that, but you were being quiet. So
Well,
the
you're acting like
grandfather
it.
of NASA.
Yep, acting like it.
Okay, so you told me to go, but then you got shitbags still going here. The ex-Nazi rocket scientist, Werner von Braun, the grandfather of NASA. Look it up. His name is Grandfather of NASA. And he, in the 60s, wrote a book that a man named Elon colonizes Mars. I'm a coincidence serious like Jeff. And on his tombstone is Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare God's glory, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Totally normal. Totally normal. Put your head
Baby
in the
truth.
sand. Huh?
Baby truth.
Well, I know it is. I got way better stuff. I'm just throwing that out there for the baby truthers. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so
Sure,
that
give me
all
some
has to be straightened out conceptually before we as a species, let's say, can move forward intelligently on this front.
Okay, let's hear your groundbreaking truth now, Flo. Let's hear it. That's what I thought.
I kind of
Hold on.
wanted to go because we were talking.
Yeah, you can go now.
All right. Well, man, obviously we all know about Werner von Braun and his development of the V2 rocket. He was not a dedicated Nazi.
He was the Nazi rocket scientist. Thank you.
He was, yes.
He was.
But-
Okay, but you're just saying, what did you just say? He was
He
not a
wasn't-
dedicated Nazi?
I mean, you can look it up, but Indiana Jones did a disservice to his memory and the achievements that he made toward NASA.
Indiana Jones was a movie.
Oh yeah, it was terrible too.
I love Indy.
Okay, so we're
And the legacy's been destroyed.
we're deflecting from whatever point I made. Keep
I
going.
don't know, man. I'm just trying to tone down the conversation because you sound really
Let's
excited.
just have fun, bro.
I
Let's just
know,
have
man.
fun. Let's have fun on the way to our enslavement as they false flag us multiple times this year.
Well, this is
Let's
the
have
reality
fun.
we're in right now, man. What are we
Alright.
gonna do? Be miserable and be angry? And
Alright,
yell
let's
at
just
people
hang
on
out
the
with our
internet?
dogs and
exactly
chop
what
wood
Smith
on live
has
streams.
chosen.
That'll save the world.
Smith has
I wanna
literally
push
exactly
out.
chosen that one to be miserable and angry.
I'm not miserable or
All
angry.
right, man. Well, we can get back to talking if you want, but I would just find it more unlikely that it's all fake.
Yeah. Because, I mean, what do they have to gain? Look what happened the last 3 years. I mean, everything that happened the last 3 years sure seemed pretty fake, and it sure seemed like every government. And every government in the world was in on it in the last 3 years. Let's go back to laughing and talking about things that doesn't matter. Push the agenda.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can really realize the truth that like nothing really matters. It's what you make matter, man.
Except for other people. I care about other people.
Well, then
Not really,
that's
I
what
don't
you make that matter, dude.
How do you care about
luck.
that? How does that manifest? You have a cricket.
By
Give-
yelling at
what?
me on the internet when I'm trying to understand what you're saying, you're just like cutting me off and yelling at me.
Well, you're pushing the pro-government narrative. I'm not a big fan of that.
I'm not pushing any narrative. I just want to understand what you're
I
saying.
just asked a question. That's all.
Well, you're trying to say that Tesla is telling us the truth, that he's not just stealing our money to fake go into space like they've been doing for 60 years. I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we destroyed that technology and it's a painful process to build it back, says
I've
Don,
heard that quote,
lead
man.
NASA astronaut.
That is a curious thing, man. And it's a
Well, but you cut it
disservice.
off before I finished. That was Don Pettit that said that.
Fucking catch up. Fucking low vibration pieces of shit.
We know the baby truce. We don't need to be all. You don't need to have a terrible time and be all bitter and shit about it. You choose to. We choose not to.
They lost data from one flight. Was all they lost.
Oh, okay.
There was never any flight.
So we are pushing the narrative here, but Flo, I think
No,
is
there was never any flights.
So you don't think we went to the moon?
Fuck no, I don't.
Oh
Absolutely
my God.
not.
I give up. I'm gonna just sit and work on my puzzle.
There you go.
That's
I don't know. I want to believe.
That's
I'm not
why
sure.
people believe. That's why you can look at I'm not even.
Somehow you have this superior knowledge that we didn't.
No, there's fucking tons of people all
You've got
across the
conspiracy
globe who
brain,
don't
that's
believe
all.
it.
That's
Have you
There's
seen
lots of-
China or India's moon landing?
Bro, yeah, India's is absurd.
It is curious. It is a
looks
good
like
point.
Atari. It looks like Atari Moon Patrol.
Yeah, it's like a
I don't-
calculator game.
I just don't know why any other country hasn't decided to go to the moon. That kind of bothers me. And why haven't we gone back to the moon in however many
I
years?
mean, India
Buzz
India
Aldrin.
just did a moon
Because it's a
landing.
dome.
So fake.
Ask Buzz Aldrin. He says we didn't go there because it didn't happen. And if
I
it
did
didn't
see
happen-
that clip. He said that to that little girl. It was weird.
Yeah, weird.
After he was an old man and probably had dementia.
I mean, I'm
okay,
about half
so-
drunk now, so I might.
Shut
You might
up.
change my mind here. Let's see.
How about the day they came back from the moon and they had their press conference? They looked like serial killers on trial. Look at that news conference when they came
We
back
have
from the
lunar
moon.
samples. We have
They
laser
look like
reflectors that
serial
were left
killers on
the moon. We
trial.
have images. There was
Yeah.
tracking by multiple.
Do you watch?
countries.
I watch a lot of
Lunar
space channels, so it's going to be difficult.
Lunar
Man.
mentions there's
I'm
the
gonna warn
abundance
you
of
right now.
helium-3 in lunar samples. There's the existence of lunar dust. in the
It's because
stratosphere.
we're all crazy, Jeff, because we don't believe everything that's on the media, on the
I
news.
bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
The reason I think that is because
We don't know.
have
We don't know that they're
faculty-
lunar samples.
faculties to separate what to believe and how to believe.
We
And
don't
who
know.
determines what we
So
should
you're free to
believe?
believe
The
what
man
you
on the
want, but
television?
there's an intelligent way to sort beliefs.
But Jeff, we don't know that they are from the moon.
Yours
those
is not
samples.
it. Yours is you.
Right.
All the thought processes I hear out of you is literally a logical fallacy. Default to authority.
For some reason, there's something educationally that you just didn't pick up.
Education. That's exactly what I'm pointing out. You default to authorities, and you're trying to
No,
sort out the
I don't
best
know
authority.
how you say I default to authority.
Because I can't get you to walk through thought processes with me. I've tried.
I can't get you to walk through thought process with me, and every time I try, it turns out to be inference or you flat out lying and then admitting it.
I've not seen
But
that, Jeff. And I've never seen
Jeff,
you go against
Jeff,
any
well,
journal.
what tools that you use to prove that they was actually from the moon samples? What tools did you use to prove that?
Me personally, none. The
Okay, so
scientists
you don't
have
know
plenty.
then, right?
The
So,
scientists have plenty.
so we could agree you don't know.
That's a
I mean, I have seen other planets through a telescope.
Whoever's trying to get in the door,
that's been good
the
enough for
panel's
me.
full, and if you want to kick somebody, the price schedule is in the description box.
Dude, I'm gonna go play some fucking video games. I'll see you guys later.
See, people
All
that
right,
are saying
great.
I default to doctrine, they don't understand science. That's
Cecil,
what I'm
stay
talking
up
about.
here.
Like I
That's how
learned
you
this
get
shit in
money.
like 5th grade.
So Jeff, we could agree that you don't know that they went to the moon and got any samples.
The scientists know.
I'm asking you. We could agree that you don't know.
The scientists know.
We're talking about your
Jeff-
belief.
We're
I
talking
was
about you,
going to ask
Jeff.
Jeff about the science over the last 3 years, but I know his answer on that.
Well, let Jesus rock with it before we
so-
derail.
I'm asking you, Jeff. We could agree that you don't know as a person.
Are you talking
I
to me,
know
Jeff,
that
or
the
that
sci-
Jeff?
Huh?
I just rattled off the list of evidence that science has. They have over 842 pounds of lunar rocks and dust. I could go find the source and go check that out if I wanted to, but it's more probable than not. So I take it on, like I take them at their word. There's laser reflectors that were left on the moon's surface by several Apollo missions that scientists on Earth can bounce lasers off and measure the time it takes for the light to return. I could go look all that shit up.
So Jeff, have you
Et
spoken?
cetera, et cetera.
Have you personally
So
spoken
I
to those
personally have not
scientists?
done all this, but I could.
Have you personally spoken to those scientists?
I mean,
Yes,
you can
I've
go
spo-
to
yes,
a
I've taken
like a
science class. I've
university.
spoken
Have
to
you,
scientists. I have
Jeff?
friends
Jeff,
that are
you
scientists.
hold on. Okay, what is the name of these scientists you're talking about?
In fact, I took astronomy in college.
What
I've
is the
actually
name
taken
of these scientists you're
college level
talking about?
astronomy course.
What is
So
the name
what's
of
your
these
background in
scientists?
science? What is your experience or contact
What
with
is
science?
the name of these scientists you're talking about, Jeff?
I've talked to plenty of scientists.
What
I
is
just
the
wanted-
name of the scientists you're talking about, Jeff?
I've talked to plenty. I've taken
What's
science
the
in college. I had
name
plenty of
of
science
your scientists,
professors.
Jeff?
Their names would mean nothing to you.
Jesus, I just want to jump in real quick. No one's impressed with the college resume. Everyone's seen what colleges do the last 2 years. Who'd they
I
hire
don't
at
think
Harvard?
I don't expect them to be impressed by it. What I do think they was intimidated by it because
No,
I
not
think
at
they
all.
lack basic
Not at all.
fundamental science education. And for
Everyone's
some
I have a,
seen
reason,
what
I have a
happened.
degree too.
Everyone's seen what happened with the president of Harvard. What was her last name? Oh, it was Gay. What was her last name? Oh, or her
Yeah,
birthday?
what does that have to
Obama's
do with
birthday.
science?
Obama's birthday, and she's gay.
Charlene?
I don't. I can't go and remedy whatever gaps in education you all have. I try my
vaccinated
best,
But
but
look,
I'm
Jeff, you keep going back to that. You keep referencing
can't
back
be
to
insulting
education,
like that.
education, education, and that's what we're trying to
Help
show
the
you
debate.
is that you don't engage your brain. You find a trusted source.
I have a lot of experience with education. I trust
I
my
know.
critical thinking ability. I trust my ability to work through a logical argument. I do that on here. I do that on plenty of live streams. People can watch it themselves. I've seen your ability to do it. I've seen other people's ability to do
Jeff
it.
is nervous. You see,
It's
when he walks
faulty.
his chair, when
No,
he
he
walks his
doesn't.
chair, he's nervous.
He always
See, that's not
That's
cool.
the autism, dude.
I just
That's
don't
Jeff
get
there.
it.
Thank you, Smith, for your super chat. Would you? You're still up here, right? Where? Do you want to? Do you want to? Do you want to go ahead and read your super chat, or do you want me to?
What is it?
Go ahead.
It says space is gay.
NASA said that. That was their quote about 2 years ago.
No way.
Yeah, swear to God, Neil Tyson deGrasse came out and said he can't find the video now. I did have a screenshot. I'll have to go through my 8,000 screenshots on my phone to post it. But yeah, they said NASA's gay, or they said space is gay.
That's
Well,
a
they
weird
just
thing.
paid Buck the
Lindsay's
low
throwing
$5
chairs. Leave
bucks.
Jeff alone.
They don't
Well,
bother.
you know, there's space for everyone, and there's space for everyone in
No,
space.
no, not
Hey,
right now.
Neurojack, your mic is great again.
Come in. Earth to Jack. Come in. Neural Jack must have took
Why is
long.
this shit so fucked up all the time?
I don't know. We need to. I don't know. As much as he panels, he should invest in
See,
basic
the
infrastructure.
thing
He's
is
trying to
that-
go through
is
4
that
government firewalls.
the problem, guys, we can't be too hard on Jeff because he copy and pasting stuff in his brain.
You
and
can
that's
be
all
as
he
hard
got.
as you want, dude.
He
and
only
make
got what he
yourself look
copy
as
and
dumb as
paste.
you want.
He doesn't use the intelligence to go
Jeff,
beyond
this
copy and
guy's
paste.
just a troll.
No, he's not. I don't think he is. He's
I
been
mean,
around before.
This
I
Jeff
don't know
just wants
how
to
like
talk about
trying
it. I want to know more.
introduce basic logic and scientific literacy to a conversation is trolling. It's probably trolling to the uneducated.
Well,
I
Jeff,
agree.
let's
He's
hear him
very
out, though,
uneducated.
fellow Jeff. Here, let's just, let's not just don't be insulting and not focus on the education. And what other evidence do you have that space is fake and like satellites aren't real?
You talking to me?
95% of world communication is run through underwater cables.
Yeah, that's more efficient.
Seems like a lot.
Does it make a person? Does it make someone a bad person to believe in space?
See, Neurojack's calling from space right now. This is proof that space is real. Is
Yeah.
Neurojack?
Sounds like it. Does it make him a bad person to believe in it? No, it doesn't. I think it makes him gullible.
Fuck these cupcakes.
I mean, that's fair. If that's what you think. I mean, I'm trying not to be gullible. I'm trying to
Okay, Jeff,
comprehend.
That's why I said it, because that's what I think. That's fair, because that is what I think.
But so what
That was
other
a weird
evidence
statement.
do you have? I mean, our satellite.
Oh,
I'm
they've
assuming
never
satellites.
been back. They've never been back. Or what's his name? Buzz Aldrin says that we didn't go there to an 8-year-old
That'd be
girl.
no standard of evidence. You don't even have an idea of this of
The
standards.
first
of
thing that
evidence.
we need to do is we need to evaluate sources, right? What is the source? Since information is second, if we're getting secondhand information, what is the source and the quality of the source? I would say that NASA and our federal government just grotesquely fails the trustworthiness test.
Okay, can you do me a huge favor, Flo? Will you
Well,
bring up the
fortunately,
lunar
that's not the
lander?
only
Bring up a
source.
picture of the lunar lander, that fucking tweaker shelter.
Oh, yeah, I've got one.
Come on, man. That fucking
They've
door's made
had
out of
lunar
tinfoil
probes and
spray paint.
orbiters from multiple
it does look a little
countries that have
flimsy.
confirmed the presence of these Apollo hardware landing sites. So it's not just national.
That's true.
Jeff, I know you're into this stuff. Who was Apollo? Who was Apollo originally?
That's a Greek god
Of?
That's my hair shampoo.
of Apollo.
I said of what?
He didn't say Head and Shoulders.
Apollo.
God of War? No, I don't know.
No, that's
Yeah,
Man, we're
Mars
talking
or
about
something.
Brave New World, and Apoyo is a chicken. Fucking
Aries
chicken.
is the god of
Oh
war.
yeah.
I just want people to appreciate. How do I zoom in on this motherfucker?
No, the lander. That's the rover. The
I
lander.
know this is the picture I've saved to my desktop. Do you take a look at this umbrella right here, the upside down umbrella? Let's
Yeah,
also
man.
admire these are the same folding chairs your fucking grandma had in her
I used
garage.
to cut grass in something like that, man.
Exactly the same.
That's your evidence that we didn't land on the moon.
No, I'm not
What's
trying to
your
give you
evidence that we
evidence.
did?
It's just
I don't have
how
any.
go,
You're
how
looking
hard
at
it
that
is.
and you're saying it looks like an umbrella and lawn chairs, therefore we didn't land on the moon.
I'm just saying
That's
if we're
the
gonna
kind
if
of
something's
like
gonna be
shoddy
obviously fake,
thinking and logic. I'm
Is
talking
that
about. You
Wally?
want to point at my critical thinking, talking about I don't use my brain.
here,
You
you
don't.
just you're I don't know what to do with you, Jeff. I don't know if I don't even think I can blame it on autism. It's just you. You're too educated or something.
I think you're projecting.
This is not the end of my. This is not
Jeff,
the.
you're the one that
This
is
is not the
thinking
total
poorly, and
argument.
it's easier for you
Jeff,
to protect
this
your
isn't the
ego
total
to make
argument.
it
You're
seem
straw
as though it's
manning.
me that's
You're
thinking
doing a
poorly.
straw
When I
man.
stand by my thing.
Straw
Anybody
man.
that understands
Straw
science
man.
or logic,
Straw man.
I am
Straw man.
confident that they can follow my arguments.
Straw man. What you're doing
We
is a straw
used
man.
that kind of antenna when I was in the service. That's an antenna array.
Did you use those folding chairs too? But regardless, before we move on from the straw
Almost.
man, this was not my argument. So when
Then
you
what-
sum it
why
up
are you
as
saying
the
these are
argument,
lawn chairs and
that's a
umbrella?
straw
Maybe
man.
I'm
Are you over talking me?
Maybe I misunderstood your purpose for showing this picture.
Well, it's to mock the obvious fake, but this wasn't the sum of the argument. It
Right,
wasn't.
you're that's what I'm saying. You assuming it's a fake because it looks like an umbrella and lawn chairs to you.
No, I know it's a fake because of all the other fucking shit that doesn't
Then
make sense.
why
about the
would
whole
you
story.
why would you lead by focusing on the umbrella and lawn chair?
Because
That's not
I'm
the
not
point of why
making
it's
it.
fake.
I'm not trying to prove a point here. We're trying to laugh at this together. You're the one that thinks that this needs to be a point proven. It's already proven to me.
Yeah, I thought you put it up for a reason to make a point.
Well, not to convince. No.
Oh, okay. Then I got confused. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Smith
I
wanted to
apologize.
see a different one. Welcome, ATL Transparency.
You know there are Velcro straps on those chairs, so they stick to them.
You know what, man? I just want to differentiate me, Jeff, from other Jeff.
I'm so, man, Jeff,
saying
too, you've
Jeff
you
is
come into an
dogs.
environment where there's an existing Jeff.
I know, but
That's
I
the
don't know
duality
whether
of
we
Jeff.
landed on the moon or not, or if space is fake or not. I know it doesn't necessarily affect my daily life and what I'm gonna do next.
Are you paying
Yes,
taxes?
you do.
Do we have an open border, but we're paying $65 million a day for them to fake going to space? The Operation Space Force, they're going to turn that back onto us. Look at
Whoa, whoa,
Hawaii.
whoa, I missed
They're going to do
something
more
here.
like that.
Okay.
I bought a Space Force
Ooh,
T-shirt. man.
Rumham, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Super clutch.
Space Force is an excellent way to get the younger generation participating in the space program. They couldn't have asked for a better thing than that. If they want to get us into space, to have that.
We need to get into space, man.
But we're not
Look
going
at us.
there.
We're
We're not
screaming at
going
each
there.
other whether it's fake or not. If we get there, then we'll know for sure, right?
If we get there, we went there 60 years ago, according to you.
I hope so.
I hope so too, because otherwise they're going to turn around that money and they're going to kill us with it. And that's what
Well,
they're going to do.
Fist bump to you, my man. We agree.
Paranoid
Let's get to
delusion.
fucking space to
Get
prove
what?
that it's real. Let's do it, man. Let's develop warp drive.
Let's
The
just,
alien-
with the
a-
government,
aliens are
understand
robots.
that it's the exact opposite, and it's guilty until proven innocent. They're the government. They got a history of lying.
Oh.
Oh
Well-
no, I want to trust my government. I love them, and they love me.
I mean, wanting to trust something isn't the same as trusting.
Yeah, I don't. I don't trust anything they say. I saw what happened the last 3 years. Called it from day one.
Well, I don't blame
Flo,
you.
if you have somebody waiting to get in, I don't mind vacating.
I don't anymore.
Okay, I'll be the next one.
Well, I'm glad we
Yeah,
can agree
I don't,
that,
I don't
you
have
know,
much to add to the Did We Go to the Moon discussion. I moved past that a long time ago.
She the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby dads. How does that happen? She don't even know.
The moon orbiter.
What about the inner Earth? Y'all guys look into
pictures.
that?
What?
The moon orbiter, the new one.
You
Taking
also,
a picture
you
of the
also believe in
land.
the inner Earth, Jeff?
say what
Well,
now?
definitely does not
I
believe
can't
in
even
Earth.
understand you. Are you talking to me?
The inner Earth. You also believe in that too, where King Kong Godzilla went to?
No, I don't believe in the inner Earth.
No.
There's a magma core.
Oh, okay.
What?
That was science fiction. That was Jules Verne. And that
I mean, the
crowd.
magma core. I don't disagree that. I don't disagree, but I just want to point out that the claim of the magma core, nobody's ever seen it, right?
Nope.
That's
There's
true.
a lot of things that that we haven't seen with
Yeah,
our
you just gotta have
those
faith.
things. All
was-
of
what
the-
was Admiral
many
Byrd
of
just
the things
tripping?
that astronomy studies.
So what I'm saying is, I just want to point out the distinction. Not everything that we haven't seen is not true, but we give it way too much credence. It's just theory.
Not if,
is like
not if you
Christianity
understand
without Jesus.
science and how to interpret things in the scientific framework and through the context of science. Science gives you ways to kind of filter and determine
Right. The
what
scientific
you can trust,
method.
what not to trust, what's probable, what's credible, what's more
Jeff,
likely
did
than
you see
not,
the beginning of
etc.,
my stream
etc.
last night?
Put a parallel, put them in the ground, keep on walking further back. You'll see eventually they will start curving.
Hey, Jeff, were you talking about science or the Bible? Because they both sound
Wait,
the
hold
same.
on. Who was that?
Yeah,
Did you
Hear me
just
say
about
the Bible
stick?
one single time.
Who just said that thing about the sticks?
I did.
Who's that? I can't.
ATL.
ATL. Okay, what was that again?
You put 2 sticks in the ground that are perfectly standing next to each other, parallel. You keep walking back, and eventually they're going to look like they're turned in towards each other.
Are you talking about Aristophanes in Syene?
I think he's talking about focal points. How when you move further away from something, 2 objects always appear closer together.
Yeah, the vanishing point has nothing to do with the.
He was talking about the
Earth
angle that they get pure at.
perspective.
Sure, it does. If the Earth was flat, you wouldn't have that illusion.
I'm not saying it's
I
flat.
don't. I
I'm
don't
just
know
saying-
where all this distrust in science comes from. It's
It
got to
comes
be
from-
psychological.
It
like-
comes
Anybody
because
seen the last 3
authorities
years?
lie.
Right, but
Hey,
trusting with science has nothing to do with authority. It's
Science-
Well, but who
Somebody
the
pays
method
for
and
it.
the process. And
It's
I
a
don't know because
priest
people had
class,
bad
man.
experience with authority. It
It's a
causes them
priest
not to
class.
trust the method.
You
of
have to
science
acknowledge
itself.
that these people are a priest class. They tell you what to think, and you do it. And you wonder why they do it. You assume it's for your own
Nobody's
good.
telling me what to think, and they're certainly not telling me to do anything.
Jeff, just curious, are you auditioning to fill in for Anderson Cooper after he leaves CNN? Because you sound like it.
No.
You are the narrative.
You drop a ball of oil into a cup of water, and it'll make
Jeff,
it'll make
believe in
Sure.
King Kong and Godzilla in the Earth.
I mean, at least ATL is trying to use the scientific method and not just reference a peer-reviewed paper, which, we could get into the peer review process or whatever.
I think
but
this is more about distrust of authority than science. And I think it's creating a
well,
barrier to
yeah, it's
understand
all
science.
about distrust of authority, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like,
Now I think we're getting to the root issue.
right. But part of that is just an understanding of human nature, right?
That was actually
Human,
exactly how we
But
got on.
not everyone has the trauma, I guess, with authority that a lot of you do that cause the distrust. But it's definitely getting in the way. I don't know what your early
No, it's
schooling
the
experiences
recognition
were or
that
what, but
people
it's getting
operate
in the
in
way of
self-serving ways.
acquiring a quality education.
Well, no, some people over the last 3 years, Jeff, they lost their job and they didn't trust the plan and they didn't take any jabs like you. Some people are pure blood and they didn't like what happened the last 3 or 4 years and they wish people would have stood up to it
Smith,
instead of trusting the science.
dial it back?
Anything in a liquid
People-
state of matter, untouched by
had the
any other
choice.
force, will turn.
You know, there were people that got tricked into taking the jab too, right? You know that? Like
that?
literally, there were healthcare workers actively being dishonest to patients so that they would get the jab and trick them into getting it, and actually outright not even telling them they were getting it and giving it to them anyways. Do you know that?
Jeff, the narrative's never going to fly again. No one ever trusts the
What kind
government.
of job?
I did not know that. That's fucking
You know
terrible.
what? That's psych. That's not real. That's a mental health thing.
Did Jeff did Jeff and his dog say he didn't know that? You're out of your mind if you say you didn't know that. What are you living under a rock? I get you're chopping wood. You know what
come
happened
on,
the
man.
last 3 years. You know what happened the last 3 years.
I know bad stuff happened.
What was derogatory?
Smith,
Yeah, I don't know
cool
who
your
that
jets,
came from.
Smith.
What?
Cool your jets.
With what?
With being a douchebag.
Ow.
You kind of jumped at me there a little bit. You know what you
And-
did, man.
But was I
This
name
this
calling you?
seems
No.
to be his baseline. I don't know if he
I'm
has
kind
a
of going at you
detailed
because
set.
you're pushing the narrative.
Shut
What do you
up,
mean?
nerd.
You say,
This is his drunk baseline.
Oh,
No, I'm not even home,
he
bro.
did say
You
I
know
said
what?
I'm having-
Thank you
I
for
said I'm having
recognizing
drinks
that.
when I'm at
Mr.
home.
Loki.
I
And we
don't
got to
think the
kind of
Jets are
go against
cooling
the narrative, but
tonight.
not all the way. Okay, I got you.
Smith, I just do it more effectively than you.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay, because I've put 600 subscribers on in 6 months. How about you?
You've
I
chased
don't
off
even do
him.
panels.
Smith,
I don't do
Smith,
10-hour
Smith,
panels.
I have a serious question. Smith, how did you get up to 600? What did you do?
I'm at 800 now. I don't care. It's not about the numbers. It's about all.
No, but
Then why'd you bring him
trying
up?
to get tips from
Then why'd you
What
bring
is-
him up?
I
what
do
is
this.
the secret?
I go on panels. I drink too much. I go on panels. I worry about the world. I worry about my fellow brethren and sistren. Is that the right word? And
I'll
I
take
worry about the state of the world. I got a young child to raise in this.
Being a
Okay.
drunk
Other
drunk
than
is
the
bad.
alcohol,
So hold on. So the alcohol is the reason for your aggressiveness?
Right.
No, what was aggressive though? You said
Smith don't care about the child. He care about the subscribers.
no. I'm just
Your,
not
your,
sure.
your
I'm
whole
not sure
demeanor
what was
this entire
douchebag
time has
or
been
aggressive
aggressive.
about
What are you
that.
talking about?
I'm saying I don't understand what was douchebag or aggressive. I said, Jeff, how do you not know what's happened the last 3 years? He didn't know people have been
It's
tricked
not
into this.
that
Are
I
you
didn't know it.
kidding me?
If you want to let me respond, I'll respond.
Okay.
It's not that I didn't know what hasn't
That's what
happened
you
the
said,
last 3 years. I didn't know that this specifically, as Satan's little princess had mentions, that people were being giving the shot without their knowledge.
Without their consent, yeah, and without their knowledge, yeah,
when I
definitely.
got it, you had to sign a bunch of paperwork.
Yeah,
I do
No.
know that the weakest people in society are the children and the elderly. And what did they do? The very beginning of this, Como and Inslee put them in the nursing homes, but they haven't been charged. It's a tier society, like Cecil was saying. It is. It is. We've seen the tier society that's happening in the White House.
I agree with
The
you.
White
I
House.
agree with that.
And the homeless and the junkies are probably going to always be at the bottom.
Yeah,
The
and
rich
it's
people are probably going to
no.
be at the top.
So let's go back to that, Jeff. The
It's the
homeless
have
and the
and
junkies.
have nots.
It's a disease of cleanliness, but yet the homeless population has tripled. They're not dying. It's
The
not a
have
disease.
and
of
have
cleanliness.
not.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks that at this point, 3 years out. that
That's a
COVID
different.
is
That's a
causing
different
death.
subject matter,
That was
though.
the science. That was the science we were supposed to trust. No one trusts science. Science is only as truthful and as factual as the people funding
No,
it.
you're talking about statistics, not science.
He's talking about
Talking about
scientism.
big science,
thing.
not science as a
Same thing.
method.
No,
Same
it's
thing.
it's not, because the explanation of the science is given to you in a statistical manner, and that's not it. And
What
the
was,
science-
what was
pushes
the
an
book behind
agenda.
Bill Gates when he gave his interview? How to lie with statistics. That's what they do.
Science pushes an agenda of the one that funds it.
Correct.
Yeah,
It's
if
only
you
as
look at
honest as the
science
person
of
putting
I
things,
think you're
it's a lot
confusing
different than
science
looking at the
with
results of
the
things.
institutionalization of science.
Institutionalized science is
Because you
marketing.
can repeat,
It's a branch of marketing.
like science gives you the tools to repeat the
The
experiments for
scientific
yourself
method.
and make your own conclusions. So
The
it doesn't
scientific
involve
method.
trusting authority. I don't know how people get that confused with science. That seems like scientific ignorance.
Okay, because what was pushed the last 3 years?
Well, let me ask you, man. Do you watch any opposing any channels with an opposing view, like any
I feel like I
educational
don't need to. I
channels
get so
like
many on here.
Anton Petrov or
That's
I
Spark
do.
or Astrum or
I do.
Cosmo? Or
Opposing views is hate speech.
Because I don't.
Oh,
Okay, I don't know how
oh.
many of you have taken science classes.
I've
and
been
you're
subscribed to
you're
Anton for
science
freaking
background.
ever.
You said something.
But when I took science class and the
Oh,
teacher
man,
would
that's
teach,
Nobody can listen to anybody when they're only listening to themselves and talking nonstop without even taking a breath.
I apologize for
I
laughing
want to
so
say this
hard.
one thing and then I'm going to leave. When I was taking science, and I'm talking junior high, high school, not even anything fancy, and the teacher
was
would
two
present a
genders.
scientific fact, we would run an experiment that we could verify that fact. It wasn't like trust
Yeah.
me and just
How
believe
many
this thing
times
is
you
true.
verify
He
that?
gave us the tools to see for
Every time.
ourselves that it was
Okay,
true.
Jeff, sorry to cut you
How
off.
many times? Because
I'll bring you back up in a minute, Smith. Jeff, did you finish your comment?
Yeah, I know. I'm done. Like,
Okay,
Jeff, how
so
many
the point I was
times you
making-
verify that?
The point I was
so
making.
if that has not been your scientific experiment, you have been defrauded of an adequate scientific education.
What's the number of times did you verify that?
I've taken many science classes, all the way up to the college
What's
level.
the
Can I
what's
make
the
a
number
point
of
to refute
time?
what he's saying here?
I
He's
don't know,
talking about
like-
it's not just trust me, but what did they say literally for the last 3 years? Trust the science. Here's another logical.
But that's when I'm talking about science. That's not what I'm talking about. The trust the science thing.
That's the.
You all need to trust God.
Can I get to a point here?
That's what
Science shouldn't involve you having to trust anybody. You can verify it all for yourself.
How
Good
many
point.
times, Jeff, do you verify to make sure it's right?
How many times do I verify what? It depends on the scientific fact.
Yeah, where's
Sometimes I can verify just through doing some research. I don't
Can-
have to
can I
actually
say
run an
something here?
experiment.
How
Yes,
many
please
times
do.
you verify
All right.
scientific
He's asking
method?
how many times you have verified. Well, there's a
I've
very
answered that.
specific equation that you use, that you create your limits and a standard deviation, and you find out. There's a very specific step-by-step way to find out how many
I've
times.
done all that in science class. We
Now,
did
and
all
then
that.
also,
So is it
what's
possible
happening
for it to
is
change,
that
Jeff?
field of psychology is being called a science the same way mathematics and chemistry is being called a science, and the ideas are getting mixed up.
Yes,
Well,
I agree. I agree with
I
that.
agree.
Is it
Psychology
possible?
is not a hard science, and it does have a replication problem. That's
Is
why
it possible?
I
is
don't
it
think
possible
viewing
for
psychology or
verification to change?
sociology in the same way you view the physical sciences is
It's
useful.
not. It's not a science.
Hey Jeff, here's one.
is it
Here's one of the
possible for your
biggest scientific
verification to change?
universities. The biggest scientific universities across the most prestigious ones across the country for the last 2 years have been pushing. There's only two genders, but they're not saying that anymore. Why is that?
Well,
if
that's
science is true,
sex. Biology is sex, not gender.
but scientists are pushing that there's
Yes, I
more
know.
than
I
two.
think I don't.
I'm really angry at doctors who love to play with baby boys' penises and cut them off.
The people that are pushing that are not scientists. There are scientists out there. There's Colin Wright. There's Zach Elliott. These are biologists that are
So
educating
put
people
your
on
phone
what
in a
sex
blender.
To be fair, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but when you were talking about your education, that's what the education places are pushing. The
Yeah,
institutions
but
are
they
pushing
weren't
that.
pushing it when I was. I do think education
Chuck needs
has
to
a
talk.
problem right
Or
now, and
mute
it is miseducating a lot of people, and it's substituting indoctrination for education. But that is after my generation. I was not in those systems. I was in the system
You still living,
where
Jeff?
they did educate you on science.
That's what's going on, and that's why I'm
I
saying
know
nobody trusts
that. I
it.
believe you. Yes,
So put that out there. When we're talking about how the government and science lies, don't shill for them. Be like, I agree. and don't derail the conversation.
I'm not
because
shielding.
that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to wake people up because you either are an actual agent provocateur or you're with us.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
you're
what people
trying
are
to
doing.
lump.
We're
you're
not
trying
going
to
to
lump
storm
all
down the
viruses
Capitol and shoot it
together.
up tonight. What we're trying to do is build a community of people who don't trust their government. Whether you're
That's
a
not
Bible
what.
thumper,
That's
which I'm
no.
Jeff,
You're wrong.
Jeff,
You're wrong. I'm not
one-
trying to
one
build a
feed
community
in
of
and
people.
one feed out.
Are you
I do
over
it every
talking
day.
me?
Jeff and
No,
Charlotte
we're
at
not
the
trying to
fence.
build
They
a
got
community
one
of
feet
people who
over the
don't trust the
fence.
government.
They got one feet on the fence.
We're just trying to have discussions. We're not trying to build a community of anybody for anything. We're not trying to do whatever else anybody was saying.
Exactly.
There's no agenda
Metaphorically
here.
built the community. Metaphorically built the wall.
Look, the first agenda is to just have a discussion. The second agenda is
Have the discussion. That's the starting point. There you go. Good point.
to keep kids off drugs.
I
There
was
you
never
go.
a homo saxophone. The weed turned me gay. Now I'm out here all alone, so I don't infect others. I wish I had never smoked pot.
See, Jeff, your science caused that guy to do that. Why your science did that?
No, we did.
No, we turned him gay.
Wow.
The science made him smoke pot.
Some good ass shit, bro. Hey, I'll dip out of your panel.
True
Flo. How
story.
about
It really
that?
happened to that guy. Yeah, I
Did
know
you
it.
really change my name to my mom's name?
No, Hank paid to have your name changed.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah. Everyone's names is for sale.
My mom's not,
Everybody,
so-
everybody's up
We're
for
all
sale
his
on my
hoes.
channel. Even
And
my.
this is how Flo gets in trouble for trafficking.
Hey, Flo,
Yo.
I sent you a
Round
super
two.
chat. I sent you a super chat. Can I have 45 seconds while I dip out?
Please take the floor. Yes, you can have 45 seconds as long as you don't go after anybody personally during your time.
No numbers.
It's not anybody personally. It might include something. I don't need full screen either. I just want to share with people.
You better watch it, Flo.
I want to share with people. I want Chuck to not. Chuck, I
I've
got
got-
no issue with you. If you'd have an open mind, you might hear something that you find interesting. It's not because I worship Kobe. This isn't part of my 45 seconds. Give me about 20 seconds here on Chuck.
Well, hurry the fuck up.
I like Chuck.
Christ.
Holy shit. Come on. I like Chuck. Not to be disrespectful, but like I said, Kobe is Jacob is Israel. Look at the translations. Jacob is also Jesus. It translates to Jesus. So Kobe is Jesus. Kobe translates supplanter, or one who takes the place of someone else, like a false idol or an antichrist. A supplanter is a heel puller because he grabbed the heel of his brother. Kobe grabbed his heel when he pulled his Achilles. Achilles was the greatest warrior. The second greatest warrior is Ajax. Ajax is Comet, like the channel We Seek, We Find. They have a planned comet, possibly May 19th. Fake comet, man-made 100-pound hailstones. This isn't even where I was going, but this is decent. Ajax is a game. Jax is a game where you throw down like kind of a comet and you pick up a bunch of X's off the ground because X marks the spot. We just had the 322nd year anniversary of Skull and Bones. What else is on their logo? A skull and an X because it marks the spot. It marks the
Time.
This
Wow.
was the world of
I'm almost-
dead. The
Can I-
resurrect
can I
God.
15 more
There's a
seconds,
few
Flo?
things to unpack.
All right, wrap
there.
it up. Wrap it up.
Okay,
You're
X
done.
marks the spot, as in America. X marks the spot, the Great American Eclipse, make America great again, the Babylon the Great. But it marks the place. It's going to make the X, and X. What is a woman? It's X. And who is that woman? It's the whore of Babylon. Love y'all.
His name is John C.
This is the world of dead.
That shit's
Leave
awesome.
the booze alone.
So who's the whore?
Well, you all are when you're on my panel because I'm the pimp of Babylon, motherfuckers.
Right, bitches. Everybody, get out there
You're
and
the-
suck some dick.
We are deteriorating as we speak.
I'm
Oh,
I
there.
put on my pimp avatar.
You know,
that was intense.
I've heard some spurging in my day, and that That
So-
might have been.
So-
That might.
so- so
I mean,
Jeff,
honestly,
how-
I'm speechless. I don't even know how to.
I'm
Jeff,
still
how could
proud.
your science-
I feel like I have
That
to
was so
rewind.
nonsense. It was. I mean, it was like art. Like, I mean, like, wait, how can you even like? It can't even criticize it. It's beyond.
Is it
beyond
autism,
words.
Jeff? Is there a touch of the tism in there?
There's definitely some tism. I think there's some.
I feel like we captured
Yeah,
part of
And I
alcohol.
think there's
No,
some
and
probably
my wife.
schizo.
My wife was.
Jeff, how could your science
schizophrenic.
keep us
I-
alive
schizophrenic.
forever?
She was in psychosis for like 2 years. Like I've heard crazy shit before. Okay, I've heard schizophrenic shit. I've never heard anything that even came close to what I just heard. It was masterful. It was amazing. It was something beyond. It's something that touches the face
was-
of God. Just a
It was
little bit.
perfectly
It's like-
refined insanity.
How could your science keep us immortal?
I am truly in awe. In awe. I don't think I'll ever dare try to be crazy again. Like I'll never reach that level. I'll never be that crazy. That's like, man.
How could your science keep us immortal, Jeff?
This must be how David Lynch felt whenever he first saw The Room and he realized that he
Man.
could never make anything that fucking insane.
Science has not achieved immortality yet. Jesus.
What?
Is that science,
What?
by the way?
This
Or-
great science ain't got that down pack?
No,
Well, I
they
mean,
don't.
that's sort of like that question. That's not the standard for whether or not something's. That's an impossible standard. Nothing has achieved that. And if you're about to say God has, you can spare us.
How
Great
could your
job.
We're gonna
science
die along with the
fall
rest of them.
short, Jeff? It fell short.
Yeah,
Everything does,
Science
then.
is not a cure-all, be-all answer for everything. It has a very specific function.
Nos Deuce, don't you put that juju on me?
I mean, can't
So-
we
so-
just find a balance
And
somewhere
for the record,
between?
Do
I'm
your
gonna
science
go
believe in
ahead
the soul, Jeff? Do your science?
Hold on, let me
your
put
science-
this out there that I do not condone Smith spurging nor the content thereof. That said, welcome back, Smith.
Yeah. I'm a couple minutes behind because I had to find the spot, and so let's rebut to that. That was cool. I
To
heard
what?
Chris had a nice thing. I don't know what he said. Something. It was nice. I appreciate it. If somebody had something negative, that's cool too. On me, it is. It's
I'm just distancing myself
I
from
have
your
an
brand of
autistic
insanity,
daughter.
but that's nothing new to you.
I was never
Well, it is
diagnosed with
heritable.
autistic. I was never into math until 2020, and we shut down. Like I said, we had the Last Dance going on TV. Jordan's debut of the Last Dance is on Hitler's birthday. Taurus, the bowl is on Hitler's birthday.
Smith,
The
can I
bowl-
ask you something? Have you ever been diagnosed with anything?
No, I haven't, but my daughter has, and she took a vaccine. She instantly got the hand, foot, and mouth disease. That like the next day, it was
Smith,
chickenpox.
if you say the V word all the way through again, I'm going to drop you for the night.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that.
Okay.
You can't say
I
that.
promise I did not.
I
mean to
just
do
I don't know when they
If you
shift
don't even
around the
make
enforcement of
mention to
that.
it, okay,
but,
I'm so sorry though. I do know I didn't
no,
mean to.
I got you. You're good. Just don't do it again.
Fuck, bro. Okay, so that was it. Yeah, no, I never,
Oh, damn.
Fuck, bro. Never been diagnosed, but everything was shut down. And what is Jordan wearing? The Hanes? Look it up. He's in a Hanes commercial. He's on a flight on a plane.
Damn.
Total Hitler mustache. Hitler mustache.
You have
The
this
Bulls
remarkable
set their
I don't
talent
understand
connecting
the
dots.
correlation
Bro, you like-
between all
bro, you
these
like
random
Jordan?
things you're talking about, man. It's weird.
What day did the
Oh,
Bulls
God.
set their 72 wins? Hitler's
It's
birthday.
hard for all of us.
I've worked
Day
in
did
mental
he set
health,
his
and I've
playoff
seen
record
schizophrenic
point?
patients who can do
The
that.
And, like,
69
I can't believe I don't have more
Tears
super
deep
chats
here,
in.
man. I am trying my best.
No, because they're just
69
I
points
don't give a
against the
goddamn.
Celtics. Hitler's birthday.
Oh, it's Hank. What's up, Hank?
Hank looks
Hank,
serious. That was because he didn't have the hat on.
Yes.
serious.
And you're
Um,
lighting. You lit up today.
Yes. Jeff isn't providing me good autistic opposition to Smith, so I had to hop on myself.
Okay.
It's the Spurg Brigade.
Absolutely.
Oh goodness.
So,
Fucking
wait.
content just the same.
Hank,
I was
how
interested
can
in
you
the
how
book.
can you oppose what Smith said whenever not one of you
Oh,
has any
no.
idea what it was?
Who's saying
All right.
that?
That's a good point. That's
Smith
how.
is Smith is buying himself more runway.
You can't
walk you guys
against
through
you
it.
can't argue against what basically is the equivalent of word salad as art. I mean,
Yeah,
word salad.
but I could put out my own word salad art. And
Okay,
that's
but
what
I'd love to
salad
walk
has.
you guys through it though.
So the
I'd love
moon,
to walk you guys
is
through
fake.
it.
So
Yeah,
space,
like
they tell you
Play-Doh.
it's fake because they don't want you up there. I mean, Redrick's watching those Falcon Head and stuff because he's
Okay.
planning something.
Are these the new rap
A
battles?
space station.
I don't know what the fuck.
I'm
All right,
kind of
hold
wondering.
on,
Yeah.
hold on. Okay, first, Smith, I'll come back to you real sec. But first, Hank, do you come up here because you agree or disagree that Smith has a touch of the tism? Or do
I
you not
agree
even-
that Smith has a touch of tism.
Okay. Now, Smith, I don't know how long your walkthroughs are. I'm happy to start walking down the logic with you because I don't think that I've asked you. I've tried to do this with you before,
You
but
never
let's
really
go.
listen to it though.
All right, let's
Like,
start. Let's start.
really. So ask me questions. Ask
My
me a
question to
related
you
that.
is the same question I've had: is you can find two connections, right? The number 7 and the number 7, for instance, but you can't. What is the meaning between these things? What do you? How do you derive?
It's like I've said before. It's the and maybe I need to refine this part of it. It's
That's the most
first-
important part.
Yes, it's the
That's
first
not tonight.
billionaire athlete. Look up his name. You can probably find 100 rap songs about him. He has an entire culture. People get shot in the street over him.
He's the
for
first
his
billionaire
shoes.
athlete.
He's known for
Jordan.
his all.
He's
He's
the
known
first
for his all
billionaire
mocking
athlete.
tongue. People of the community. You don't have
You
to be
don't
in the
know.
numbers. Everyone knows what 322 is.
You're supposed
He's
to
been
know
putting his
this.
name
You're
on.
the sports dude.
Smith,
I don't
you're
know.
not telling me what it means though. You're just finding significant that reason. I know Michael Jordan's important. He's my favorite basketball
It's
player.
Golden Bowl worship. Who did he play for? The Bulls?
He played
Oh.
Who is it?
And what is Kobe? Kobe is drunken beef. It's a bowl.
when he
And,
was.
and Kobe's sister
moved to
city is
Chicago.
Seattle. And it's 2 words. It's Seattle.
So-
I made that up. It's cattle.
Okay, so
Now he's
all of
he's
this, so
recycling
all of your
material.
Pepe
all
Silva's
of
all
your
the way
stuff
down.
is fancy. Hold on. So the main point of all of these connections is that we're in a bull worship world. Or
Yes. Where was Sodom and Gomorrah? The Jordan River Valley.
That's funny.
They died before
Yeah,
Israel
my
came
family
to
were
be.
actually
a
all bullfighters
country.
up until like the up
Andrew, I'm going to turn up your mic a little bit. You're a little soft.
1800.
Oh, and if anybody, if this is
How
your
about
first
that?
time up here, please leave me a link to your channel backstage. I do after the shows. I put the links to people's channels in the description box. So
I
if
get
it's your
it.
first,
It's all good.
Right on.
I don't have a channel. This is just my first time on stream.
okay.
Oh,
Well, I'm turning your mic up so you're a little louder.
What do you think of my autism, Andrew?
Cool, thanks. What do I think about autism?
Of
Oh,
mine
we is, we is,
Yes.
we is. Autism is autism. We're all on the spectrum in some way or another.
Yeah, the
Well,
king
Jeff
of the
kicked me
universe
off the
lies in
spectrum.
42 because it's not only
Jeff
the
won.
rainbow, but the rainbow's
No.
the spectrum that everybody has autism.
You didn't kick
One
me
in
off the.
three.
No,
thought you
I
kicked me
use
off-
the neurodivergent spectrum, not the autism specifically. That's a subcategory of it, and I still have you on the neurodivergent spectrum because you are definitely ADHD. I'm just not sure how much of it is autism.
So you have Pink Floyd, The Wall, and it's
You're
Pink-
definitely one of us,
I
brother.
got
it's,
diagnosed when I
it's
was
Pink,
young.
that A word, and then Floyd, like
They
fentanyl
found
Floyd,
me
and
out
then
when
the
I
wall
was
we
4
should have
years
built.
old. In
And they got the
California.
rainbow on their cover.
Well, since it's your first night here on Flow State, what we do is every night, all the autistic people have to fight each other.
No, we end up fighting anyway.
Hold on. I need a note for
I
that
don't
one.
know.
On the
They're
shit
fighting
show, must
today.
have more fighting of autistic people. Thank you. Got it.
It's like the new bump.
I was looking at
How do
explain
you
myself.
mean by fighting, sir?
Well,
Spurt fight,
Stick
spurt
around.
fight.
normally it's a knife fight. If you've got
Smurf fight? Oh,
somehow
I'm
it's
not
normally
like
not to the
Howard.
death, but it can be.
I'm part Indian.
Hey, Smith. I know when I'm beat, I'm waving the white flag. You got me today.
Oh man, you would cut Smith to pieces, man. You gotta, but not with that attitude. You won't. You lose to everybody with that attitude.
Oh,
I
white
would, but
flag.
he's got me today.
Do I have any
I
white?
left my
Oh,
I
yeah,
lost
I
my
have
Martin
some
Luther
white.
King Day defensive
It's
vote,
right here.
so I can't.
Well, I feel like I don't. Do I have any?
Damn, huge. Who left? Look what you did to Huge. Huge needs 33% in 66 seconds. Smith, give him a 33.
For what?
I don't know.
I don't like spaghetti,
What
so
does
he
it
can
mean?
go.
I'll go ahead and throw this in here now because I am a life path 11 and I was born on the 11th. I say that because I know that 11 is a master number, which sounds cool. That's all.
Well, Andrew, what's on your mind?
What's on my mind? I just like being on channels. First
Hey,
time
Flo,
on
Stay, thanks
this
for having me.
one.
I'm gonna jump
Hey,
down.
thanks for coming up, man.
Sorry, I was a little more entertained by the content, so I didn't really get a whole lot in. But I'll pop around a little bit more. Maybe I'll catch you on a day where Mr. Smith isn't fucking hogging the goddamn mic a little bit. So
Oh, get the fuck out of here. I'm never up here
Yeah.
either. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Smith doesn't come up that much, really, and I normally
I'm
do a pretty
actually
good job
never up here.
keeping a lid on the people that try to suck the air out of the room. But today, well, he's paying me off.
I fucking paid him some money.
hey, there's nothing wrong with some money. There's nothing wrong with
Right.
that.
Hell yeah, man.
But no, I'm glad you
said I'm not mad about it.
Go back and re-listen to that, anybody. I'm not fucking crazy, and anybody rebut me on it. I've said
I
that.
don't know.
I've said that to 100,000 subscriber channels. I'll talk to anybody about it. Get the fuck out of here with that. I'm not crazy.
Well, you're not even talking to Flo about it. He
I
has
would
some
love to
questions.
talk more, man.
Anybody.
I
Anybody.
think I'm tapping out.
Anytime. Thanks for coming up. I'll jump on your stream sometime too. I was going to today, and then I got distracted by something else, and then things happen. But I did pass on your message to Joe.
Actually, man, about that, I'm good friends with Joe. You ain't got to do that. I got his number personally, so he's a good guy though. He just likes to he's kind of like me. He's kind of a panel whore. So
Oh yeah, we've all got some of that.
Joe
And,
then?
I think everybody up here, except for Andrew, I guess this is my first time seeing him, and Jeff doesn't jump around to that much that I've seen. But we're all basically panel whores. You're amongst company.
Yeah.
Chris is
I'm very choosy though. No, I'm choosy.
Yeah, you're a little more choosy.
Well, everyone on panel, y'all have a good night.
Hey, you too.
and let me end in my normal fashion. I'm nothing more than a beater.
Remain pure, guy.
Right.
Fucking A.
Better highlight that comment.
Smash it.
Lindsay, hit it. God damn, Lindsay, calm down. I'm hitting it. Oh god.
Can you feel it yet?
No, she
Just the
can't.
tip.
Because I have a micro penis.
That must really suck for Katie.
Who hates? Who hates?
Oh, I had to mute. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the one I did last night? Mama Sue.
I know I'm gonna have to go watch it. So I'm gonna have to go watch it.
Smith, if you catch more flies with salt or with sugar than what is it, honey than vinegar or something?
Yeah. More flies with honey
You
than
know,
vinegar.
yeah, man. I wanted to kind of know more about like the theories and whatnot. I still
Well, if
do.
you put the booze down, it might help.
Catch more
To
flies
convey a
and
point.
spider webs than you do in
That part.
Is
that.
booze like the new
Hair.
like slang term for crack? Is that what?
No, booze is booze.
I'm just wondering if booze is just
I
code
know,
for crack.
because that last little bit where he said, what was this? He called out like the Celtics like score and then was like finished up with something totally random. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I'm so sorry. I thought I got
wanted
off on
to
random
understand.
shit. Yeah, I was
What an
trying to know. I was
amazing
like,
world this man lives in, man.
He said Kobe was Jesus earlier, and I was like, oh shit, do they know what they've done? Like,
Hey,
what
now
the
that
fuck?
Smith
Oh
is gone, I gotta
talking
go get
about
some more firewood. My
Kobe.
fireplace is dead, so I'm gonna
He
I'm gonna
passed
step away for a second.
away
I'm
in
listening. You guys hold it
2019.
down. No
Yeah,
nudity without me.
Sure, you could trust us.
I mean, that would really
God.
upset you though, Barbie, because everybody else here can do nudity without me, just not on my channel.
Who is that
Well,
in your
Chris can do it.
thumbnail? I've got a, who is that in his thumbnail? That looks like popcorn. No, that looks like some other old dude that I know though. That's
It's just some old guy from a meme I found somewhere.
You're weird.
It's
Why
like
do I
Santa
think I
Claus, man.
recognize him
No,
too?
this room I'm in is an addition to the house, and the central heating doesn't really get in here that well.
Oh,
Like how it is with me in the basement.
heating. I wish I had some central heating where I'm at right now.
Yeah, but I've got a fireplace over there, but it's like -8 or something right now. So,
Do you have
Yeah.
any heat,
any what?
Andrew?
I'm sorry?
Do you have
Do you have
any
any
heat?
heat?
Do I have any what?
Heating.
Eating.
Heat.
Heat.
I have blankets on.
Oh God, that's it.
Where I'm at, it has one of those electric ones, but every time I have to turn it on, it makes that
Oh yeah.
Loud
sound. And I
Yeah.
don't want to keep that on. I'm in a trailer on the other side of my dad.
Oh, okay.
I'm living in Lucerne right now.
Yeah.
I keep warm. I eat well. And I have plenty of provisions that I bought before I came here.
Yeah.
I'm happy that I know how to go places and get what I need. Canned goods. I
Or be
want to
outside.
start my own pantry too.
That's pretty good. That's pretty smart.
Right on, man.
I took
Just to help
advantage of the stimulus when we had our lockdown. I made sure to get out of a house that I was living at. It was a facility out in Victorville. I moved to Hesperia, lived with my brother, and then I came out here to Lucerne to help my dad. Just early this week, someone broke into this one here. This is, again, a trailer.
While you were there?
No, not while I was there, but while I was moving in
Oh, that's
to help my dad out.
Did they mess up a lot of your shit? Did you have to fix the windows and stuff?
I
Or did-
did not have stuff in here. I just
Not
moved
yet.
in
You just
here
moved
as
in.
an emergency to watch the place and keep it, keep it watched and call my dad up when
Yeah.
something happens. Not to approach, not to engage.
Yeah, because that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
I wouldn't.
So there was nobody in it before and people were breaking in?
Well,
Because
there was
nobody in it?
one guy, there was a security guard over here, but he left just last month and left my dad to watch the whole place. It's a greenhouse out in Lucerne.
Lucerne. Why
At
do I
least-
know that? That's where is that at? That's out west. Yeah.
It's out in Lucerne in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Between where the Highway 18 and 247 meet. It's the
Utah?
one way. No. California.
Nevada? Oh.
I'm in California.
Isn't there a Lucerne in Nevada though?
Probably is.
I think
don't know.
for some reason I feel like there's one in Nevada or Utah.
Sounds
But
like
maybe
that's
this is
not a name.
California. Yeah, I swear there's one out there. But maybe it's California and I'm just a dumbass. Didn't remember. There's a lot of places out west that
There's ZZ
that-
Top wrote a song about LaGrange.
really? I didn't know that.
You didn't know ZZ Top?
I know who ZZ Top is, of course.
Highway 18 is the new
You must be gone.
156.
I didn't know that.
My home out on LaGrange. Ah,
Oh man, I like that song.
don't want to get copyright.
Yeah.
Can't
Well, you
sing too
fuck.
well.
I don't want to get copyright either.
Huh.
They couldn't copyright because you were singing.
Yeah, I was just being facetious.
Nice.
Oh man.
Such big words.
I don't get out much, so it's how I socialize.
So you just read the dictionary for
God, order your food.
Read the
Have it
dictionary,
delivered.
It happens.
Make sure that they're groceries though, and don't buy anything fast food.
Oh, I don't know what I'd
Fast
do without
food is
some
terrible.
fast food. I love fast food. I'm sorry. I know it's so good. It's so good. French
I'm not
fries.
gonna. Yeah,
Meal
I've
Come
had my
on,
share.
man.
You can put them in your freezer.
You use the
Oh,
McDonald's
like
app on your phone, you get all them points. You know, I know
Oh, I
about
don't do none of that.
You
I
should.
don't do
You
none of that.
free
No, I
stuff.
should.
You get,
I
You get
should.
free stuff.
You can get free stuff from buying groceries.
Technology really
You
is
save more.
We do
I
things.
know, but then they trick you into doing that, and then you end up buying all this extra shit.
The shit is free.
I know. I'm so glad one of my friends, she's like super big.
But it's
So she has like all
as
these like,
old as when I bought it
accounts
in
with
the
makeup. So she gets all this extra makeup, so she gives it to me. I'm like, yes.
You
Go
get better quality from buying groceries.
I don't know. I know that, but still,
You know what to do
so much,
with it.
it's much easier to just go through there and have them to hand it to me at the drive-through. I'm sure this is going to come back to haunt me later.
I buy this, and I have boxes of
What is it? Golden Graham?
Is that
cereal
more?
just
It's like good golden
put
graham.
in a stock.
What is going on?
Is that grape
The
jelly?
greenhouse that we're at, some Chinese people come to deliver us food all the time.
What is
They
that,
gave
ramen?
us this.
That's a
Ramen.
huge, biggest
Well,
bag of ramen I've
it's
ever
I
seen.
think it's Buldak ramen, which is different. I also have
Oh, I got plenty of ramen. That's one thing
this
I'm
That is
stuff.
awesome.
They sell it at the 99-cent only, I think around the summertime. I have stocked of this, like about 8 or 10.
Yeah.
Hell
I mean,
yeah.
And
that's
it's
good.
sort of
You're
what
getting a
I need to
balanced
get.
diet.
You ain't going hungry, man.
I buy canned
Yeah.
foods.
I got a
We
lot of
get
that
canned
upstairs.
goods.
And it's weird because I
I go
was
to
just telling myself last night,
college.
what if I
My
start?
college is at the Victor Valley.
Do you get food from there, like the pantry's there, and bring it back?
And while I'm at the college, I'm signed up for Thrive if I'm in classes at the time.
What's Thrive?
I'm not in classes right now, but when I am, I do study horticulture and agricultural base.
That's pretty cool.
I still
What's
haven't
Thrive?
gotten a job to work it. Hopefully trying to do it here at the greenhouse. Start my own what was it? Plant nursery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's cold season right now, so I won't be starting right away. But when
So you still got like another month or two.
spring starts, it's a good time to start growing warm season crops. They have a lot of good ones. Pumpkins are a good time, and watermelon also.
Yeah. I thought you grew pumpkin later in the season. I don't. Do you see? I can tell I don't garden at
No,
all.
you harvest pumpkin late in the season.
Oh, okay. See, there you go. I would have fucked it all the way up.
That's why it's associated with Halloween, right?
Duh, Emma. Yeah.
When you start growing strawberries,
Mhm.
you have to start in the cold season for them to grow better because they take both season types. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did
It
not
goes
know that.
throughout season until it grows. Something that I learned through agriculture: strawberries are not a berry.
Oh yeah, I know. Neither did tomatoes are not fruit. I mean, tomatoes are fruit. They're not a vegetable.
They are.
Tomatoes are fruit. Yeah, they
but
are.
the way
Tomatoes are
they
fruit.
grow, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because they have multiple seeds on the inside.
Yeah. I hate tomatoes unless it's in a sauce.
My dad likes
It's just sliced tomato, like a bacon, lettuce, and tomato. No, fuck that. Get that shit out of my
Yeah,
face.
I don't care for like just raw tomatoes
For
either.
real.
It's like biting into ketchup.
Yeah. Oh, I like ketchup though. Like I eat ketchup
I
on
do like
scrambled
ketchup, right? I'm not gonna bite into it.
eggs.
Like bite
I
into
can't.
eat a stick of butter.
Ew, gross.
I can't.
I don't need to eat the stick of butter.
That's not.
You
Ooh,
know,
God,
vegans do not eat butter because it's milk. It comes from a head, the ovaries of a mammal.
The udders.
That's what they are.
Milk is so good though.
Vegetarians will
okay on
eat
toast.
butter and eggs because they are not averted from it. Difference between a vegetarian and a vegan.
I always wondered what that was about. But I try not to make it like
People
Which
that
is
are
weird.
vegetarian will eat ice cream.
Yeah.
Ice cream comes from milk and rock
Yeah.
salt and all the confectioners that go into it.
That's why I couldn't understand why my ice cream kept going like missing. I was like, I thought they didn't eat that because there's like, and they're like, no, that's not the same.
Oh.
I'm like, wait, I don't understand. I just don't want them to eat my ice cream.
Have you thought of, in case you have
Speaking
your
of
own
ice cream,
refrigerator, to lock it up?
Oh no, that's crazy. That's a little extreme even for me.
If you
I'd rather
have
just
stuff that
I'll just
is
come and sit the
important,
clown in front of you while you're asleep.
Raider. Sometimes people have to be a little paranoid.
Yeah, some people do. Yeah, no, trust me. I know. I live in a constant state of low key paranoia for no good reason. I just
Have you
like
always been
trauma.
But
No.
isn't there a good reason though? I mean, doesn't that make you
Message
stronger?
honest
I mean,
makes
yes, I do look at it like that sometimes. Because
yourself.
I am more aware of shit. But the fact that
How
I
else?
went,
There's no other way to look at it. So
yeah, but the shit that I had to go through to get that way is what it's like.
So it's like a
That
reaction.
sucks.
to things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I get that.
yeah. And then it's like when that occurs to me, like sometimes I was like, even now, there's shit that'll happen. And then after I go through it, I'm like, oh man, do you realize why you are like, and then when all that sets in, I'm like, fuck. And then I realized how many years I went going through that and not realizing what the fuck was causing that. Yeah, that shit sucks.
Yeah.
But then the first thing I do is call up my daughter and have like a long conversation with her about epigenetic trauma and all that shit. Epigenetic intergenerational trauma.
Yeah, I
And
was
she's
about
like,
to say some of it.
yeah.
It could be PTSD.
Yeah.
Because that hypervigilance is one of the characteristics.
Yep. But it's stuff that we're not even totally like consciously aware
Yeah,
of
no, our
that has
brains are
happened to
set
you
on
know what I mean? Yeah.
high alert all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like I was telling her, her kids won't necessarily understand why things are the way they are in their society, largely because they were born at the very beginning of the pandemic and after, so they don't know the
So that's
world that like.
Like the
Yeah,
pandemic.
that everything is going to be normal for them, and they won't understand why all of us that are older are just like, we're the cranky old fucking people. There's a reason. There's a very valid reason.
Wasn't it like that when we were young though? Like, remember how
Mm-hmm.
NWA and
Later.
Eminem were like a huge deal, and like everybody was trying to get them censored, and now it's like tame compared to what's
Mhm.
out there and what
Yeah.
people are inundated with on TikTok and all of these degenerate like media streams that we're fed.
I was
Yeah.
made for extreme conditions.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty extreme.
Mm-hmm.
So like, what's next? What's the singularity? What does this all lead to?
No, I don't think anything. I think life's going to continue as it always has. And we're going to each die. New generations are going to come up and do its shit and die.
You think it's kind of a roller coaster? We go up and down in our
it's-
ability and
it's
skill
it's
and
human history. It's just been happening.
We're
since-
just gonna
our
have to
willingness to
rewrite it.
cooperate and
Unless we
acknowledge
wipe
an
ourselves
entity
out
or
somehow.
acknowledge a common law and acknowledge acknowledge all the things that hold society together. And when
Mhm.
people stop acknowledging that, then everything falls apart. And then we
Yeah.
rebuild it. It comes back again.
Yeah, maybe.
But we're never going to get to space like that, man. We need to colonize other
learn
planets.
our own
I think that'll come.
mistakes. Oh, my dad's been watching about SpaceX lately, and they did do some test flights, multiple
Mhm.
ones with booster rocketing.
Yeah.
They're going to have a third one. I was watching just early here today
Yeah.
about Musk and his goal for next month. It was supposed to be this month, but it says it's next month. I don't know what actually to say, but explaining it, he's going to be able to try to do more lunar landings.
Oh, really? I didn't know he was doing that. Like, I don't really pay too much attention to it. What I'm more concerned with is Zuckerberg
Being
buying up a huge chunk of
recovering
land.
the booster. They've done it twice already.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
I heard about the bunker Zuckerberg was building in Hawaii.
In Hawaii?
at least.
Yep.
Yeah.
In Hawaii? How convenient. You know, he
Oh,
sued them for their
man.
land.
Hawaii.
Wow.
That's just
Yeah.
west of us. In September, I did see the rocket blast off.
Oh, wow.
And I actually took video of it when I was leaving class.
That's pretty cool.
Hell yeah. It didn't look like
That was
CGI, did it?
It was in the sky. I was leaving
That's
from my
pretty cool,
home.
man.
No way.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic.
Yeah, Flo, you fucking bastard. Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? Jeevan says y'all are killing my show. I go outside to get firewood for 1 minute.
We were talking about rockets and
Take your time.
Elon. Oh, actually, we were talking about Zuckerberg buying up a huge chunk of land in fucking Hawaii.
Talking
Yeah.
about the McDuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna it's getting late for me. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
call
it's
it
1 o'clock
I can
too.
be
Fine
fresh
too.
tomorrow for another day of
For another day of streaming.
Yeah.
Y'all, my phone's about to die. That's what mine just said.
Take care, boys.
All right, Jeff.
Later.
man.
Have a good night, man.
Good night, Jeff.
Fucking little bitch crying about it. Fuck him. I had to throw that in there. I fucking hate that guy. Anyway.
Must be talking about Smith.
Just kidding. It was just a good outro clip.
That was good though.
That was
That
a
was
good one.
funny. I love Jeff though. He's funny.
No, yeah, I like Jeff too.
Yeah.
And he holds the line on things, which
Yeah. He says his ground. I like
He is
that.
kind of that anchor into like the normie mindset.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Solid in that. For sure.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely well anchored in the norminess.
But I think he genuinely has an interest in trying to understand, the alternative point of view.
How did we get to the point? Like he's like, we all went to school. I don't understand how they don't have logic, sense, and reasoning. And I'm like, we don't understand how you don't have that, sir. What? But he does. But then he just can't get past a certain aspect of that, I guess, where he just gets to like that wall and he's like, nope, I refuse to even look around it or go any further. I'm going to turn around and march my ass back into Todd and get on Google because it's totally their problem.
And the whole Church of Satan, I don't understand the Church of Satan thing, but he's the one I should ask about that because you guys don't know that, right?
No.
But it throws me off.
He doesn't.
I do like his Baphomet statue.
Satanism is just edgy, is what I think. They're just edgy atheists mostly. Like I'm not speaking for him specifically, but
atheism believes in nothing.
Yeah, they don't believe in God or Satan. So,
Church of the Devil, I think, might be an Illuminati.
Hey, Google it, Flo.
What am I Googling?
Hey, Google what Satanism. What's the difference between Satanism and atheism?
Well, there's different sects in it, like the Temple of
There's
Satan or whatever. I have looked into it because I think most people who claim to be Satanists are just edgelords. Whichever one LaVey started, like the Church of Satan or whatever.
That's the Church of Satan. That would be Anton LaVey.
They're atheists. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's an atheist. They're just edgy atheists. There'd be no reason. See, and that's the thing about atheists and
they believe in worshiping the pentagram, which is
they're not worship. If you don't believe in something, why would you give yourself an identity around it, right? Like, there's no group of people who don't believe in Pegasus. It doesn't need to be said because you don't believe in it, Yeah, there are some that do real curses and shit like that. They'll never admit it, of course. And I mean, I've known witches, quite a few of them. Witchy chicks like me.
Do you have a specific one? Like, you know, witches specifically by name that, like, I'm just asking.
I do know.
I was like, I'm gonna have to send these bitches some memos. Like, what the fuck is going on? And you told me
for that.
That was funny.
I didn't see that option. Is that under advanced?
How to get witchy chicks?
You have to be the overlord of quippy douches. Earrings not included.
Oh
yeah, no, you got to get your own glow in the dark. I better recharge these things with the, or else they won't glow tonight.
Candles, plants.
That's so funny.
Man, it's been almost 5 hours. Wow.
Flo reminds me of that guy that was in that group, Wham.
I don't know that.
George Michael? George Michael?
Yeah.
He's definitely talking about George Michael.
He does.
I don't know the reference.
Yes, you do.
Shut the fuck up, Flo. You definitely know the reference.
I don't.
Yeah, whatever.
You know George
He's
Michael.
so full of shit.
I am not.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
I don't miss watching him.
He seems like a really pleasant guy. I don't see why anybody would have a problem with him.
Oh, no, I just so want to get Flo. Can you give me his number? I know you talked to him.
He messages me on Facebook, but he's got me blocked on Facebook. But he sends me messages, but leaves me blocked.
You know what he's doing? He's unblocking you, sending you a message, and then blocking you. It's like 14-year-old girl stuff.
And I get him to come over here and just post up on me for a while and talk to me like I'm a dumbass. I'll pay his way so he can just make videos from here. Yeah.
So this
Yeah,
guy's
we
got like
bought.
a huge following or something, doesn't he? Like,
I'm not
No,
subscribed to
no.
Paul.
His fault. He bought most of them.
I
Are you
can't because I'm
serious?
closed it.
Yes.
Why would people buy subs, man? It's so stupid.
Closed
Clout,
those.
bragging rights. You know, if somebody
Yeah.
looks at your channel
I
for a
just
screen.
I bought all these subs so that when I,
Well, I mean, he doesn't admit it, of course. I just watched it happen in real time. You know, when your subs stay at 2,000 forever,
Oh.
and then in a week they go up to 5,000, and then they stop growing just as fast as they started.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because I've been
yeah,
going
watch
hard for
time
like
don't go
5
up.
years.
That don't sound organic.
And the whole time your live stream viewer stays exactly the same. Like, bro, you just doubled your subscribers and you've got no new viewers, not any new names in the comments, nothing.
Nothing. The only reason that my channel even grew is because I actually started going on people's panels, and that's it.
Oh hell yeah,
And
you got
can
a
see
channel.
that.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you can see that.
Rob G, it's not BS. And I don't know how you're gonna fuck up the word intelligent on spelling, but that's sort of ironic. But
Interage guy.
yeah, it's not BS. I did a whole stream going through the numbers. There's no possible way to describe it or to explain that except for one. Yeah, you can buy subs, you can buy bots, all sorts of things.
Just like Moose did with Jack.
Not honest, right there.
Yeah, that's just
Well, and it
low.
doesn't do a lot unless you're there's specific reasons that you would do it. One is if you're trying to maintain a certain amount of clout.
Here's some optics for those dipshits. How do you know that when you go to those fucking places and buy those subs, that those subs aren't really sock accounts that are highly encrypted that are attached to some fucking agent at the feds? Ooh.
Why would they need to do that? Why would the feds need to do that? They can
Why
just
wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Why
because they
wouldn't
don't
they?
gain anything from
Because
it.
if they're sub to you, then people see your channel and then they go, "Oh, you're a fed."
Barbie,
If
now
they
you
would just
sound
be a-
intelligent as
that's what I'm saying. That's about how intelligent they sound when they say the stupid shit they say. Like, come
I
on.
don't even know what we're talking about.
I mean, most likely
It's
they're not
obvious.
even real
Whoa.
accounts that are subs. So I mean,
Yes,
And-
they do
Wow.
count. It does count towards watch time, and definitely if
Does
you're
it? How?
if you're watch time. What?
If it's not real, how do they not? How does it count towards watch time?
No, he's talking about watch time to get monetized. You have to have a certain amount of hours of watch time to get monetized.
That's viewed.
I assume.
Not sub. But yeah, you do. You have to have like three. Ain't like
Whoop.
three.
I think it's about
Thank you to Freak for 5 more members.
4,000 hours.
It's like
Worth
3,000
of
hours or
watch
some shit
time
like that. Yeah.
before you can actually go live.
This one's for the freaks.
Who's in it for the money and who's in it for the conversation?
Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion billion%. He's a fucking grifting fuck.
I wonder who even said that.
that guy must be
Okay,
rolling in
actually,
peanut butter because
how
he's
many
jelly.
clues?
How do you explain Monty's raid plus subs? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Monty raided me, and I gained a few. I didn't even gain that many subs off of that. I gained more subs going over to like Ziggy's channel. Oh, we do need a Smith emoji, don't we?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay, yeah, you have to have 3,000 public watch hours because that's the only thing I'm lacking in my dang.
I heard that it was 4,000.
Post your
It's
channel.
free.
I want to subscribe.
It's 3,000.
Oh yeah, and Jeff, put yours in the back. Put yours in the back chat too. Okay,
I did.
and Andrew, oh, you don't have one. Anyway, just a reminder to
Not
people:
yet.
I put links to people's channels in the description box after the stream's over. So if you're
Yeah,
new up
yeah.
here, put your link backstage. So I got it. There's some people I don't have. So, and if anybody notices that they should have been tagged on one in the past and they're not, let me know and I'll throw you in there.
Okay, so
Copy that.
control this.
Okay, Rob G, you can't. First of all, you can't possibly know something. How do you know what Paul buys? Get the fuck up here, Rob G. Explain how you know what Paul does. But also, yeah, absolutely, that was purchase subs. I did a whole stream on it. You can go back and look at it. It's got the thumbnail that says "Welcome to Unslavia" on it. And it's got a wall of cell phones. It's like
So-
a cell phone bank.
Damn. When he goes live, like how many viewers like does he get? Does he get
When I-
70, 80 viewers?
He normally has about 100 to 120. 10 months ago, when I first met him, he had 150. His numbers have not gone up at all since he went from 2,000 to 5,000 subs. That's what I'm fucking trying to explain here. There's no way that Rob G can know shit. He's just like sticking to his whatever guns.
No, wrong one. Hold on, let me go on to it from YouTube. I'll have to
Like my ex-wife didn't even know when I was hiding money. How the fuck would you know what Paul does with his money?
Go on to
That's pretty
What
funny.
you're saying? Paul's your ex-wife?
this.
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
Okay, so I'm on
Barbie, I've
YouTube
got
right
your-
now. Let me just do this. Oh wait. I'm not sure if you can actually get me.
You can put it in the private chat.
Oh shoot.
This is so funny. Like, I don't even know why this is a video or why this is relevant.
Dang. I think I did that wrong.
Yeah, you did that wrong.
Yeah. Okay, so
The Freak, you're someone else. Do you ever get on panels, The Freak? I see you in a lot of chats, but never on boards. Just out of curiosity, not holding you to the fire like Rob G, who talks out of his ass. And if you buy subs once, like the whole thing comes into question. I never questioned Paul's 2,000 subscribers. I had no reason to. Now I got a reason to question everything from the ground up. But all that data is public as far as the sub growth, blah blah blah. It's all right there.
Yeah, Moose did it for Jack, and it got
And that
over
is something that you can do.
1,000.
You can get by other channel subscribers maliciously.
on that.
And I don't think that happened to Paul either because he was making too many excuses for it. He had answers for everything. He was simultaneously saying that he was shadow banned while saying that he caught the algorithm and that's why he got more subs. It just doesn't make sense from top to bottom.
So the one person I know that they bought an account, they told me, for like $30. It had 5,000 subs. And every time they live stream, they lose subscribers. So what's the point? I don't get it. But I guess for just the sheer number and the bragging rights, I guess.
Yeah. So if I have to speculate, which I'm about to, I'm gonna guess he did it because he likes to be able to talk down to people, and particularly Jack. Jack was closing in on his numbers, and I was closing in on his numbers.
I think I'll go on to the chat from StreamYard to get that.
No, I got you.
one.
I see your comment.
Yeah, but I was trying to post it. I don't know what I was even doing. I'm not a moderator.
And that's no, but I can see you. I'll be able to find you.
Is you on your channel, I guess, or
huh?
If you want to mail to me on my email, I have al4hdca@gmail.com.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. You're right here. I see it. What were you saying?
Yeah,
Jeff?
has Paul ever come on your channel? I don't really know you guys like all that.
Oh yeah. Not much. He's probably watching now.
Right on.
He has a couple times. I liked it better when he did and he'd super chat me first to kind of grease the wheels.
Sometimes I would watch Benton when I was working third shift during the holidays, and he would do like videos reviewing that guy, and from a completely objective standpoint, he sounds obnoxious, man. He does like talking down to people. I could definitely see that.
That's all he does.
Yeah.
I was telling Gen X Jeff, he gives me the Jim Jones vibe, man. Like he's trying to build a cult
that way.
I'm gonna get everybody together. If it don't work out, we got the Kool-Aid.
Kind of attitudes.
What?
You know who's this up here on panel? Is it Jeff? Yeah,
My
Jeff.
name's Andrew.
You know who Talcott is, right?
I met him. Well, I kind of knew who he was before, but I got on panel with him the first time. The first stream I ever watched, actually, too.
You ought to go to Talcott Clip Collections.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, that's funny.
That dude is hilarious.
All of the things worth buying or something?
What's
Or
that?
are they just as memorabilia?
It's like it's clips of Talcott. Just
in different movie roles.
it's funny.
They're long, but they're funny.
What are?
They must be thinking. There's another channel that has it's like Talcott clips or something like that.
Oh yeah, Talcott Clip Collection.
Yeah,
he might be watching too. I saw him in the chat earlier.
That one's pretty good. I like those.
Yeah, he's a good editor.
Hell yeah, man. I can respect good editors, man. Even being so technical, trying to learn to do this YouTube stuff it's been challenging, man. I had started doing my own little project where I'm running panels as I'm playing video games. So like as I'm jamming out in Red Dead and riding my horse, like and drinking a beer and chilling with a couple of friends. It's kind of awesome. I've actually learned to run the StreamYards with the PlayStation mobile app, so it works out.
What they've not yet learned. The problem is many people will need to unlearn what they have. No, I said that wrong. In order to succeed, they will have.
I'll check that out,
Many
Mike Hart.
people will get to unlearn. And it's easier to unlearn some of the ways of the world. It really is when we you get more comfortable having your paradigms shattered. The more often it happens. So if you can allow yourself to be wrong, to be, humiliated.
Get on.
Hopefully you don't have too many of those cases, but
People
once we
don't
learn we
really
were
unlearn.
wrong, then we get to learn how to be right. People don't know what.
Those were some of the funnest videos to make.
Did that just happen?
Yeah, I just dropped you because you were making noise. But you're good now.
Your mic was fuzzy.
I'm sorry, I did not know that.
That's good now.
Thank you for kicking me off for the moment. If it was
I got you.
this thing.
I've never been thanked for that. I've done that to a lot of people. You're the first one to thank me.
I like to be a nice guy.
I guess.
Play the Me So Horny one. Come on, man. Play that one. I just saw that when I was scrolling through the Talcott Clip collection. I saw that.
You should say that with
I
Tom
actually
Face's
think I saw
It's
that.
Me So Horny. Here,
Okay.
I'll send you the link. Like super fast, I just saw that. I was like, "Oh shit,
You
that's
should
that looks so." The thumbnail alone looks fucking hilarious.
Are you sure? Or are you?
I just sent it to you.
Oh my god! Why the fuck would you send it to?
I'm an idiot.
You should put it in the back chat, or you should share screen. You should put it in the
I'm a
back
little
chat.
thirsty now.
She's not that smart, Flo.
I am. I just
know.
worked off 4 phones, man. Come on now.
That's not sus.
Fuck you, Flo.
Oh,
buy me a terabyte, and we won't have this problem.
By Flow State. Faggot! Faggot, white trash, Missouri motherfucker.
That is hilarious.
Let's see. I remember times sometimes like can't
How
stop.
gangster are you, cuz? How gangster are you, nigga? I'll show you how gangster I am, nigga.
I forgot I
If
loaded
he
that one
said
up.
that to people that have been in there for decades, he'd be. Oh, Wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Barbie, are you figuring this out, or do I need to go manage?
Yep. No, I'm coming. I mean, literally. I'm about to come into the back thing and then just do it that way. So do not add this one. That's just the only way I can do it and do it fast enough to get it in there.
You know you set me up for this right now.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say go ahead and do that.
So mine was Aquadagio by Armani.
Oh my
He's getting into that one now. Jesus Christ. I know you got an Andy flow. What up? What up?
Take Watch that again. Watch this. So mine was the Shake Aquadagio by Armani.
He's getting into that one now.
Oh. You have a wonderfully mad world.
What's happening here?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Is it echo? There's an echo. There's an echo.
I know, because you're in here on 2 phones.
You gotta mute one of them.
Now she's gone completely.
Hold on, I'll put the. Okay, there you are. How does this even make sense? He's not planting seeds. He's planting seeds. They're just not truth.
You know, Jim Jones planted seeds to grow things.
I've said it before. I think that he's working a blackmail scam.
I would try and plant.
You think so?
Yeah, I think that what he does is he's got a niche, right? So imagine coming into this. If you were going to try to find people to scam, Sob Sits would be a good one. They're already at odds with law enforcement. If you can coax people
Sob
into
Simps. What's a Sob Simp?
Sob Sit, Sovereign Citizen.
Oh, sovereign citizen.
Right. If you can convince somebody to share with you evidence or proof that they did something illegal, you've got them up against a fucking wall.
I see. So it's like a honeypot.
That's my theory. I can't prove it. I don't have any proof of it. It's just circumstantial.
Sounds more like a snake.
Barbie, you know what? I'll just do it from myself. I got it from the rest of the way, I think. Okay, you put it back there.
It's in the back. Yeah, it's in the back chat. That's what I just said.
Is you? Is this you?
That's
Are
the
you
one.
single? Okay.
No, I left.
Next time, just tell me to do it myself.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
What are you eating?
No, cereal. It's a Reese's Puffs.
Me.
Oh, me so horny.
Horny, but take a moment to pause with that like creepiness.
You're lost, lady. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Suck it to me, baby. Oh, Papa Cot is getting hot. Hot to trot and out for slot. You better watch out, ladies. I'm coming for you. Totally not in a predatory way or anything.
I was going to those dance classes, fucking going to yoga studios.
We have to get creative.
Well, actually, I met a girl on Tinder and took her to yoga.
How interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time. Sitting at home with my dick on hard. So I got the black book for a freak to call. Picked up the telephone, then dialed the 7 digits. Said, yo, this Talcott, baby. Are you down with it? I arrived at her house and knocked on the door, not having no idea of what the night had in store. I'm like a dog in heat.
Oh, hell no.
A freak without warning. I have an appetite for sex, cause me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time. Girls always ask me why I fuck so much. I say, what's wrong, baby doll? With a quick nut. Because you're the one and you shouldn't be mad. I won't tell your mama. If you don't tell your dad, I know he'll be disgusted when he sees your pussy busted. Won't your mama be so mad if she knew I got that ass? I'm like a dog in heat. A freak without warning. I have an appetite for sex, cause me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time. You can call me desperate, even say I'm perverted. But you say I'm a dog when I leave you fucked and deserted. I'll play with your heart, just like it's a game. I'll be blowing your mind while you blow my brain.
Blowjobs?
I'm just like that man they called Georgie Puddin' Pie. I fuck all the girls, then I make them cry.
Oh my God.
I'm like a dog in heat.
Oh,
A freak without warning. Now, I have an appetite for sex. Cause me so horny. Fuck! Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time.
Blowjobs?
Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time.
Blowjobs?
Oh, suck it to me, baby. Oh, suck it to me, baby. Oh, suck it to me, baby. Oh, yeah.
Blowjobs?
Oh, me.
I have explored
Oh, me so horny. Oh, me.
mutual masturbation.
Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time. It's true you were a virgin until you met me. I was the first to make you hot and wetty. You tell your parents that we're going out. Never to the movies, just straight to my house. You said it yourself. You like it like I do. Put your lips on my dick and my asshole too. I'm like a dog in heat. A freak without warning. I have an appetite for sex, cause me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time.
Blowjobs? Every morning it's like there's new release that's available. Oh, it feels good.
Yuck.
I decided to see us.
That was dope. Have you seen the Joe Cool one? The Joe Cool one's better. Yeah. Oh, watch at least part of it real quick. Shout out to Talcott Clips Collection. Sometimes he's obnoxious, but goddamn, he's good at what he does.
That was amazing, man. I didn't realize it was so long. I couldn't watch all of it because but that was the first time I watched it all the way through.
And we won't watch all of this, but we'll just watch a little bit of it. This is I think maybe his best one. Oh shit, it's not up on the screen.
Oh,
No.
God, no, please make it stop. No more chats with Jack. Oh, wait, huh? That's not Jack. What? That must be Joe Cool. Joe, I need your help.
That dude does some shit like this. For the first half of the video, I think using AI-generated quotes. No way he found that shit for real.
Joe Cool.
But he put the whole thing together.
Call upon your capacity for chaotic convulsion and get me out of here. Diagnostics and systems checks
I
complete.
haven't seen this one.
Oh my god, it's so good.
You are clear for ignition. In T-minus 5, 4, 3,
Oh my gosh.
1.
I'm a G, fool. Recognize. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'll
That
drop
is
the link down there.
amazing.
That like
It's
that
the-
stuff was sprouting to me. No, it didn't. Dumb.
And that there's the link to that video, and then you can use that to find all Talcott's other ones.
Is
I
Joe
don't
Cool
want
run a
that.
channel? That should be his channel trailer.
Yeah, Joe Cool. It's Joe Cool Chicago. That link will. Did he come up here today, or is that yesterday? Yeah,
No.
I don't know.
That was
Anyway,
like
here's this
about
Joe
a
Cool.
day
Joe
ago.
Cool's got over 100,000 subs. He's a
No shit.
yeah. He's got for sure the biggest channel.
He seemed like a really, really cool guy. We were all trying to convince that dude to not turn himself in, man.
Oh yeah, Joe's everybody likes Joe. Everybody knows Joe. Everybody likes Joe.
Except
Oh.
for Paul.
Yeah. And I don't know who does
I
Talcott
like watching
collection,
Paul.
but
I mean, I like watching Joe Cool.
dude's genius.
I agree.
I know one thing.
Yeah.
You hit a nerve earlier when you asked Cecil that question. Boy, you hit a big nerve.
You
Which
talking to
doesn't
me?
that just make you
Yeah.
more curious? It was the other
Was
Jeff.
I on when
Oh,
Cecil
well,
was
no.
on?
I asked him about taxes. I felt like he was accusing me of being a Fed or something. It was a little weird.
Rob, Paul's credit ends where Paul's contribution ends. I met Paul through Jack. You hear Paul trying to take credit from Jack and everybody every goddamn day of his life. Paul gives himself way too much credit. I'm not giving him credit for shit he didn't do. I'll give him credit for what he does do, but that video wasn't one of it. He didn't do shit there. Talcott Clip Collections did it, and Jack did it. But like I said, I didn't know Paul until after I knew Jack. So, and Jimmy Shively didn't know anybody except through me. So all y'all can suck my dick.
I don't know who Jimmy Shively is.
Jimmy Shively
Eric
is the cash
Bartman,
cow.
99. South Park.
I don't know.
I don't even like South Park, but they do have some funny things that they talk
You
about.
have to be a subscriber to get a gifted membership. So I don't know, guy. You should unsubscribe harder, though.
You know what? I'm not sure that's the case, man. I just had to let my streams play when I leave my house. And I got gifted a random sub to some
Caucasians
channel,
just
like a
watch.
video game channel I never watched before.
If you're watching it,
Yeah, if you're just
Yeah.
watching,
if you just have to have the feature turned on. If you're watching it and the feature's turned on,
Oh yeah,
channel.
I have it turned on. Why not, man? I like free stuff.
Stories.
That's not how
Horror
things work. Scenes
thrillers,
are everywhere.
like
By that reasoning, then everybody's the seeds of everything. It's just way too tangled up. Okay, bye. You know what? I'll help you. I'll kick you out. Don't worry. If I can find the right tab. Bye, Stephen David. Bloop. You can come back in 5 minutes, though.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
I did feel like I hit a nerve with Cecil earlier.
Thank you, Rob G. I'm not gonna play the video again unless you want me to. I mean, I'll play it again. Hold on, I'll play it again. I gotta up my.
Howdy.
Damn, 20 memberships.
Who's in it for the money and who's in it for the conversation?
Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion dillion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate you, Rob G. Even if I didn't always appreciate you. Actually, I had you blocked for a long time.
Oh,
man.
Look, I don't know that I can smarten up really.
Get a little closer. Back.
He wants you to carry Paul's water.
He wants me to, I don't know, give Paul props. Paul doesn't get props for things that he didn't do. That's just how it is. I'll give him props where he deserves them.
That's why he's mad at Joe Cool, because Joe Cool won't play none of his stuff on his channel.
That's why he's mad at me. At least last time I went on Paul's channel, he was trying to get me to, what was it? He wanted me to, I don't know, there was something that I didn't believe that he wanted me to change my mind on. It's just not gonna. The man who had two first names. Oh, Steven. Yeah, I don't know why he'd get one. I've never seen him over here.
He's probably lurking.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's how a lot of them got caught. It was from the
Isn't
membership.
there a guy by the name of Paul David? Those are two first names, right?
I'm sure that there is somebody named Paul David, but Lindsay likes the word. Lindsay, where's your boyfriend? I haven't seen Tarek like hardly all night. Did you find any? Because I am over on StreamYard. It doesn't show who lights up on StreamYard. I have to go back and look at it later. I don't. You know what? After yesterday, when I said I am. Oh, he just got that membership. Oh, that's bullshit. Okay, Rob G, you're the one who bombed him out. He was watching. That fucking liar.
I'm sorry, Fourth State. I was contemplating whether I wanted to be on the channel or not
Well, I'm
because
glad you
I
did.
didn't know if I was invited or not.
Anyone's invited. It's an open panel. You'll know if you're not invited because, well, I'll kick you out or won't let you up.
You have all the right to. This is your channel.
But yeah. Oh, and you caught who else did you catch down there? Who is this person here? I think we got part of the crew. But yeah, you have to be subscribed and you have to be watching, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
I came on because I was introduced to your channel by M's Mad World. Thanks, Sam.
So, yeah,
Thank
LCJC. You got LCJC family down there too, who's also part of the crew. Is my understanding. I haven't actually had any personal interaction with LCJC or the family, but
Who's that?
Oh,
Who's LCJC?
I hate that.
I don't know. Somebody that oh shit.
Is that Sam for something?
I'm
And I just don't know.
This is
Rob,
my,
she's making it fucking rain in here. I'm not gonna play it again.
Big
I'll,
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
you get that one instead. Right on, Rob G. Thank you.
He's trying to win your persuasion so you'll go run into daddy.
I was already in here. That can't be me. There's somebody else named him in there. I see that.
And fair enough, Jedediah. I don't know LCJC personally at all, so I just have heard Snafu suggesting them, and that's generally not a great.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do. Yeah, I don't want to be affiliated with that.
I don't mean I don't if I'm mistaken in that assessment or if I judge too quick. Definitely I don't mean to. Good night, Rob G.
But I'm asking, does LCJC stand for something? And I just missed it? Or is that just,
I don't know.
yeah.
All right, Goblin vouches for LCJC too.
FLCL stands for
Rob G
something
gonna be in
else.
trouble for spending all that money on you, Flo.
I don't think so.
Well, you don't think Daddy's gonna give him a spanking like Tarek got?
I think that it is Daddy.
Oh,
I
do
can't
you?
believe I just said that. I think it's Paul.
God, I can't believe you said that either.
You set me up, motherfucker.
Well, I thought you just tried talking code. Wow. Could be.
The crew.
But I don't know anything. All I know is that people run around in different accounts and shit. I don't. I'm both too lazy and too narcissistic to run around with alt accounts.
Oh,
I have.
Even though I have
I
4
have my
phones,
reasons.
it's still the same account. So that's not sus if you want to look at it like that, because that's the way it is. It's not.
Is it alright if I eat gummies while on panel?
If what?
If I eat gummies while on panel.
If you eat gummies on panel, absolutely.
I already have.
I was eating gummies earlier. That's weird.
Yep.
I
I
don't-
use alts because my name is obnoxiously long and I have like multiple computers and that, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Well,
I don't like.
Piero's got 18.
But if I do, I'll just tell you. It's it's MS.
Yeah, like I have a separate channel like is more for like less wholesome stuff, and like my
Yeah.
one channel is just for like me playing video games and doing stuff outside with my dogs and stuff. So
Who's being paranoid?
Yeah, who's being paranoid?
Probably your ass.
No, well, I said that already. I live in a permanent state of low key paranoia, just because.
paranoia is hate in the flesh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I stand corrected.
It's
It was
not.
the way. It was the words that you used in the very last comment.
That's funny. I'm
These right
radio
here.
guru.
I read that, and that's when I made my decision. But like I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you can see how that would make sense.
Right.
Well, shit.
Yeah, man.
Do you think we saved that dude from turning himself in?
Not at all. I
Me
think.
neither.
I think he's gonna. You know what? And probably he's gonna go to the police station like a raving lunatic, and they're gonna tell him to shut the fuck up, sit down, go back home, and stop telling us this.
No, they're probably gonna if he tells
Or
them,
they're
they're
gonna
gonna
put
have.
him in prison for life.
Yeah, I don't know. It's terrible. Anyways, if you're watching Drake, don't do it. And you'll thank me later, like everybody else. You'll thank me later when you're like, you know what?
Oh man.
I appreciate not being in prison right now. You know what? Paranoia has served me well. It's because of paranoia that I'm sitting here talking to you today. If I hadn't been meticulous about my safes and my text, especially the texting stuff, and I'm going to kind of end it on this, and then we'll do final words if anybody has them. But when I got raided, they seized 2 laptops, a tablet, an external hard drive, like 13 cell phones or some shit. Sent them all to KBI lab.
External hard drive.
Yep, nothing.
Like a little box with a glass on the top. Oh man, those things are expensive.
So the safes thing. Well, I had gun safes because I owned guns back then. But the safe thing is, you need a warrant. So cops need a warrant to get into a locked area. The warrant they had did not mention the safes specifically. And so the way the law is written in my state and in most states is that to get to a search warrant for an address gives you access to anything on the property that is reasonably accessible. That's how the law is worded here. And it's normal for that. But reasonably accessible probably does not mean with blowtorches. So that's how that worked out and gave me leverage ability.
That is a threat to life, man. That is a threat to life.
It's not.
It's not?
No.
But blowtorches can be severely compromised if mishandled.
Okay. Bye, Barbie. Do you have any final thoughts, or are you already gone? No.
Oh,
No, I'm good. Peace out.
All right. Adios.
I'm sorry. I did not know.
Yep, it was nice meeting you guys. Thanks for having me on, man. It's been a pleasure, and I hope to come back sometime.
Yes, sir. And hey, drop your link backstage.
I did. I dropped my
Okay.
link for both of my shitty little channels, and I hope
Bet.
to have fun with
Dude.
it. You're all welcome to subscribe, and have a great day.
No.
Right, Jeff.
All right. Take it easy.
I'm out, Flo. Catch you
All
later.
right. Take it easy. Good night.
Okay,
Chuck.
man.
All right. Thank you for coming up. I'm glad you did.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All right.
Good
We'll talk
talk.
next time.
Mm-hmm. Take care, and I'll catch y'all again on the flip side.
All right. Yeah, hypervigilance and paranoia, different things. But so yeah, the safes, because that would have been basically a search and seizure with it violated my Fourth Amendment. Now the reason that, and we were going to take it to trial, which is why they kept raiding me. Once they got me again, like I've mentioned a few times, when you get a felony charge, when you're out on felony bond, it's special rule sentencing. So I would have had to serve any convictions consecutively. So at that point, I just took a plea deal. It's too expensive and too much of an uphill battle to fight. I disagree with this, and I'm not even saying that because I don't like the guy. I don't hate the guy, but I truly do not find any of that. What I find is abrasive self-aggrandizement. Just because something is unpleasant doesn't mean it's true. That's the he confuses the two with people, for people. They didn't have it on the warrant, proves they couldn't get you for a conspiracy. I don't know what the requirements for a conspiracy charge are. Basically, the evidence they had before the raid was a 3.5-year-old testimony where I was mentioned in passing by the guy. The guy I wasn't even the focus of that of the interview with that CI, James Rich. That's James Rich. Fuck you, James. James Rich mentioned me in passing 3.5 years before the search happened, when he was talking about somebody else entirely. My name came up. They had done a few trash pulls and lied about the evidence that they found. They said they found shit, they didn't. And they had what they have. They had the most recent thing on the affidavit for search warrant was another testimony of a guy who I've never met. Even he was mad because his wife was a dope hoe. Basically, she was running around and he was mad about it. Well, he went into the police station and just started saying every name that he knew. Like I said, he'd never met me. He'd never been to my house. And I never banged his wife. His disgusting Scott Chesney. I would never screw the same women that you would screw. I'm better than you are, bro. So they really didn't have much evidence on me. But I don't know what's required for conspiracy. And they got me with possession with intent. Like I said, I don't know about conspiracy. Mine were good. They had to, because I wouldn't give them the combination. And Katie, my girlfriend, she was there at the time. She didn't know the combination. Actually, for real, she didn't know it. But they called the locksmith. He couldn't get in. They called the fire department. They couldn't get in. Finally, they called guys with portable welding torches or cutting torches, and they cut open all 4 of them. So. Thank you, Andrew. I am happy about that too. It could have turned out a lot worse. I was looking at 15 years, and that, if it had gone wrong, I would be halfway through my prison sentence right now. Yep. ESTP. I think that's what you mean. I'm an ESTP. I've got blocked vision. I think I'm interpreting that right. Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, they're hearsay leads. Hearsay leads and made up evidence. Who's a scapegoat? I would not want that job. I'd make a nice God emperor, huh? I wouldn't want to be a president, but I could get on board with God emperor. That sounds all right. Too much responsibility, though. Boba Fett, this does not make sense. What's the Eighth Amendment? Is definitely a violation of the Fourth, unreasonable search and seizure. Well, and even more than that, perjury on the affidavit, because they said that they had, and this is what they said at all the search for all the affidavits for the search warrants, is that they found evidence in the trash. Motherfucker, I was so meticulous with my trash. There was no way they didn't find it the first time, second time, the third time. On the third search warrant, they said they found a smoking pipe that I had made out of a pill bottle I got from my mom's prescription bottle. Now, what they had was a recycler, and I'll explain what that is in a second. But the night of the last trash pull for the last search warrant, I know exactly what I put in the trash can. I wasn't taking any trash to the dumpster or to the curb because I knew they were pulling it, except for I put in a broken chair and a stack of National Geographics. And that's where they got my mom's name, and the information is off because they had been sent to my mom, the National Geographics. The recycler thing, the plastic or the smoking pipe out of a pill bottle they're describing. First of all, they haven't made prescription bottles out of glass in decades. So I don't know if he was suggesting that I was smoking dope. I don't know if you've ever tried to smoke out of plastic. It doesn't work. What it was a recycler from a hot rail tube. I don't know how much of that actually now I want to explain on here because it might get my content done, but a hot rail is like if this were a glass tube and I heat up this end a lot and then right, so it's sort of like a doing it two ways at once, but the recycler is a catch, something on the end that catches what doesn't ignite. Yeah, basically. No, it's not, and it's not the best plan, and I'm not yet. Correct, it is not. Where are you from? Nos Deuce. What's the difference? And actually, to be completely honest, I think that we're both ESTPs, if that's what you're referring to. Although that was Rob G that said something. Two of the worst things going on in prison. I think one would be, and I don't know how they've changed it. I would imagine that they haven't changed it that much, but the way that they handled the COOF was atrocious. Here where I'm at, for one across the board, they ended all in-person visitations and also vendors, right? They ended any vendors they could get away with ending to try to keep germs out. What that meant is that nobody got in-person visitations, and instead what they did is people got like unlimited phone calls and increased video chat visitations, but there's a limited number of phones and video machines, and they ended excess vendors. So there was never enough equipment, and the equipment would break, and nobody would come to repair it. So basically what you had is you had a complete absence of visitation entirely and reduced phone calls and video chats because all that equipment was broken. You also had people getting stuck in quarantine for long periods of time. When anyone was transferred from one facility to the next, they had to undergo I think it was 30 days. It was 28 or 30. Anyways, it was like a month of quarantine, which I talked to a buddy who was in it. That means you get put in a solitary confinement cell. You don't even get books. The book cart doesn't go around. Most places where I was at, like, they'd have a book cart and they'd push it down the hall, and you could, say, oh, let me get that one, whatever, off the cart. They didn't even get that. They got a Bible and a blanket, and were stuck in there for a month. And then to get out, if you didn't have the thing, you had to pass a COOF test. If you didn't pass the test, you had to stay in longer or until you could pass the test. You also had to wear masks everywhere in all common areas. And now, as of like a month ago or less, like a few weeks ago, they're offering inmates, I don't remember, was it $15 to get the flu thing? But, which doesn't sound like shit to most of us, but somebody who's on work release or stamping license plates, they'd have to work for years to make $15. So it's just that the way that they're handling the germ concern is probably the thing that bothers me the most. I think my other biggest issue would be the way that they, and this includes some theory, but it's mixed with more evidence and research than I'm going to share right now. But I fully believe that prison gangs, particularly those divided by race, which they all are now, basically all gangs are now. I think that that's an intentionally manufactured, that's contrived, right? And it gets the inmates to police themselves. If they're too busy fighting each other, then you can run massive prisons with tons of inmates and not that much staff. That's the only way these things cash flow, and that's the only way that you can actually manage having, I don't remember how many, like what, 2.5, some massive amount of inmates that the U.S. has. Yeah, there is that too. Oh yeah. So my I would say my 8th Amendment was definitely violated. Sure, if it's that. Mine was $100,000. And they seized everything of value from my house. So I mean, they didn't go after my accounts, but $100,000 for having some dope in a safe that they shouldn't have got to anyways. Nobody can make $100,000. I called it when I got the first chance I get to make a phone call. I called the bail bondswoman in town, and I said, I need a bond out. And she said, how much is your bond? I said, $100,000. And she goes, oh, sweetie. I'm like, what? Don't you fucking know sweetie me? What do you mean, oh, sweetie? And she's like, I can't even bail you out. You're going to have to call somebody else in a different town to get bonded out. Eventually it got dropped down to $50,000. And I was able to make that. But even still, if you consider the nature of what bail is, it's collateral. So you come back to court. Well, you know that I can't. I mean, almost nobody can make that. And then private attorneys' retainers, right? I've talked about this before too. To get a private attorney, the retainer that you need to pay is based off of either your charges or your bail amount. Generally off your charges, they generally do that. But prosecutors overcharge defendants intentionally And it's this tactic, right? Overcharge the defendant, so he takes a plea deal for what you really think he's guilty of. I was no exception. They overcharged me. The only reason I was able to get a private attorney is because I became friends with my divorce attorney after the divorce, and so even I had an open tab basically. He didn't require any retainer at all. Otherwise, I'd been fucked. And if you get stuck with a county attorney, the public defendant, at the time, actually, and I looked it up recently. I think for my cases, a public defender would have been paid $479 today. Back then, it would have been less. It was like $350 or some shit. But my private defense attorney cost $250 an hour, and that was the friend rate. So 300 and let's call it 370 is what I think they were getting back then. That's an hour and a half of time. These motherfuckers are not defending you. They don't think they're going to defend you. They don't pretend they are. And when Katie had to get a public defender, and I emailed that dude, I gave him the whole case. I said, here's your whole defense for Katie. I've already done it for you. His response was, I'm a public defender. If you want, maybe you want to hire somebody else if you're going to want to fight this in court. Really, that's what he emailed me back. It was absurd. But yeah, so I would say definitely violation of the 8th is something that takes place a lot. Yeah, I had 15 over my head, and I took a plea that was, and I don't, if anybody's seen sentencing grids, if you haven't seen a sentencing grid, you should look it up for your state. But I was a border box, which means that on the sentencing grid, some things are presumptive probation, some are presumptive imprisonment, and some are border box, which means it could really go either way. I was able, and the judge and prosecutor actually told my lawyer this. I was able to get a plea deal for a border box because I had fucked up bond. I was on supervised bond. I had fucked it up three times. And so they just assumed I would fuck up probation and end up having to go to prison and do my underlying sentence, which was 24 months or something. I don't remember. They dropped it down pretty good, but like I said, they didn't have warrants for the safes. And we told them, my lawyers said I would not take, and this is true. This is what I told them. I said, I'm not going to take a plea deal that includes prison. If you want me to accept a plea deal, I have to have the option of, obviously it's up to the judge, but the prosecutor has to present one that gives me the option of probation and is not a presumptive imprisonment. Are you talking to me? Well, obviously the one that I got popped for. I used to like opiates a lot too, but I haven't fucked with that shit and any of that shit in a while. I didn't like, and I liked drinking when I was younger and single and going out and doing that sort of lifestyle. I never liked pot. I don't like benzos, even though I don't like benzos, but I was prescribed to them, and I ended up getting to Klonopin. And when I went to rehab, that was by far the worst detox I've ever had, like hands down. Nothing else was even close. I guess that question probably wasn't for me. Alcohol is the worst drug to get addicted to, probably. Yes, quarantine is isolation. Just to make sure they weren't contagious. I was in state. I never went to prison. I got community corrections, but it was all the cases were state. Go hard in the paint. Thank you. Federal payment wages are menacing, obnoxious. What is $7.25 an hour? No, you don't. If you're an inmate, you don't get minimum wage. They get like 7 cents an hour, something stupid. I did not have to join a gang, and I never. No, I was just I was in county jail for like 4 months. It wasn't like Oz or anything. And when I went in, I never got in any fights. I was actually really concerned about having to get in a fight because I knew what the way my case was. You know, they raided me 3 times and they had me hemmed up, but still they didn't have a strong case if I took it to trial, right? And I'm not going to go into all the details, but basically the jail administrators, the sheriffs, everybody would instantly hit me with more charges if I got in a fight. I couldn't fight without catching more charges. And so that was actually a pretty big concern for me. I did not ever get in a fight. I did see some. There was one time I would have gotten in a fight if I could have one time. But I couldn't. So I was able to avoid it. And I knew, but when I went in, I already knew, I knew people already in there. So it wasn't like I just walked into a completely strange environment. I was able to go in and have people be like, "Is that you?" And be like, "Yep." I don't think it's bad for me unless you're seeing something I don't. It's an interesting story, and I think it's because here's the thing, like everybody who talks about how corrupt the system is or what goes on behind doors or how cops are crooked or CEOs are crooked, like they all get written off because they're defendants and they're inmates and they're guilty, right? So of course that's the narrative it gets. Obviously I mean the same thing can be said about me, but I recognize that I'm a little bit more articulate than a lot of people are who have seen the things enough to speak on them. So I don't know. I don't know if you want to, I don't know what you want to call it, but on some level, I sort of feel like it's the right thing for me to do to speak on the experience and like I should do it and not squander it. And, who knows if it's helping, who knows if it does any good or not, but at least kind of just expose, you get what I'm saying. When you hear what happened to somebody in jail, all you ever hear is what the cops say happened, which is bullshit. Bullshit. A lot of times it's straight up bullshit. And yeah. A lot of people have told me I need to write a book. I don't think I'll ever do that, honestly. Yep. Yeah, I mean we've all been indoctrinated into thinking that, well, into believing the good guy, bad guy. It's very childish, really, mindset to have on the world stage or at home or whatever. But I mean, think about Dare and this and that. Like we've all been indoctrinated our whole lives to think that drugs and drug addicts and drug dealers are evil. But for sure, like it's not a good lifestyle, but that propaganda does not reflect the reality. People in jail for drugs, I mean, they just got caught. There's drugs everywhere. All sorts of people are on drugs and you never know it because it's really, let me put it this way: the criminality is by far the most harmful thing about being a drug addict. Is that it's illegal, and you have to engage in. You have to deal with drug dealers. You have to deal with sleazy people. You have to deal with cops. Really, aside from straight up overdosing and dying, the absolute most, bar none, the most harmful thing a drug can do to you is get you an encounter with cops. So anybody who's if you looked at my I guess the About Me tab of my channel, it says I'm a member of the Drug Alliance Policy, and they advocate a harm reduction model for dealing with addiction, and which doesn't, I mean, obviously, if you go to prison, that's harm escalation. But you know, we got a culture, we got a narrative, we've been indoctrinated into it, and everything gets blamed on drugs. If your car gets broken into, fucking junkies, you know, who knows who broke into your car? And if they're high, what's that matter? I never broke into a car when I was high. You don't have to break into cars. Are the two correlated? Maybe. But the crime is breaking into the car. The crime is not being high. Correlation is not illegal. Nor should it be. We can see that going on in California. That's one thing that drives me fucking nuts about California. Well, the West Coast right now, how they legalize drug use, basically, and also crime, basically. So now you've got everybody going, look what happens when you legalize drugs. No, motherfuckers, that's what happens when you legalize crime. What were your that's probably about how much mine ended up costing me. No, it's probably less than that, but like we basically prepared for trial, and then I got hit again, right? So I'd sunk all that time into a case that never went to trial. Just be glad you were conscious when I got arrested. I don't know what you mean by conscious. Like I wasn't. I don't think I was. I was aware. I was aware of like how the law worked because I was playing those games, but I was conscious of that. But I wouldn't say I was conscious. I would say that I was still quite psychopathic. Yeah, Klonopin's for anxiety, which I didn't have. I even told the doctor, this doctor was trying to put me on antidepressants. And I told him, I said, I'm not depressed. I'm far too fucking arrogant to be depressed. He goes, well, they'll just smooth you out. I was getting divorced then. And he's like, you got a lot of things going on in your life. You're trying to, run a bank and get divorced and you got a daughter and stuff. They'll just smooth you out. And I was like, finally, he convinced me to try him. I tried him for one day. And like, I had to go home from work. I don't know what they did. I felt like shit. And so I called and I left a message with the nurse. I just said, I was like, mostly I was just trying to bitch him out because I was pissed off they gave me that fucking poison. I was like, I just want to let you guys know, I feel like fucking shit. I'm never taking these things again. You shouldn't give them to anybody. And then I got off the phone. Well, she called me back a few hours later and said that the doctor had sent over a prescription. They're very sorry. He sent over a prescription for Klonopins. Try those instead. And I recognized the name. And so I was like, okay, I'll take him. And I use them for sleeping pills primarily because they help me go to sleep at night. But I didn't realize, what he never told me is that a Klonopin has a 72-hour half-life. And so even though I would wake up feeling sober and I think I was off of them, I wasn't off of them. And so they built up in my system quite a bit. And that was a nightmare to come off of. But yeah, Klonopins are what fucking almost did Jordan Peterson in. And they were no bueno. But yeah, by the time that I went to rehab, I was prescribed 3 milligrams a day, which is, it's my doctor phrased it this way. He said, that's the most that I can prescribe you without you being in a padded room. By the time that I got to rehab, I had weaned myself down to 0.5 milligram a night. I couldn't kick that last 0.5 milligram. But until I went to rehab. But yeah, when I got raided, they didn't even put this on the evidence list, sketchy fuckers. I had been filling my prescriptions and just socking them away like a savings account, basically, because they were worth money. I had probably 1,500 1 milligram Klonopin pills in my safe as well. That those just disappeared along with the cash. Poof never made it on the evidence list. Yeah, buddy. They're physically addictive. Like I said, I never really enjoyed them, but when you don't have them, you feel like jittery, anxious, basically anxious. They basically give you anxiety to come off of them. And I coming off of them. I spent a week in the detox wing. I don't remember the week at all, except for one. I have 2 memories of it. Basically, it was a 3-bed room in the detox wing of the rehab center, like a hospital room. And I was in the middle bed between 2 alcoholics, because alcohol and benzos are the 2 withdrawals that can kill you. Both of the alcoholics were hallucinating. I remember when they brought in the second one, and I was like looking at both, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna have to." But yeah, both of the alcoholics ended up having hallucinations. But I do remember one time. I remember going in the bathroom, and I'm not gonna get into the details, but I was on the phone with somebody, and they're about to do something stupid, and I remember. I went in the bathroom with my phone and just screaming at the phone, telling them not to do what they were thinking about doing. And it worked. Like thank God. But, yeah. But yeah, so after that, I was on supervised bond during this thing. I pissed dirty for Klonopins for 2.5 months after that. And it probably took me 6 months to feel normal again. There's like a plateau or something, right? Like for me, it's like I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I'm asleep. God damn. Where are you at? I am wrapping up, but Big Drink Tea, you're welcome to hit the link before I unpin it if you'd like to. I wouldn't mind hearing about that. My childhood pediatrician I don't think he went to prison. He lost his license because he was prescribing himself and his son and his wife a ton of painkillers, and his wife OD'd and died. Yeah, congratulations to you. That shit is not hard. That's a long fucking time. That's longer than I was on him for like 3.5, 4 years. Where I was at, we had jumpsuits. You couldn't really sag your pants. And no, I didn't see any gay shit. I mean, unless you count somebody jerking off in the same room as gay, but he thought everyone was asleep, and I just rolled back over and pretended like I was still asleep. Like, fuck that. I have one tattoo. I got it before I got arrested. But no more. I don't like identifying marks, honestly. I didn't get a tattoo in jail. I did. There's one, the blind spot in where I was at. I was in an 8-man cell. We called it a tank. I was in tank 2. Tank 2 had a blind spot where you could do tattoos. One of the guys in the cell, Manny is it's actually the same guy that I would have gotten in a fight with if I could have fought. Manny was an artist and he did some tattoos, but they would tattoo in the blind spot, which was right at the foot of my bunk. So I was on lookout a lot, so they wouldn't get caught doing tattoos. It was fun. It was fun, kind of cool watching him. He finished both of the dude's sleeves. And what we do is when you went to court, you wear slides. They're orange, like slides, Bob Barker brand. But when you go to court, pull your feet out, and then you use your socks, and you basically underneath the table there, where you're in front of the judge, lawyers pull out staples and throw them on the floor. And so you use your socks and just try to feel around with your feet and step down and find staples, and then walk them back into your cell. And then you can use the staples and attach it to, I think you used the pencils that you get are short, of course, so you can't make shanks out of them, like little golf pencils. But I think he had tape. He took a staple, straightened it out, scraped it on the pavement to make it as sharp as possible, and then he'd tape that to a pencil, and then just pluck. And the ink he made out of, he sliced open one of the golf pencils and took out the lead, and he used a razor blade, and he was able to use that and shave the pencil lead into powder and mix that with water, and he'd dip in, and that's what he used to pluck. And he did a lot of tattoos with that, actually. And the way he got the razor blade is every day, every inmate is allowed to have one single blade disposable razor, and the razor blade on it is green so that it's easy to see, because you got to use it and then turn it back in. They don't let you keep it, but the green is there for high visibility. And what we were able to do, though, one of the guys had construction paper, including green construction paper, so just cut out a little square and put it back under there, so at a quick glance it just looks like the blade is there. Yeah, or a cautionary tale for sure. Yep. Lindsay's gangster as fuck. That's possible. Interesting. I am subscribed to him. I don't know. Vegan Gains is a new world order. So all of his shit is just like, if you get down into some of the nitty gritty of the UN agendas and shit, like, that's what he promotes. Thank you. Me too. No, I don't have any symptoms still. It was 2017, so it's been quite a while. Yep. Yeah, that's what everybody assumes, and to some extent, it's not wrong. It is correlated, but again, the reason they need to steal in the first place to support the habit is because they're excluded from society. Everybody knows functional alcoholics. Nobody knows a functional crackhead. It's not because crack is worse. Actually, I've never smoked crack. Crack maybe. Meth isn't worse. it's because alcohol is legal. You can just go to a store and buy it. You don't have to have the crazy lifestyle to go with it. So I agree. Agree. Yep, it is the new scapegoat. Oh yeah. You know, here in Kansas, they and this is what's super fucked up about the child services situation. Because I assume it's like this most places, but like here in the state of Kansas, they outsource, and luckily my daughter never had to go into any of that. She was close. Those are different stories for different times, but the same people that are in charge, the courts outsource to a private company a whole bunch of responsibilities, including family preservation services, right? Like deciding, the people who assess and coach and recommend whether or not a family keeps their kid, they outsource that to the same company that is in charge of adoption placement. So these people have the company that's getting outsourced basically all child service functions has a huge conflict of interest. When I learned that, it's fucking absurd. It's absurd. Yeah, these things are sleazy as fuck. Oh yeah, you were taking more than I was. Benzos? I didn't know that. Thank you. All right, no worries. Some other time. It's usually, I mean, there's not a yes, generally it implies that you've killed somebody, although it could be it could just be a tribute to somebody who died. It could be it could mean anything. People could put them there for any reason they like. But the implication is that you killed somebody. What's the Bob Barker treatment? Everything in there was Bob Barker. Bob Barker jumpsuits, slides, toothpaste, toothbrushes, of course, little tiny short toothbrushes, so you can't stab people with them. Blue coconut soap, liquid soap that you use to wash your cup out or any dishes. Use it to wash everything: shampoo, face, for shaving cream. If you needed to clean your cup because you got one cup the whole stay. Oh, I never said you're lying. I don't know who did. He is a little creepy. Okay, I am about to call it a night. Thank you for watching. Hit the like and subscribe button. If you didn't see in the description box, I do have a merch store up now. Memberships are still only $1. And I will be putting links to the channels of people who joined the panel in the description box at some point in the near future. Maybe tonight, definitely by tomorrow. I still need to go back and do the links from last night's stream. And that's it.